All right. Good morning, everyone. This is our Transit Committee meeting number 22 for November 24th, 2025. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquienne-Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence ont enrichi et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. The space we occupy today is on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people who lived and continue to live on this land. We recognize and honor the valuable contributions of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. They and their ancestors have been stewards of this territory, caring for the land and the waters that flow through it for generations. We have no regrets this morning. I think we have all of our committee members in the room. It's good to see you all. And I'll ask our committee coordinator to do the roll call.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Present.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Vice Chair DeRoche.
Here.
Chair Gower.
Here.
You have chair quorum. Oops, you have quorum, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? Okay, I'm seeing none. Confirmation of minutes. The minutes for September 11th, 2025, are those carried? Carried, thank you. And for, this actually goes way back, November 29th, 2024 for Light Rail Subcommittee. Are those minutes carried? Carried. Carried, thank you. Let's go through the agenda. There may be some items we can carry on consent. We have two responses to inquiries. 4.1 is line 1 and line 2 regulatory oversight. Councillor Hill had a comment he wanted to make. With the will of committee, can we lift that item for a quick comment from Councillor Hill? Yes. All right. Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. It is my intent to take action with regard to this inquiry, but at this time, I'm not prepared to do the work that needs to be done on that because we're focusing on the budget. It is my intent, I think, at a subsequent meeting, either in February or March, to bring forward a motion that looks likely at the issue of the interface between our municipal government, municipal governments writ large, and our provincial and federal counterparts on the issue of specifically light rail regulatory frameworks as it pertains to safety. I do want to ensure that functionally our light rail system is safe and that from a transparency perspective, our transit riders feel that it is safe. So we need both the functional and the perception that it is safe. And I'm concerned right now as we go forward that there are gaps in between the regulatory framework of the Transportation Safety Board, the expectations of the delegated authority on rail safety writ large. And I want to ensure that not only our light rail system is above reproach when it comes to absolute safety standards, but that it is seen to be and perceived to be and believed to be by our transit riders. And so that's the work that I'm interested to do over the next few months on that inquiry. So thank you very much for your indulgence on that item, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. The other inquiry is a response about Central Park High School routes. I haven't had any requests to hold that one. No, okay. Going through the rest of the agenda, item 5.1 is our regular OC Transpo update, rail, bus, and paratranspo. We have no delegations, but we do have a staff presentation, so we will hold that item. Item 6.1 is the draft 2026 operating and capital budgets for Transit Committee. We will hold this item, and we have 22 delegations who are registered. Item 7.1 is the status update, Transit Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending November 13th. Is that report received? Received. Received, thank you. And then item 9.1 is the Councillor Lowe motion on bus procurement, so we'll deal with that at the end. And so we will begin with item 5.1. OC Transpo update, rail, bus, and paratranspo. And we'll pass it over to Troy. Good morning, Troy.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just wait for the slide deck to come up. That's right. Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So pleasure to be here today, provide you with an update on our service. It's been, busy couple months since our last meeting in September, and we do have some exciting updates to provide to share with you today. I'm very
pleased to be here to put forward an update on our service. We have some exciting news to announce today.
So to start off, before we get into the bulk of the presentation, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our new Associate General Manager, Oliver Monahan. I'd like
to introduce our new Associate GM, Oliver Monahan.
A trip planned before accepting the new position with the city, so he can't be here with us today. We're trying to get him on remotely, but I think he might be dealing with some technical difficulties. Oliver, though, what I'd like to mention about Oliver is he has more than 25 years of hands-on transit experience. He's held senior roles with Arriva and the Transport for London, just to name a few. Oliver has led major initiatives in both rail, service planning, and multimodal transit delivery. In our short period of time working with Oliver, we really realized that he cares deeply about public service, and it really does show. He's had a positive impact on the organization in the short time that he's had with us, and I really look forward to continuing to work alongside with him. And then what we'll do is we'll make sure that at our future Transit Commission meeting, we'll make sure that we formally introduce him to you, probably at the February Transit Commission meeting. So. But welcome aboard, Oliver, and we appreciate the expertise that you're bringing to the team. It's definitely been value added so far. Okay, go to the next slide. So just a few updates. As we shared in a recent memo, we've made significant progress towards completing the testing and commissioning, as well as the integration phases of the O-Train East Extension project. We continue to work with the East-West connectors on the final items that must be completed prior to achieving substantial completion. I want to thank the team who've been very detailed and meticulous during this process in ensuring that the system is safe and is ready for our customers. This is a very deliberate and thorough process, something that we've talked about. We won't rush. Once our experts and the independent certifier have agreed that substantial completion has been achieved, we will provide council with an update on this milestone. We will also be hosting a technical briefing to discuss the trial running and all the processes around that. We will continue to make sure that we're following a very transparent process, and updates throughout trial running will be shared with our customers, council, and media. I know that we're all eagerly awaiting the East Extension opening for our customers, and we're looking at doing that early in 2026. I also look forward to providing further updates and hosting a technical briefing in the coming weeks. And I appreciate everyone's patience as we continue to make important progress to ensure that the system is ready for launch. With regards to our winter operations and with the cold temperatures and the snowy weather now here, I'd like to reiterate that we do have solid winter readiness plans in place. These plans are to ensure safe, reliable, and responsive bus, O-Train, as well as paratranspo service throughout the winter and during our severe weather events. Our operational team can activate our severe storm schedule at any time during the winter weather service period. And that also, our winter weather service period begins in late December. So we'll be able to do that in the coming weeks. Regardless of weather, our top priority is always to keep our customers and vehicles moving safely, efficiently throughout the winter. Our
main priority is always to ensure the safety of our clients and our vehicles throughout the winter.
We've been in regular communication with our maintenance partners leading up to the winter months, and we've been proactively working with them in advance and we will be during the severe weather events. We will also have our customer resources available on octranspo.com, and we'll continue to share information on social media to help familiarize customers with our winter operations and our service levels when we're faced with severe winter storms. And then additionally, our communications will continue to have a focus on safety throughout the winter. With regards to our special constables, last month, I was joined by Sabrina Pazian, our Chief Safety Officer, as well as our Chief Special Constable, Mr. Peter Soslowski, at the Ottawa Police Services Board to present the Special Constable Annual Report. As there have been several legislative, operational, and organization changes over the last number of years, we felt this was a really good opportunity to reintroduce ourselves to the board. L'unité des agents spéciaux rend compte à la Commission dans le cadre des exigences
We met and talked about regulatory changes. The annual report puts forward the main indicators flowing from various agreements with the province.
Work achieved by our special constables in 2024. The 2024 report highlighted several positive changes in our key performance indicators, including crimes against persons and crimes against people decreased by 13%. Occurrences related to property crimes and the Mental Health Act both decreased by roughly 22%, and drug offenses decreased by nearly 40%. These results are very encouraging and highlight that our continued efforts are making a difference. Staff will continue to monitor these key performance indicators and many others to determine any new and emerging trends. Moving forward, we'll continue to provide the annual report to the board, and we'll also continue with our plans to increase visibility of our special constables on the system and to engage our communities in new and meaningful ways. We also launched a new accessibility webpage. Our web team launched the redesigned accessibility page on octranspo.com. This page was developed in consultation with our customers, the CINB, accessibility specialists, and our customer service staff. This improvement is part of our ongoing accessibility plan to remove barriers across every part of the customer journey. And I would like to congratulate our staff who worked on this page. And if you haven't seen it, you can find a blog post on it it's on octranspo.com. Next slide, please. À la fin du mois d'octobre, nous avons lancé
the end of October, we paid tribute to those who paid the ultimate sacrifice for Canada.
The bus mural was designed by one of our talented graphic designers, and we worked with our partners at the Royal Canadian Legion, Veteran Affairs Canada, and the Department of Natural Defence to discern the design, captured the importance and essence of Remembrance Day. The mural will continue to be displayed on 3 double-decker buses until the end of this month, until the end of November. Next slide, please. We are very proud to be holding our 41st annual OC Transpo Loblaws Holiday Food Drive on Saturday, December 13th, between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. at participating Loblaws stores throughout the city. The last few years have been challenging for so many in our community, and this year is no different. By working together, we know that we can help those who are struggling. Currently, over 1 in 4 households in Ottawa struggle to afford enough to eat. On December 13th, monetary and non-perishable food items can be donated to participating stores, and a full list of locations can be found on octranspo.com. You can also donate online on the Ottawa Food Bank's donation page, which is live now. We'll be sharing information about the food drive on our communication channels in the coming weeks, and we'll be providing a package to councillors to help us promote this important initiative. I'll be now passing things over to Sabrina Pazian, our Chief Safety Officer. And prior to getting into our key performance indicators, Sabrina will speak about OC Transpo's public safety strategy, an important initiative that continues our commitment to making transit safe for our customers as well as our staff. Thank you. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Troy, and bonjour, Monsieur le Président et les membres du
Thank
comité.
you, and welcome
I'm very
to
pleased
the
have this
chair members of the
opportunity to discuss
committee.
Public safety and elaborate on the new public safety strategy that I planted the seed about during the last Transit Committee meeting. Over the last year, we have made a concerted effort to take a step back and take a system-wide view to try to enhance the safety of our transit system. Safety is not a destination, it's a journey, which is really to say that safety is an ongoing process of continuous improvement and vigilance, rather than a single final goal to be achieved at the end of the day. The cornerstone of our safety management system and security management system is built upon continuous improvement. And this is really what this holistic public safety strategy is all about. It is part of our ongoing commitment to strengthen public safety and security. Not only commitment and shared responsibility from everyone in this room, but it'll take the commitment of our staff, our customers, and residents working together as a community with a collective goal of increasing transit safety. Next slide, please. In the new year, Chief Soslavsky and I will be launching a new comprehensive public safety strategy. This strategy is intended to take a system safety-wide approach to addressing public safety and security concerns from all aspects, including factors from physical environment to technology to reporting, with data at the forefront. Cette stratégie aborde la sécurité publique
This
d'une manière
strategy
holistique
deals with
et en
public
tenant
safety in a
compte de tous les
holistic
facteurs
way
qui peuvent
and takes
amener
into
une
account
personne à se
any
sentir
factors that
insécurité
might lead to a
lorsqu'il
person feeling
utilise les
unsafe
transports en commun.
when they're using public
Our new
transit.
public safety strategy has 8 overarching pillars, which you can see on the graphic on the slide: an annual safety plan, a communication strategy, staffing and training, visibility, technology, environment, community collaboration, and our partnership with the Ottawa Police Service. This approach is aligned with several other transit properties, in particular those with special constables or transit police. We are still in the early phases of launching the strategy, but we're excited to share with you our plans today and will provide updates throughout the coming year. This is a long-term commitment, not a one-time opportunity, that we're going to be talking to the Transit Committee and stakeholders about regularly. Building on the work of our safety management system and as part of looking at safety more holistically, increasing both our safety culture internally and externally, the implementation of this strategy is the demonstration of our commitment to continuous improvement. It will help inform a variety of safety and training initiatives, communication, and will be a driving force of positive change to our safety culture. This strategy will be part of our regular dialogue with councillors and our customers, and it will be adapted to meet the needs of our community. Next slide, please. In the coming slides, we'll provide a breakdown of each of the pillars. So I'll start by discussing the annual safety plan. This is one of the cornerstones of the strategy. This plan is in alignment with our current safety management system and our security management system, but with a stronger external focus on public safety. Reviewing this plan regularly on a cyclical basis will allow us to respond to new and emerging risks, threats, and hazards. The goal is to outline our key safety and security priorities, initiatives, and milestones, and set the tone from a transparency standpoint. The development of the safety plan is in alignment with industry best practices seen at other transit properties such as the TTC and the STM, who both released a safety plan similar to the one that we're proposing in the last year or two. The development of a safety plan was also a key recommendation from CUTA, the Canadian Urban Transit Association Task Force, focused on prioritizing safety and security on public transit, which now the Chief and I both sit on the Safety and Security Subcommittee for CUTA. Using a data-driven approach, we're going to work on some new key performance indicators related to safety and security, and this will be incorporated as part of the plan. And finally, the plan will also incorporate additional safety and security initiatives that we are exploring through the lens of addressing some of the Westboro Inquest recommendations. Once the plan has been finalized, it will be shared at a Transit Committee meeting as an update. The second pillar is our communication strategy. I want to take a moment to highlight some of the incredible work our stakeholder communication and external relation team does to support public safety every day. Thank you, Bart and his team. They manage our social media presence, post informative and creative content, and develop amazing graphics like the one you saw on the slide previous and the rest of the presentation. Be on the lookout for more Safer Together content, which includes blogs, videos, and social media posts. And for those of you who may not be aware, this hashtag is being used on our socials to help promote a culture of safety. As part of the broader Safer Together campaign, we're reminding customers about safety features available on the system and including how riders can report incidents that they may see or experience themselves. Our ongoing Safer Together information campaign is designed to build confidence, raise awareness about safety, especially within our riders. Some of the key themes we're focusing on right now include raising awareness about our growing special constable unit and how they work 24/7 to ensure the safety of the transit network. Letting customers know what they can do if they feel unsafe and how to report incidents, including calling the Special Constable Unit, using emergency phones or online anonymous reporting web forums, and promoting other safety programs like our TransSecure Night Stop and Safe Stop. The campaign uses storytelling and strategic tactics to get riders' attention and empower them with information to make safe decisions. This includes blogs on the website, videos, social media posts, brochures, audio messages, and posters throughout the system, as well as paid advertising. I'll now hand things over to my colleague, Chief Sosowski, to explain the rest of the pillars in a bit more detail.
Thank you, Sabrina. I'm the Chief Special Constable at OC Transpo. It's my pleasure to be here today to provide you with an overview of our new public safety strategy. The first pillar I'll discuss is staffing and training. With the funding received through the Ontario-Ottawa Agreement, we've been able to make substantial improvements to the Special Constable unit. This year, we successfully hired and trained 21 Special Constables, 3 sergeants, and 6 communications officers. This level of increase in a single year is a first in our history. This represents a 25% increase in overall staffing compared to staffing levels last year, significantly increasing the presence of Special Constables across the entire transit system. All Special Constables receive 15 weeks of in-class and field training based on the Ontario Police College Training Manual for Special Constables, including thematic training dedicated on Ontario's diverse, multiracial, and multicultural society, systemic racism, the rights and cultures of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, and human rights. Additionally, we further their training by providing medical first responder certification, applied suicide intervention skills training, and Narcan training. We've also been able to develop our own in-house instructors by sending staff to become certified as use of force trainers, PIN fitness test appraisers, coach officers, and mountain bike instructors. Our internal training not only meets but exceeds the standards set by the Community Safety and Policing Act and the Ontario Police College Training Manual. Finally, recent events have highlighted the value of enhanced training on investigating hate-motivated incidents. We reached out to the Ottawa Police for guidance, and they have offered to provide our Special Constables with additional training focused on these investigations. This training is set to begin this week and will continue into early December. This training will better equip our team to respond to and investigate these types of incidents. The next pillar I'd like to discuss is visibility. Increasing staffing levels plays an important role in increasing visibility and presence throughout the system. Currently, we deploy Special Constables in 4 platoons. At any given time, there's 1 platoon on duty at a time, which is a 12-hour shift. They are deployed in 4 zones, which include Central, East, West, and South. Special Constables focus on known hotspots and complaints received by the public, staff, and counselors. In addition to Special Constables, we also have fare inspectors deployed across the system. There is a portion of Special Constables' work that focuses on proactive presence, but as of now, their work is primarily focused on call response. The introduction of additional staffing has allowed us to completely reimagine how we deploy our staff. We will be transitioning to a 6-platoon deployment model with an additional platoon dedicated to proactive community engagement and high visibility throughout the system. This new deployment model will allow for greater overlap of Special Constables across the transit system during peak travel periods, allowing for a balanced approach of proactive presence in our stations and efficient call response. We know that when our Special Constables are present, crime isn't present. And having them more widely dispersed across the system during peak times, incidents that cause delays to transit can be responded to quickly and effectively. Currently, we're aiming to launch this new deployment strategy in Q2 2026. Next slide, please. The next pillar that I'll focus on is new and emergent technologies. OC Transpo has a dedicated transit technology and innovation team who is responsible for monitoring new and emerging technologies intended to improve transit safety, a team that works closely with mine. Additionally, there are several Westboro Inquest recommendations related to new and emerging technology. OC Transpo will continue to work collaboratively with industry experts and organizations such as the Canadian Urban Transit Association, American Public Transit Association, and the International Bus Benchmarking Group to discuss technology opportunities to increase safety. As mentioned during the last Transit Committee, we are excited about a new safety and security reporting app. This app will allow customers to communicate directly via text chat or by phone and allow for the sharing of photos and videos, providing customers with the option of real-time, discrete communication and reporting directly with the Special Constable unit. Work is progressing well on procuring this app, and we are anticipating a launch in 2026. More information on this timeline will be shared as it becomes available. Sabrina and I recently visited the Montreal Transit Special Constable unit, and one thing that stood out to us was how their data and technology was at the forefront of their operations. They have several interesting features such as GPS monitoring, which helps with dispatching and live location tracking of all their special constables, as well as a live data dashboard within their intelligence center. This dashboard is updated in real time with incidents occurring across the system, allowing for a more strategic deployment of special constables. We are assessing the feasibility of implementing some of these features. More information will be included in the annual safety plan once it's finalized. We'll also be exploring the potential of enhancements to CCTV in a variety of ways, including the potential use of AI. Staff are reviewing the potential of real-time anomaly detection AI on crime reduction and rider safety in transit environments, which would flag unusual behavior in real time, such as assaults, vandalism, loitering, and emergencies, which would notify our special constables. A large component of the safety and security is environmental design. For example, all rail stations have been designed and built following the crime prevention through environmental design principles. Examples of CPTED include CCTV, well-lit areas, emergency phones located throughout the stations. Through feedback and observations from staff, the public, and councillors, we are continuously making additional environmental changes to select stations to improve safety. For example, to help limit loitering, select electrical outlets at Bayview Station have been recently switched to activate on demand, ensuring that they are only used by subcontractors as required. Additionally, we sought potential changes to door hardware at the entrance of Rideau Station to help limit the number of trespassing events after hours. New threats and vulnerabilities are constantly emerging, which is why this pillar of the safety strategy is so important. As outlined within our safety management system, there is a regulatory requirement to complete the threat and vulnerability risk assessment every 3 years. We have recently completed the TVRA for lines 1, 2, and 4. And the purpose of the TVRA is to list potential threats and vulnerabilities to our system. Once completed, our subject matter experts review the list in its entirety and examine the feasibility of adopting various mitigation measures. Once these mitigation measures are implemented, they are reviewed on a regular basis to ensure they remain effective. Next slide, please. Next, I want to focus on community collaboration. Building collaborative partnerships with the community is fundamental in developing and maintaining positive relationships. We remain committed to working collaboratively with all partners, including city departments, community groups, councillors, and the general public to improve safety. An example of this collaboration is the Safety Stakeholder Working Group, which is a group made up of several internal stakeholders and external community groups. Originally started in 2013, this group was fundamental in establishing key safety features such as our online anonymous reporting form. We had our first meeting 2 weeks ago, and we are looking forward to continuing this partnership. I want to take a moment and thank all the participants and the invaluable feedback they provided. The group will meet quarterly to discuss questions, comments, and concerns from equity denied groups and finding solutions to improve overall safety. Further, our special constables will continue to partnership in a wide range of events within our community, including school presentations, counselor and community barbecues, Doors Open Ottawa, fundraisers, and reacting to the needs of the community. We're also part of the Unsheltered Task Force, which is a City of Ottawa-led group focused on improving the conditions and reducing harm for people experiencing homelessness. An important internal special constable-led program, which is now in its 4th year, is the Grab and Go program. This program gathers new and gently used winter clothing items from OC Transpo staff and equips every special constable patrol vehicle with these items, ensuring officers can provide warm clothing to individuals in need during their interactions on the transit system. The final pillar I'll discuss is the partnership with OPS. Our partnership with OPS is not only formally required by the Community Safety and Policing Act, but foundational in our success. As mentioned earlier, we collaborate with many other transit agencies, and I'm proud to say that we have the best relationship and the best formal agreement with the Ottawa Police Service of any other transit agency in the country. Due to the authorities granted to our special constables through the agreement, we estimate that thousands of calls for service every year are handled entirely by our special constables that would otherwise require a police officer, allowing police officers to focus on other matters throughout the city. As Troy mentioned earlier, I recently presented an overview of the Special Constable Unit and shared our annual report at the Ottawa Police Service Board meeting. It was a great opportunity to share the many organizational and operational changes we had made over the last year and demonstrate how our unit remains compliant with all regulatory and legal agreements. We're a small unit that has faced significant change, challenges, and growth from 2024 into 2025, and saying it out loud brought that journey to life. I'm proud of what we've accomplished, and the changes ahead are positive. Our holistic safety strategy is designed to build upon the foundation of our existing principles and practices. By increasing our staffing levels, transitioning to a 6th platoon deployment model, dedicating special constables to community presence, launching a new reporting app, increasing our social media presence, and continuing our collaboration with the community partners and OPS, I'm confident we will significantly improve public safety on our system. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today, and I'll now pass things back to our Chief Safety Officer, who will discuss the next steps.
Thank you very much, Chief. And before I get into the next steps, I wanted to share that over the last few months, I've been asked by many different people internally and externally about what customers or residents can do should they ever feel unsafe, perceive an unsafe situation, or witness an incident. So I just wanted to take a quick opportunity here to mention a few reminders that are on the slide as part of our Safer Together campaign. Every OC Transpo vehicle is operated by one of our employees, so I strongly encourage customers or residents to ask for help from our bus or train operators, our special constables, or our fare inspectors who are out on the system every single day. Customers at transit stations can use the emergency telephones to speak directly to our special constable unit, or on trains, press the passenger emergency intercom to speak with the operator. Despite all of these safety measures, unfortunately, unexpected things can still happen in public spaces. So I strongly encourage you to speak to staff if ever you feel unsafe. The holistic safety strategy is coming together as a commitment that when we do see something, that we absolutely say something, either in the moment or report it after the fact. And only together can we make transit safer. I want to reiterate that today transit is safe, and I make sure that customers feel safe taking public transit at all times. Utiliser le transport en commun est un moyen sûr de voyager dans notre ville.
Transit is a
Looking
safe
ahead to
way to travel in the
2026,
city.
We're mapping out various milestones for the public safety strategy, and I look forward to coming back to the Transit Committee with an update. One component of building out the strategy, in particular, the annual safety plan, is that the chief and I will be conducting a comparator review and benchmarking with other properties that have a similar profile for safety and security and who are experiencing similar issues. I've recently started regular conversations with both OPTA, the Ontario Public Transit Association, and CUTA, the Canadian Urban Transit Association, on safety and security, including leading the first ever road safety summit in October with OPTA. While the full implementation of the public safety campaign will likely take some time, most of the elements we discussed today we anticipate will be implemented in some way by mid-2026. We're excited to implement these additional safety and security measures as part of our continuous improvement initiatives and as a part of our commitment to safe and reliable transit service. Next slide, please. So shifting gears, I'm pleased to share the latest updates from the Safety Regulatory Training and Development Service area and our regular KPIs. We wanted to wrap up the year with the same styles and indicators that we have been reporting on over the last year. But looking ahead to 2026, we'll be reviewing and presenting some of the same safety KPIs related to our safety management system, but also some new KPIs related to security, safety, fare enforcement, and training. More to come on this in Q1. We'll also be incorporating a new Vision Zero strategy into our next annual safety management system update to ensure processes are in place to systematically address factors that lead to injuries, both customer and employee. Next slide, please. Les deux diapos qui suivent montrent notre donnée pour les mois
Those
de
next two
janvier
slides
jusqu'à
show the
septembre.
data for
First
January
at the
to
top is our
September.
employee occurrences. Unfortunately, we're on track for about a 4% increase in total occurrences in 2025 compared to last year. We typically see a spike in these occurrences in the winter months due to environmental conditions such as slip, trip, and fall hazards. And that is very common, obviously, due to the environmental factors. And as you can see on the slide, in 2025, in February of this year, we had quite a spike. And I think that's largely what's attributed to the increase we're seeing in the overall year. We're going to continue to monitor this as we're heading back into the winter months. And the most common occurrences continue to be harmful, environmental, traumatic, stressful events, followed by struck, caught, and finally motor vehicle incidents. On the bottom of the slide, we have our infractions, both speed and red light infractions. Currently, we're on an improved trajectory for both of those KPIs compared to 2024. As you all know, the province recently passed legislation removing automated speed enforcement cameras, which took effect on November 14th of this year. As such, we're not going to be reporting on this KPI for speed enforcement going forwards, as the one that you're seeing on the slide is only to do with automated speed enforcement tickets on OC Transpo vehicles. Given that speeding can be a contributing factor to collision and unsafe driving practices, we are going to be reviewing new ways to capture speed-related data for OC Transpo, both in the form of our Special Constable Speed Enforcement Program, enhancements to our telematics program. We will still continue to track the red light infractions as they can have a negative impact on our CVR rating, but we're encouraged by the current data as it stands right now. Next slide, please. Ce prochain graphique montre le taux de blessure.
On this graph, you can see the customer injury rate.
Fell below our safety management system target, which was great to see. However, we're still above the numbers and trends from 2024. In September alone, we saw 6 level 3 customer injuries that were caused by hard brake applications, buses in motion, slip, trips, and falls, and escalator interactions. So far this year, there's been 53 level 3 plus customer injuries this year to date, and the biggest contributing factor are hard brake applications and collisions, which brings me to the next graphic on the bottom of the slide. Preventable collisions, we are seeing a more positive trend now than we had earlier this year, which I'm very pleased to see. While we're still above our safety management system target of 0.69 preventable collisions per 100,000 kilometers, there's been a positive decrease month over month from February of this year to date. We've been putting a large emphasis on this internally, in particular with our safety and training teams through enhanced communication campaigns, audits, safety investigations, trainings, and our safety observation program. We are now well below the cumulative monthly average of 1.12, which is excellent to see, first time in almost 2 years. As we plan ahead for 2026, we have some new training initiatives that we're in the process of looking at implementing and some additional safety measures that we're looking forward to exploring to support our current initiatives. Next slide, please. And finally, I wanted to end my portion of the presentation on a positive note. The City of Ottawa's CVOR, Commercial Vehicle Operators Registration, overall violation rating with the MTO has dropped below 20%. The lowest recorded in our history. For OC Transpo, this includes all our revenue vehicles, and transit services is leading the way with an internally calculated rating of under 17%. This demonstrates the collaboration between our colleagues in fleet safety, OC Transpo's training team, safety team, and bus operations team. In my service area, our slogan is "Safety is you, me, and us working together." And this is just one example that highlights our ongoing commitment to enhancing and increasing road safety in Ottawa. I want to thank everyone involved from our frontline staff, supervisors, management, because this is a major accomplishment that we should celebrate. That brings me to the end of my section on the KPIs. Et maintenant, je vais passer la présentation à mon collègue
I will now
François.
give the floor to my colleague, François.
Merci beaucoup, Sabrina.
Thank
Good
you,
morning, Chair,
Sabrina.
members of the committee. We'll dive right in today with our results for conventional bus and O-train ridership. So since our last update, we've now got results for September and October this fall, and ridership for those months was 7.4 and 7.8 million customer trips, respectively. These represent significant increases year over year in ridership, so 6% and 17% respectively for those 2 months when compared to the same month last year. As you can see on the left of the slide, for the 12-month period ending in October 2025, total ridership is now 70.6 million customer trips, 1.6% higher than for the 12-month period ending the month before, and just almost 4% higher than for the same period a year ago. And so, you know, these are significant increases, and for the last 2 months, ridership recovery, comparing ourselves to pre-pandemic levels, has now climbed to 81% of pre-pandemic levels. That's the highest since the COVID-19 pandemic that we've seen. Next slide, please. Before we move on to the rest of our KPIs, as usual, I'll just quickly go through the definitions of our service reliability measures. And so these are the 3 indicators that are used to measure and report on the reliability of our bus and O-train service. So when we monitor the overall reliability of our service, we use these 3 measures. First, service delivery, which is the measure of what percentage of trips were delivered as planned. And our target, of course, as we all know, is to deliver 99.5% of service. When measuring the on-time performance of our service, we have two measures, regularity and punctuality, which are used to measure the on-time performance of frequent and less frequent routes, respectively. Regularity is a measure of whether trips are evenly spaced, and our target here is 85%. Punctuality, on the other hand, is a measure of whether trips arrive at stops no more than 1 minute early and no more than 5 minutes late. And again, here, our target is 85%. As I have said in previous presentations, it's important to consider all of these three indicators together when evaluating the performance of our service, as they complement each other and provide a more complete picture of reliability as experienced by customers. Next slide, please. And so diving into our reliability indicators for bus service, starting with service delivery for a conventional bus service. In October of 2025, 97.3% of service was delivered as planned. You could see this at the top right of the page. This is nearly the same as for the same month in 2024 when it was 97.4. So comparing the same months year over year, more or less the same result. For the 12-month period ending in October 2025, the average service delivery was 97.8%, 1.7% lower than our target of 99.5, and the same as for the previous 12-month period. And now in terms of on-time performance, we could see that regularity for our more frequent routes, shown here in the blue line, was 81% in October 2025. 4% lower than our target, but a small increase compared to the same month a year ago of 1%. Punctuality, our measure for less frequent routes, was 70% in October, and that was the same result as last year. Now, looking at the left side of the page, we can see that the 12-month average regularity was 82%, 3% lower than our target, and 1% higher than the previous month, so trending up for regularity for our frequent routes. And the 12-month average punctuality for the same period was 72%, 13% lower than our target, and again, holding steady from the last month or from the previous period. Lastly, at the bottom of the page, we can see we have additional indicators for our less frequent bus service showing the percentage of trips that arrived more than 1 minute early, which was 11% of trips, and the percentage of trips that arrived more than 5 minutes late, and this was 17%. Next slide, please. So here, as always, we provide a little bit additional detail regarding bus service delivery, focused on the latest month of October 2025. As I mentioned, 97.3% of our bus service was delivered as planned. That's shown in the large left column there on the left. And then the chart in the middle is again providing a breakdown of the reasons why service was not delivered as planned. So starting from the bottom of that chart, we can see that about 1 out of 20 trips were not delivered due to a lack of vehicle availability. Next, just over 2 out of 5 trips on general were not delivered due to on-street service adjustments, shown in orange here. So this would include adjustments due to general traffic delays and construction detours, as an example. Another third of all trips that were canceled were due to operator availability. This is shown in that gray color. This includes operators who are not available for their trip due to delays that they've encountered on earlier trips. And finally, the remainder, just under 1/5 of all trips, were not delivered due to mechanical breakdowns, and that's shown in yellow. I'll highlight specifically here that the trends show that the heavy vehicle traffic that I think everybody's experienced throughout the fall, throughout the city, has had significant impacts on service delivery, with nearly almost half of control actions in October related to on-street operations and adjustments. Lastly, on the right of the page, we can see the 3 routes which had the most undelivered trips in the month of October. They were in order routes 6, route 12, and route 7. Next slide, please. Now we'll focus, on va passer maintenant à la fiabilité de nos services d'Autran.
We'll go on now to the O-Train reliability. You can see the result here for line 1 on the upper right side of the page. and lines 2 and 4 at the bottom. For line 1, for the last 12 months ending in October 2025, the average was 93.3%, very close to our target, which is 99.5%. So therefore, an improvement of 0.1%. In October 2025, specifically, the service delivery was at 99% on line 1. So right on target, 99.5%. So this is a very good delivery. For October 2025, service delivery for line 2 and 4 was 97.6%. That is a little less than 2% lower than target.
Next slide, please.
Now, to conclude, let's go to paratranspo. Total ridership for October was 81,000 trips, an increase of 0.4% compared to last month. For the past 12 months, 878,000 trips were made, 3% more than the previous month, and almost 4% higher than the previous year. So constant increases
moving on to
in ridership.
on-time performance. The overall average, which is shown in the yellow line on the bottom right of the page here, showed a result of 92.7% on-time performance for the month of October, an improvement compared to the same month in 2024. And lastly, for the 12-month average on-time performance for paratranspo, it remains at 93%, the same as last month. Next slide. And this concludes our presentation. We'll be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the updates. We have no delegations on this item, so we can go straight to questions for staff. I'll look for any hands up on the screen. Councillor Tierney is up first.
Great, thank you. Caught me off guard there. So anyway, thank you for that, and thanks for the update. I think there's a lot of information in there. One thing that was there, and I think a lot of people have kind of understood, back in June, I was saying, there's no way we're launching this train before February. Prove me wrong. Clearly, we heard in the mayor's budget, certainly it's going to be in 2026. And East End riders are very excited about it, but we do have to plan our lives around it. Obviously, you're never going to commit to a time. When you're saying now the slippage, and I was calling this back in July, we thought it would be this year. It looks like it's going to be next year. Are we talking within, we like to talk quarters. Are we talking in the first quarter, or are we talking the first couple of months? You can't do December. It's Christmas. You can't do January. People are on holidays still. I'm just trying to get a little clarity on this within, a 3 or 4 month window, just for planning where we're at now versus when we talked about this last time.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's a great question. And, with all due respect, Councillor, we were really hoping to prove you wrong with regards to your prediction in that regard.
Darn it.
But, as we've always said, we're going to make sure that we follow all the right steps, and we're not going to launch the system if it's not ready to go, from a safety perspective, obviously, first and foremost, but also from a reliability perspective. I do anticipate in the next coming couple of weeks to be able to provide that technical briefing to you.
Okay.
That would highlight the trial running piece. And, at this point in time, a lot of things still need to go right, but it's definitely achievable to say Q1.
Okay, good. So just for clarity, that's the first few months of the year. So, okay, that's good. And because next slippage is going to be, if we go to, I always like to use Blues Fest as a good barometer. And I asked that question last year. We were sure, we think we're going to get it. And then slip. And we're excited about it. We see the train, we see the testing, but we're designing bus routes around it. We've already made those route modifications, and people are truly excited. So we do want to see this. So it's confirmed that it would be at this point within the first quarter of 2026.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's correct. And obviously it assumes that, we successfully go through the substantial completion process with the independent certifier and other experts confirming that the system is ready to go. We successfully complete trial running. There's no safety issues that pop up or anything like that, and we're not anticipating that, but that is correct. Yes.
Great. Thank you, Troy. I appreciate that a lot. The new policing model that we see, and thanks to Ottawa Police Service, we have a great budget in front of us. They work very closely with you guys. I actually saw my ugly mug in some of your slides there, and it was great to see the combination of Ottawa Police and our amazing constables on the platforms, because security is definitely one of those things that's a concern at a terminus station like Gloucester. Are we planning ahead right now, obviously, to continue to work still very closely with Ottawa Police at those stations that happen to see a lot more issues? And are we planning in stage 2 East End extension, how that will help space some of the challenges we're having right now with all the East End traffic going to Blair?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So with our agreement, we have to work collaboratively with the Ottawa Police. So yes, that would continue. I think with the new deployment model, there's going to be a bit of a learning curve to see, how do we actually disperse our special constables across the system. What we've done in the past is if we have faced issues at a particular station where we didn't feel that we had the staffing or we couldn't have the presence that we wanted, we would reach out to the Ottawa Police to get support. I don't see that changing moving forward.
Wonderful. Thank you. And obviously with the influx of the new provincial money as well, that's in place now. We've actually got more constables. Are they fully trained up and on the road yet at this point?
So thank you for the question, Chair. The last group will be finishing at the start of January.
Start of January.
Yeah,
Okay.
they'll be finishing their in-class portion. They'll be then appointed by the board in December. And then we expect that they'll hit the road without their coach officer probably sometime in early March or end of February.
That's great news. So there's only a lot of stuff in the first quarter, even more safety, security. And of course, I want to thank Troy and Pat. I've worked very closely with them, went and stood at the stations in the last few months, looked at some of the modifications that could happen with the changes in the East End extension that will actually reduce fare evasion. Lots of great things are going to take place. So it's going to be a busy first quarter. So thank you for that. When it comes to the elevators as well, it looks like finally we're moving ahead. I know that's kind of not totally in this presentation, but it is a concern for the accessibility community. That's still on track. People are moving ahead on that. And forgive me, maybe that's best suited for Pat or someone else, the new elevator at Blair Station.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we're moving forward with the new elevator at Blair Station, yes.
That's excellent. Thank you. The pathways, obviously, that connect to the stations. We are now in a world where we're dealing with the province now, looking at the upload. So it's changed some of the pathway systems for multi-use path and cycling that connect the stations. We're really excited about it. People have already started using most of them. We're still constantly working on improving safety. Obviously, we have a dismount policy at the Montreal ramp to ensure safety, but we're looking at based on provincial standards now versus our city standards as they're going to do the upload to continually add safety measures to those crossings that could be dangerous.
Sure, I'll start and maybe Richard, feel free to jump in. But as with any project, of course, we're looking at all levels of safety. So we'll start with our regular city standards. Now we'll take into account the provincial requirements, but also the federal ones, where we'll adopt any best practices we've learned from lines 2 and 4 onto the extensions. Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chair. Just to add to what my colleagues have said, there has been, as you and the other East End councillors are aware, extensive discussions about the final design that we will move forward with the multi-use pathway crossings of the various ramps in the east.
Yeah.
And that work is still underway. We're very close to having a final design. In terms of the delivery of the work, it's not going to happen by this winter. It's work that we will follow up with in the spring. And in terms of the delivery of that work, the RCP office, so the Rail Construction Office, which is very much focused on the implementation of the rail, is transferring that scope of work over to our colleagues at Infrastructure Services. So they will be proceeding with some of the final consultation that is required and the issued and preparing the issued for construction drawings so that work can move forward in the spring.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. Yeah, you guys got to prioritize on rail, give the rest of the infrastructure. And it was a bit of a curveball. You guys weren't aware that the province would be coming in and uploading and making these modifications, so it would change a lot of the standards. And last is not totally related, but kind of related. How are we doing on e-busing? I see then I check the dashboard all the time. It's something I do every month. It looks like the last update says 30. And I saw that we ordered a whole bunch of New Flyer diesel buses. According to New Flyer, they put a post out. So are we going to get a quick update on that?
Yeah, sure. I can ask Rami to elaborate and give a little bit more detail, but yeah, we're on track with the delivery of the buses, and we anticipate to have approximately 50 in service by the end of this year.
That's
So
terrific.
Rami, if you want to elaborate on that, that'd be great.
Mr. Chair, I believe we're still on schedule. Everything's still looking the same like we presented the last Transit Committee meeting. So that's good news. And hopefully by next year, we'll be seeing a lot of the electric buses on the road.
That's excellent. And very last, just again, we do track with GPS on the buses speeds on a regular basis. If there's a complaint, we can go back, research, and obviously the operator gets retraining. If there's a situation, the ASC's automated speed enforcement, as much as we wish they were still there for other reasons, we do actually have measures to ensure that our operators are doing the speed limit and are following all the ministry standards.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. We have a number of options at our disposal, but yes, our buses are equipped with information where we can research what happened in that specific instance. But as well, Ms. Pazian is working on a number of initiatives to help continue to improve our safety. Because when it comes to safety, we've seen some great developments in terms of our CVR rating, those types of things, but we definitely don't view it as we're ever at an end state. But to your point, yes, we have options at our disposal to be able to monitor our service both remotely through some vehicle telematics, but as well as with our on-street personnel who are out there, including our supervisors and special constables and other frontline staff.
Great. Thank you, Chair. And I just want to thank the Chair and everyone. When our former GM left, I was a little concerned, and actually I've noticed the opposite. I think we've seen a lot more interaction. It's no disrespect to the previous GM. I think Troy and your gang have really jumped in, and I'm getting a lot more feedback, so in a positive way. So thank you very much for that.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Couple questions following up on Councillor Tierney's points in a way. With respect to public safety, the reporting currently, if people feel unsafe or there's an incident on a train, is done through an online anonymous form. Is there any thought about taking that to an app or another form of reporting that could be a bit more user-friendly?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Yes, currently it is done on an anonymous form on the website, but we are moving towards an app in the new year. We teased about that at the last Transit Committee meeting. We're still working out what that's going to look like, but that will include reporting of videos and photos live from any type of transit property.
Have you experienced any challenges with the anonymity function at all in terms of data that's coming in?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we have. It is difficult to follow up when people are not providing their name or any way of contacting them, and kind of vague descriptions of what have occurred. That's hard to follow up on. And we're hoping with the new reporting application that we'll be able to set parameters to make sure that we're getting the information that we need so that it can actually be usable.
Okay, thank you very much. With respect to, I understand, your team's been scaling up. You talked about having 6 platoons. Has there been any discussion about potentially, as the city's looking to expand their anchor program, for example, having crisis workers at some of the key stations? Are there any discussions around that?
It looks like Sabrina wants to answer, but I'll just throw this in before that. Thank you for that question. We are starting to get into that. We do have the community engagement team that we've been somewhat partnered with over the last 2 years. Now, we're not shoulder to shoulder with them when they're working. Essentially, they're a City of Ottawa group that provides people that are experiencing homelessness with different options, whether it be temporary housing or employment opportunities or addiction counseling. So we do provide them passes. They are on our system, but I think, it is something that we'll probably look to explore a little bit more.
Maybe just to add to my colleagues' comments, we're definitely working closely with our partners in community and social services. And one of the things we're seeing with meeting with comparators is the different types of integration, either training our special constables in that regard or working collaboratively with external stakeholders, which we're doing now as part of this safety stakeholder group. So we're definitely planning to take it as part of this new public safety strategy. That pillar on collaboration is really intended to address some of those things, Councillor, to your point.
Okay, perfect. That sounds great. Thank you. I was curious, I heard your comment about having the best agreement I think in the province with police services, and I just wondered how you're measuring that.
So as I mentioned earlier, we have met with several comparator transit agencies. There is definitely a difficulty that they face with their different police services in coming up with an agreement that serves both the police service and the transit agency. And I think if we go back to 2018, when our agreement was kind of reimagined, that's where we saw really big improvements. One of the biggest being the addition of criminal charges. And that's kind of what feeds into that estimate of being able to reduce the calls for service for the police service by thousands of calls for service every year. So that's what I mean by the agreement itself. And then the actual functioning relationship, it kind of plays into that agreement as well. When you have a good agreement, you're automatically going to have a better working relationship. And I think with us talking with different transit agencies, one thing that they've asked is, can we see that agreement? We want to try to mimic it. So that's kind of where I get that. Now, that is an opinion piece. It's not, there's no KPIs behind that, but that's kind of where it comes from.
Okay, thank you very much. Just with respect to moving to ridership, the increase of 16-17% over the September, October, how is that divided between bus and train? So I think we saw before, after the post-pandemic period, I think the train was about 50% and buses were at about 70%. How is it divided now, and how does that figure in with line 2 as well?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I don't have the percentages in front of me, but I can say that we certainly continue to see that ridership recovery on the bus is higher than on the O-train system. But that being said, we've seen some significant increase in ridership on the O-train. So they're still in that order of bus higher recovery than train, but we have seen a big increase in ridership across the O-train network over the fall.
Maybe if I can just add to that, Chair, obviously, with the East Extension coming and then later on the West Extension, those will have an impact as well on the that breakdown between bus and rail.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any recognizance, I don't know what the word is, like why you think the ridership is higher? Is it because the existence of line 2? Is it federal public servants? Like, do we have any idea where we're seeing the biggest growth?
Thank you for the question, Chair. One thing that we do know is based on how we're measuring ridership, we're seeing increases in trips made by people who have monthly passes, but specifically concession or discounted monthly passes, your senior Equipass community youth passes, not youth, but passes distributed to through the school boards. So we're seeing increases there, UPass as well. And so that's driving some of that ridership increase, but not through adult passes. So those are still kind of lagging. We have also seen increases in trips made using O-payment and fare capping. So we're seeing more uptake of that. So it's more customers, and I think the theory would be more adult customers shifting away from passes to fare capping.
Okay, thanks. In terms of availability of buses, I was interested in Councillor Tierney's question. I know, Remy, you said you didn't have the statistics in front of you. How many buses are we currently able to get on the road? Like in my head, I think I remember that we always need about 540, and then we're at like 521. Do we have any update of the statistics right now with the new, I don't think the new used buses are in service yet, but Any update on what that looks like?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, with regards to the bus availability, you're correct in that the 11 used buses that were purchased, they're starting to enter service, and we should have them all into service by the end of this year. It's been a little longer than we anticipated to get those in service, just making sure that they have the right all the functionality that we have on our existing fleet, and there's no differences in how the operators have to maintain them or how the operators use those buses. So taking a little longer than we anticipated, appreciating that this is the first time we purchased used buses, so a little bit of trial and error on that, but they'll be in service. Right now, we've been able to maintain that number we've had the last couple months. So, as our buses get older, they get literally week by week, kilometer by kilometer, they get a little bit harder to maintain. We've been able to maintain the number around that 520 number. Obviously, there's been some days post some weather events where we struggle with that. So we're really looking forward to getting our new buses, those ZEB buses coming in. As I mentioned, we'll have approximately 50 in service by the end of the year, and we really start to see them coming in on a regular basis moving forward. So bus availability is something that we need to watch very, very closely, and Rami and his team are putting a lot of effort into maintaining that number. So it is a challenge for us, and we really need to get our new buses in, and as well included. And we talk about a little bit in a budget presentation coming up. One of the other investments that's been made is the 50 diesel articulated buses that we should start to receive in 2026 as well, which will help. So, our challenges on the fleet availability side a little bit longer to recover from, but we've got good plans to deal with that. And I'm happy that we've been able to sustain our levels, but I appreciate I know it's not easy when you see the cancellations and you're hearing from your residents some of the challenges and complaints about bus reliability and on-time performance.
Yes, we all hear about that all the time. And for the para fleet, are we still, by spring, we're expecting that complete replacement of that fleet to be completed?
I know that replacement's going well. Rami, if you maybe can by the end of September, right? Sorry, by the end of spring.
Mr. Chair, that's correct. So they're coming in, and we're quickly replacing our aging fleet with the new ones. They're performing quite well, and we're hoping by next year we have most of our fleet as a new fleet.
Okay, thank you very much. Obviously, concern about the statistics of when we can't meet our service. I think it was, 1/3 of it is operator availability, but 2 out of 5, I think I heard it say, so 40% is traffic delays, why buses aren't being delivered, if I understood that correctly. What proportion of those traffic delays are due to construction, and what are due to just permanent traffic congestion in the city? Any idea?
I'll look to Francois here to maybe provide a little bit more context, but it's really difficult to pinpoint the exact, hey, this is specific to construction, this is specific to general congestion. But we are seeing that trend that, more of our challenges, more of our cancellations are related to congestion. And, this was a big year for construction projects across the city. And, I heard some positive news about the 417 today, which is great because, with the challenges on the 417, you see a lot of vehicle traffic trying to go into the secondary roads, and that's what starts to impact our bus service more and more. So I don't know, Francois, if you have anything more to add to that, but general traffic congestion and construction, it's hard to separate each specific issue. But this year was a big year for general construction.
Thanks, Troy, and thanks for the question. I can speak just briefly on the data itself that we have, and many times the cause of the delay is not necessarily identified. We know that the bus is stuck in traffic, but why the traffic is there is probably something that's not readily available in the data there. Was it the broken down vehicle in front? Was it construction detours or a delivery vehicle blocking a lane? That nuance is not part of that. So it's kind of just captured in that overall category of we're stuck, we're not moving. But there's a little bit of that's missing. But I'd look to Joel as well if there's anything to add in terms of how that's captured.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the breakdown, as Troy said, it's very hard to establish what's attributed to what, but I mean, there's widespread and impactful construction projects across the city right now, including KZM Parkway, which fortunately is set to wrap up. We've got delays at Baseline and Greenbank. We've got delays on South Bank Street. And of course, with the interlining of bus routes, that trickles across the whole network once they get caught into those areas, as well as the 417, of course. Fortunately, we will have some relief with the KZM Parkway shortly, and but to pinpoint the exact cause, I mean, it's a little bit of everything. But certainly anyone who's commuting on our roads right now can see the congestion we're experiencing, and especially in the PM peak. Currently, we're having twice as many control actions in the PM peak as the AM peak. So that's really where the big impact is for us right now.
Okay, thank you very much. And last question, we've been plagued with issues of traffic congestion, bus shortages, and mechanic shortages. I'm just wondering, I've got kind of an update on traffic congestion and bus shortages, but on the mechanic shortage issue, is there any update on that?
It's a challenge. No, but as I say that in jest, but we have a good plan in place. But it is an industry challenge recruiting mechanics. We hope that we're just going, well, sorry, not we hope, we're going out with our new recruitment campaign for mechanics now with the ratification of the new collective agreement, the new pay rates associated with that. We hope that that will provide some much needed relief and assistance in terms of our ability to recruit. But as well as part of the contract negotiations, there was some changes made in how we allocate work and how we can more efficiently schedule work for our mechanics. So there's also some gains there that we have some ability to generate some greater efficiencies in how do we use the existing staff. But as Ms. Pezian was just whispering in my ear here too as well, we're really investing heavily in our apprenticeship program to generate that knowledge and skills in-house and not waiting necessarily to have to recruit externally. So apprenticeship program, improvements to the pay rates, which should help with recruitment, and then ongoing changes in how we manage our workforce and generate some additional efficiencies. We hope that'll all pay off. And then when you couple that with new vehicles coming in, that will benefit our reliability of our bus service. Unfortunately, some of that has taken some time to get to that point, and but I think we're on the right track on so many fronts.
Thank you very much. And just last question, is sort of the mechanic shortage or lack of availability of mechanics exacerbated at all by the new kinds of buses that we introduced, for example, or does that make a difference at all? Like we've got different kinds of buses, now we're buying used buses. Is that going to exacerbate the problem?
No, Mr. Chair. I mean, there's a shortage of mechanics in the industry in general. But with the bringing on, the zero electric emission buses, we do have to invest heavily in training our existing staff onto that. So it's not necessarily an impediment from a recruitment perspective, but we do need to make sure we train our staff and we transition them from, or at least a portion of them from, maintaining electric buses or maintaining diesel buses to maintaining electric buses. So it's a significant body of work, but it's part of our operating plan moving forward is the ongoing training development of our staff for the electrification of our fleet.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. I don't have a ton of questions for you. One of them I thought of as you were speaking. The transit app has surveys in it, and I know I fill that survey out multiple times a week because it's fun. It asks questions about perceptions of safety. That data, I presume, is available to us. Are you able to tell us whether you see any trends in whether or not that perception of safety is increasing or decreasing?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Yes, the data is available to us and is used to some degree, to varying degrees. There's a lot of data submitted by customers through the transit app. In terms of trends for safety specifically, and the responses that customers have been giving us in terms of their perceptions of safety, and this is going from memory, but the results have been fairly stable in terms of that perception. There's been no dramatic swing up or down in terms of that. We've had a fairly constant result in terms of how customers kind of answer that question.
Okay, I would hope that as we see our special constables more visible on the system, that at some point we'll see an increase in the perception of safety. There is the breakdown between while at a stop, and then there's also, you know, while on a vehicle. And I'd love to hear about more about that as the data comes in. The second question I had was with respect to undelivered LRT trips. We're getting great insight for you, and thank you very much with respect to undelivered bus trips. But with respect to undelivered LRT trips, we don't have any sort of, we don't have a lot that I can bring to residents to say, here's why a trip may have been undelivered. I think both Chair Gower and I just missed the infrastructure failure the other day. Were you traveling? I was traveling. I just missed not getting. Oh, you got caught in that, yeah. But then there are lots of trips that are undelivered or delays because of medical, because of guideway intrusion. Like there's a lot of different things. I can't talk to residents about why they read on Reddit that a train is down without a little bit more data. Are you able to give us some insight as to why trips are undelivered or delayed?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, maybe I could start off by saying, we know that, next year we want to look at some of our KPIs and do a bit of a refresh on those. With the launch of the East Extension, gives us some opportunities to look at both, some of our reporting on the bus network as well as reporting on the rail network. So, but yes, I mean, we do have information with regards to the reasons for the delays or the reasons for missed trips on the rail side of things. As I reported, I think at the last Transit Commission, one of the more common things we're seeing is those, medical emergencies and guideway intrusions, like you just mentioned. And then for the other types of technical issues, there's no really sort of emerging pattern or trend at this point, but, it's, you got millions of pieces of equipment on each train, and, things can go wrong from time to time, and you get the alarms and the alerts that the operator needs to respond to. But we can provide some more insight on a case-by-case basis. If you're looking for it, you can always reach out to our team. But in terms of reporting back to committee, we are looking at our KPIs, and we want to do a refresh on that. And to your point, I think, similar on the bus side of things, we could provide a little bit more granularity on the rail side as to what those missed trips are.
I would love to see that, and forgive an editorial comment for a moment, but we're about to pass a comprehensive zoning bylaw that removes things like parking minimums. And we're really doubling down on intensification near transit. And there is a lot of skepticism on the part of residents that that strategy is workable, because in their minds, the LRT doesn't work. I live close to Tunney's pasture. I use the train many, many times a week, usually very confident that the train is running. But when something goes on Reddit to say the train is delayed, when there is a headline that the train is delayed without mentioning that it is a medical emergency or a guideway intrusion or any one of those issues that transit systems around the world have, it reinforces the negative perception of LRT that came out of that very challenging launch period. It's a different it's a differently running system today than it was in 2019 and 2020, obviously. But without those stats, it's really difficult for me to go to residents and say, absolutely, we can rely on LRT to pursue an intensification strategy with the very controversial new comprehensive zoning bylaw that we're about to pass. And if I had those numbers to say, here's why sometimes the train isn't running, and if those numbers demonstrated that it's not some kind of systemic infrastructure failure, that would be very helpful to those of us councillors who are going to ask residents to accept a controversial new zoning bylaw in less than a month. So that's where my question is coming from, and I would love to get some analysis on that. I will leave it there. Thanks for your indulgence, Chair.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. My questions are sort of, all over the place. So the first one's about there was some information about SEPTED and discussions about using design elements to make stations safer. Do you have discussions with stakeholders, like within the city, within other agencies, or even private stakeholders about areas leading up to stations? Because the transit station, yes, is within our purview, but everything, to and from is also affects the people that that use our service.
Thank you for the question, Chair. I'd say first and foremost, the focus has always been just on our transit property. That's where the span of control for the special constables starts and ends. When we do this threat and vulnerability risk assessment every 3 years, we just completed one for lines 1, 2, and 4. The consultant, it's an independent group that comes in to look at threats, risks, and hazards throughout the system. And the focus is again on the transit property, but it can include things that can incur onto the property. Even an example like drone usage or other things that connect, but there's no current mechanism to do, I think, what you're exactly asking, to go outside and speak to other stakeholders whose property is not on city or transit property. If it's city property, then absolutely those mechanisms exist.
Okay, and I think, in same vein as Councillor Leeper's comments, like if we are trying to do more to attract people to the transit system, some of those discussions may have to happen. Perhaps it's not, perhaps we try and they don't respond, and that's understandable, that's fair. But I think the priority should definitely be on our own properties, but it's also worth looking at outside to and from.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add in as well, specific to one location, I know, transit services were participating with the Byward Market Rejuvenation Project, working with strategic initiatives. So that's an area that we're specifically looking at, and transit being like the entrance, the gateway into the Byward Market, and making it more inviting, more greater sense of safety and security. And, we'll expand that out. I know we're looking at the Byward Market, but from a transit perspective, Parliament Station as well too. So we're actively involved in those discussions with our partners, and transit is definitely part of that discussion as to, the improvements in terms of perception of safety and security, and what can we do to make it more inviting for not just our residents, but for visitors as well to the city. So, there are some initiatives going on, and, we're always looking for ways to improve. And, as I said earlier, it's never an end state.
Thanks. So on that topic, sort of, I get feedback every so often from residents about the William Street entrance at Rideau Station, and the loitering and other things that take place there. Understanding that you can't reasonably station a constable there 24/7. What else has and can be done to improve that entrance?
Thank you for the question. I think that with the new deployment model, we'll have significant overlap during the day. And we'll also have a team that's dedicated to being proactive in the community on our system. So I think that we'll naturally see improvements with that area. And ultimately, we'll report back on that.
And maybe just to add to what my colleague was saying, there's the knock right across the street with the police there. And then there's also, this is a place where we can do a SEPTED review. For instance, right in our property, we've definitely done, as part of this recent threat and vulnerability assessment, it's definitely looked at certain stations that have a really unique security profile. And of course, we're aware. I went on a ride along with my team earlier this year, and we'd go, and 10 minutes later, we'd come back. It would be the same thing. So it's definitely a problem we're recognizing, and we're trying to work collaboratively with other city partners, and not just with the special constables, to help address that.
Yep, understood. And this is one of those stations where the design it's new, right? And newish. So it is designed with those elements in mind. But yeah, there's a lot of other factors there. On the reporting, the public app for direct reporting that you had teased in your presentation, is there any way we can tie that in with an existing app? I know. Going back to Councillor Leeper again, I know that he had mentioned, we have a transit app right now that we use, and my own concern is that we're going to launch another app to put on people's phones, or it's an app that people won't know about, so they won't download it. And in the past, when we had our own app, it didn't go so well.
Thank you for the question, Chair. I'd say it's definitely something we're going to look at. We're navigating a few different things. There's some security challenges, and we want to make sure that the volume of what's coming in from the app, that the special constables are well equipped to be able to respond. Especially, for example, I saw something on social media just Friday, and I saw several people filming something, and that being able to be provided directly to the special constable unit so they can deal with it in an instant, as opposed to getting lost in a lot of the wealth of data data that Francois and Pat and their teams need through the regular transit app. So we're definitely trying to explore multiple things. We know we want to make sure that it's easy for customers to report and reach the special constables at any time. Something we're considering. I'm not sure there's one perfect method to do this, but we're also consulting with some of our colleagues at the rest of the city just on different apps that could help, be it for internal or external use.
I think I know which video you're talking about. Anyway, so okay, I'm gonna move off that topic now. So on the bus reliability data, I know I've been chipping away at this point multiple times over the last year or so. Is that when the data that's presented shows a 97.3 trip delivery rate, 80 something percent regularity and 70% punctuality. I think it's the other way around actually. It doesn't very well reflect the experiences that residents tell us, right? Transit passengers in our wards tell us, right? People are saying every other trip's been canceled, or every other trip's been so late that it feels like it's been canceled, or just general reliability issues that don't reflect the, decent percentages that we've been reporting. And most of these complaints have been, at least for me, during peak period. So I'm wondering if I've asked this a number of times now, how come we can't break out like a 3 to 6 p.m., like a 6 to 9 and then 3 to 6 p.m. Information on service on those metrics? And how come we're still sort of using overall performance metrics that we know averages can be sort of, we know averages hide a lot of those anomalies in that data?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I recognize that, you've raised it before. And as I mentioned in one of the previous answers, we do want to look at doing a refresh in terms of our KPIs and statistics that we report on for next year. I tend to like to tie these things to, changes in the system. But it's also, one of the balancing pieces to this is, we like having the consistent metrics to be able to compare, the trends over a long period of time. But, to your point, I think we all recognize here that in terms of our service delivery, the PM peak has been our biggest challenge and continues to be our biggest challenge for our customers. We hear it too. I know that you as councillors, you hear it a lot. You hear it from your residents. I mean, we hear it from our customers as well too. And the PM peak is our challenging period of time. But as I mentioned, I'm repeating myself at this point, that's something that we can look at, and we already have it on our work plan to look at refreshing our KPIs for 2026.
Okay, thanks. I'm just gonna throw staff direction in there just because it's been asked for before. If I can get that staff direction on screen. So that future bus and LRT service performance metrics, including trip delivery, service punctuality, reliability, et cetera, reported at Transit Committee, include separate data sets for peak and off-peak in addition to overall service performance metrics currently reported.
Would staff take that as direction?
Mr. Chair, I just had one question for clarification in terms of timing. It would be problematic for us to make that change for February, given everything else that's going on in the launch of the anticipated launch of the LRT Line 1 to the east. So if there's some flexibility around timing, so we can have some time to take a look at that and be able to present back to Transit Commission some new KPIs, that would be appreciated.
Would Q2 be fair?
Yeah. Yeah, K2, apologies, yes. Q2 is something that we can achieve, yes.
Okay, so let's say that Q2 2026 then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DesRoches.
Thank you, Chair. On the questions of on the points of reliability and performance, I often get the question when the system is running at a high level of performance, that there's not a significant late routing. Do you, in your planning, plan the buses connecting with Line 2 stations so that passengers are able to connect with the train? And I appreciate from time to time there will be delays that sort of throw that off, and someone will get there and have to wait the full 12 minutes. But can you confirm to me that, and to the residents that, and the passengers, that in your planning, you're considering that those buses should connect with sufficient time to have a reasonable wait time for the train.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll ask my colleague Pat to elaborate a little bit, but we do attempt to try to match up our service as much as possible, whether it be bus connections or bus to train connections. The challenge is hundreds of routes or hundreds of trips on actually thousands of trips on a daily basis, trying to line them up to the various stations at the times of the train. But there is some consideration made to that, and I'll ask Pat to elaborate.
Mr. Chair, we do that where possible. We do that where it's straightforward and easy. We always do it with the first and last trips of the morning, making sure that, for instance, someone who's riding the train out in the evening doesn't just miss the last train, or just miss the last connecting bus. But not every bus runs as late as the last train. Not every bus starts as early as the first train in the morning. People are traveling in two directions on the line. Some people are going north, some people are going south, some people are going to different connecting bus routes. So what we try to do mostly is make sure that there's not a bus coming in just after a train has left. But when if a bus route's running every 30 minutes, it's never going to match the same way to a train that runs every 12 minutes. It's going to might come in 6 minutes before one trip. It might come in, it would otherwise come in at the same time on the next trip. So we try to offset them by sort of multiples of 3 and things like that, 3 minutes, so that they don't happen at the same time. So people aren't watching the train pull away just as their bus pulls in. But if they're going the other direction, then the majority of people, that can still happen.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Second question, and on the subject of watching the train pull away, how much flexibility does the operator have to hold the train momentarily, potentially, to accommodate maybe some late arrivals or arrivals that are coming right at the departure? I know it's ironic. I mean, we want the train to run on time, right? So there's a balance there, but is there some leeway or flexibility when they see the platform starting to fill up with passengers and they're about to hit the gas pedal?
That's a great question, Mr. Chair. So, yes, our operators on both lines have the flexibility to be able to hold a train a little bit longer, to be able to ensure that people board. But keeping in mind, though, that to your point, we do want these trains to operate on a schedule, and on line 2, it's even more important given the combination of single and double tracking. And you've heard us talk about, it's a bit of a choreographed dance with regards to line 2, and that we need those trains to line up where there's those passing sidings. So we want them to adhere to a schedule as much as possible. But they do have flexibility, but the operators really are limited in terms of their view to what's in and around the train doors. The operators are trained to ensure that, before the train doors close and the train pulls away, that is safe for them to depart. They don't have access to view the entire station to see if it's filling up with people or if there's people coming up the stairwell. They don't have access to see that. Their access is what's happening around those train doors, and is it safe for me to depart? But if they do see a number of people on that platform around that area and they're still boarding, they do have some flexibility definitely to hold a train a little bit longer to allow people to board the train.
Okay, thank you. On the ridership data, I think I would be willing to bet you one of the drivers to that is the line 2. We see that at the Bowesville station in particular, that park and ride is nearing capacity, if not at capacity on certain days. That's good news. My observations while I'm scientific is that we got a lot of Carleton students and staff that are taking great advantage of this, and it is a vast improvement to what the residents of this area had prior to line 2. Big step forward. So it's great that the Bowesville station is nearing capacity. What are we doing long-term to look at energizing the new spots? Because the contract was for a limited number of spots with the potential for expansion. First, that question. And then second, with winter operations, can we ensure that the winter maintenance does not take away spots that are needed there, and either the snow is cleared as quickly as possible or it's placed in an area that doesn't burn spots for parking? I know Councillor Hill has been following this very closely. Lots of Barrhaven residents using that station. So if you could respond to those two questions, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you for the questions. With regards to the expansion of the park and ride lot, I know that that's something you've been very much highlighting to us, that the lots are full, and it's great to see they're full. It's a good challenge to have, and that we are seeing that they're well utilized. And yeah, we're seeing a lot of times they're that 90-95% capacity. And with Carleton University being one of the main destinations, you see that parking lot fluctuate quite a bit throughout the day as students come and go, and depending on their times. But yes, to your point, I know that our partners in transportation planning have initiated the various analysis in looking at what needs to happen and what are the requirements to expand that lot, and they're fully aware of where we're at in terms of the capacity that we're achieving, and that there is a potential need for we are reaching capacity on days, and expansion of the lot is something that we should be looking at. So that work has initiated with our transportation planning colleagues. And in terms of winter operations, given that it's a full lot, we've directed our contractor, and I'm not sure, I looked at Rami, is it Public Works or is it outside contractor?
Mr. Chair, it's both. We use our colleagues from Public Works support us at that location, as well as the contractor, but we've discussed it with both partners to clear the snow as much as possible from the area to allow more parking space.
Okay, that's helpful. Good to hear. Thank you so much. Last point is not related directly to your operations, but the other night we had our open house for the Bank and Leitrim intersection. That's a critical infrastructure piece for the Finley Creek and Leitrim area. Eventually, the plans call for some bus lanes down Bank Street, and I asked staff whether we could put in some jump lanes potentially in that intersection. We see from the data, and Councillor Carr did a great job drilling down on, the congestion is contributing in a big way to the delays we're seeing. We've got roads in the core of the city. They've been like that for many, 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 many decades. And I know we're looking at, how do we improve the flow of the buses through those areas through the jump lanes. So I think it's something's new. And that's my sense, even from this Leitrim and Bank discussion, that's new. So I think we need to have some flexibility there. I think many of my colleagues know when you deal with our traffic light services here, the answer is usually no. We've got to get to yes to making these intersections work for all the users, especially transit, and not be so bound by some of the strict feedback that we get on our policies. So I'll just leave that with you, that I think we need to look at proactively these jump lanes in some other parts of the city where we're redesigning intersections. Thank you.
Appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to staff for the presentation. It's appreciated. I appreciated the lengthy update on the public safety campaign and the strategy. Good information there, and it was good to see that you presented for the first time at the Police Services Board. As you say, it's a partnership or collaboration, so it's good to see that. What does staff believe the #1 public safety issue is that OC Transpo wants to tackle? I know you say it's all encompassing, it's many issues, but what can you pinpoint is a major concern right now with respect to public safety?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I do think that we have to focus on the overall safety plan in order to actually accomplish this. One thing that we do see heading into the winter months is the unhoused population in our system. That's definitely a challenge of ours. But to pinpoint on one specific thing would be really difficult. It really, changes throughout the season. So I think it's better to focus on the entire plan.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. You referenced funding was being provided via the Ontario-Ottawa agreement. Can I be reminded, what is the total amount that we're receiving as part of this agreement?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I'm just going to direct the question to my colleagues in finance. I don't have the total. I could pull it just in a few moments if you give me a moment to do that. But we're in year 2 of 3 of this provincial funding, just set to expire at the end of March 2027.
My main question is not how much are we getting, but what are we spending? Do we have monies left? Do you have a plan for the residual?
Yes,
Sounds
thank you.
like every year, sorry, you've got a commitment or a plan for every year.
Yes, thank you for the question, Chair. Yes, there is a plan. It's a very robust plan for any of the organizations receiving money. And there is very specific categories in which the money can be spent. We're doing our best to spend every single penny that we've been getting through the funding, but there's special money that's associated with staffing, some for equipment, some for technology. So it's very prescriptive how the money can be spent, and it was all set up in the original agreement.
Excellent. I don't need the total number now, but I just
Okay.
like to be reminded once we get our fingers on that.
Absolutely.
Fare aversion is something that's been raised here a few times. Would staff take under advisement my request to provide a future slide and presentations about all the steps that you're taking to combat fare aversion? This is not just about writing tickets. In fact, writing tickets should be our last step in this journey. But given the deficits that the city's facing and given the breadth of the concern of fare aversion, is it possible, one slide, just to update us on the good work that you're doing in this regard?
Thank you for the question, Chair. The answer is yes. We can bring back a slide on fare evasion as part of my safety updates, but we are also looking, I've not lost sight of your last request on some more robust KPIs around fare compliance versus the fare evasion rate. So still in the plan, but we can absolutely include it as part of the February update if
Fair enough.
the general manager is agreeable.
Great, thank you so much. Slide 17 displays the bus and train ridership data. Always good to see that. Good bumps in September and October, not just month over month, but year over year as well. You present data for 2025, and I'm just again, if I can park this with staff to get back to us, but the 2024 data for October and September, are we able to put our fingertips on that today? Or is that something I just need to leave with staff and they can get back to me on?
Sorry, Chair, the 2024 data for forecasted ridership?
The slide 17 illustrates our ridership in October, 7.8 million. 7.4 million in September. I just want to know the vertical bars for 2024 for October and September. What do those bars, what's the actual number?
Thank you, Chair, for the precision. September 2024 was 7 million. And October 2024 was 6.9 million.
Okay. And what did we budget in 2025 for ridership for those 2 months?
So in September, our forecast was 7.9 million.
Okay.
And in October, the forecast was 8.1 million.
Okay. So we're getting closer. That's good. Thank you. The pre-COVID ridership numbers that I think Councillor Carr asked, that's good to have, even though that I think we've moved on from including data from 5 years ago. For me, it's always the benchmark. If we are going to the province asking for operating dollars, if we're going to the feds, if the delegation is going to Queen's Park like they did last year, it's important for us to say, hey, we still haven't hit our ridership numbers. There have been a lot of changes in the auto environment that we're struggling to get there. But for us, at least for me, at least, it's important to have that data if that can be provided as well. Slide 19 talks about bus service reliability. My copy of this page, I think, has been changed over the last few days. My copy for October 25 was at 68% for routes that are 15 minutes or less frequent. And today it's at 70. So is that just a revision over the weekend?
Thank you, Chair. That was the wrong cells in an Excel file.
Okay.
Pointing, so the 70% is the correct.
70 is better.
70.
I'll take it.
70
Thank you.
correct.
Okay. This may be an odd question, but if I tap a senior's pass or a high school student's pass on the bus, is there a different illustration on the machine for the driver to say, hey, you're not a senior, you're not a high school student? Or is it possible that people within the same household who are not a senior, who are not a high school student, are using those passes?
Mr. Chair, there's a different sound that plays so that the operator can look up and see whether the person appears to qualify for a discounted fare.
Fair enough. Okay, I did not know that. Appreciate that. My final question is just regarding the food bank day or the collection at Loblaws. Do you know if Loblaws provides any type of monetary or food donation in partnership with what members of the public are providing that day?
Mr. Chair, I know that, you know, throughout the day, Loblaws is very supportive of our staff that are there. I'd look to Bart. Bart? Yeah, I think they're just inquiring right now as to the question with regards to does Loblaws provide any support in terms of donations, financial or food to the food bank?
Loblaws is getting a lot of publicity out of this. Obviously, customers are going in and spending thousands of dollars.
Chair, I think Pat's got the answer for us right here too.
Mr. Chair, I believe that Loblaws makes a donation on their own to directly to the food bank.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm some statistics on the bus availability, bus capacity, bus requirements, and then we'll speak specifically to some of my concerns at Tunney's Pasture on afternoon peak ridership. So I think I heard the number 520, that the number of buses that we have that are operational right now, roughly around 520. Is that a correct number?
We put approximately 520 buses in service at our peak periods. We have a higher number, obviously, to account for spares, the vehicles that are in for regular maintenance, those types of things, but we're regular hitting the 520 number for our peak periods.
Okay, and we have an additional 50, sorry, not an additional 50, but we're going to go up to the total 50 of the electric buses by the end of the year, and then we're looking at another 50 articulated buses for next year, yes?
The 50 articulated buses are going to come in 2026 and in 2027, over 2 years.
Okay, and do you have an estimate for the total number of buses that you need to be operational in order to meet all of the bus route requirements that you currently have?
Mr. Chair, if I understand correctly, the council is looking for the number we once provided, which was 540. I think we've reduced to 520 since then to tackle the issues we're having with our buses today.
So if we have 540 operational buses, then we're able to meet the operational requirements of all of the routes that we have.
That's correct from a bus availability perspective.
Okay, so the delta is about 20. And I mean, we should be moving towards a good space if we have an additional, procurement cycle of the electric buses for this year end. I guess the only thing that would provide drag to that is the retirement of some of our older buses. So do you have an estimate of when we will be hovering consistently at the 540 number?
Mr. Chair, that's technically when we should have our entire electric fleet. So we have the reliability we're supposed to have. I can give you a little bit of information right now if that helps. We're supposed to be at 738 buses in our fleet. And our retirement plan should be 1 for 1. So for every one electric bus or new diesel bus that we receive, we're supposed to be retiring an older bus. However, as of today, we have 734, and I'm expecting to retire 6 more because they just won't make it through the next couple of weeks. So that should put us at 728, about 10 short from where we need to be.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understood. We have 734. We're about 10 short of where we need to be in total in order to be able to fully operate the routes that we have.
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay, and we're retiring basically 1 for 1 as we receive a new bus, we're retiring a bus, but are we doing any kind of a delay process until we get those additional 10 buses so that we're able to provide more reliable service?
Mr. Chair, That you're bang on, and that's what we're looking to do. We know that a lot of our buses are at their end of their life. They're costly to maintain, and they're not as reliable as we want them to be. But if there are opportunities to hold on to a bus a little bit longer, so we can hit that 5 more. Absolutely, that's our goal to achieve that. And also keep in mind with the 11 used buses that are coming on this, by before the end of the year, that will give us some more capacity. And then I do not want to overpromise and underdeliver on this one, but with the east extension, we will be retiring buses. Ramy's team will look at, are there some buses that in a short term that we can continue on, that can give some reliability so that we can achieve that number. But we have some limited flexibility to do that, but those are the things that we are looking at, because we absolutely do want to hit that 540 plus number. I mean, we don't want to strive for 540. We want to strive for more than 540 so that we can achieve the 540 regulator. But those are all things that we're looking at. You're bang on in your questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So I think it's fair to say, correct me if I'm wrong, that over the quarter before us, we're going to see a fairly significant surge in bus availability coming online, whether it's being through the east extension or through the procurement cycles that you have ongoing, so that we should be able to get to a point where the bus requirements are equaling the bus operational scheduling plan.
And Mr. Chair, I think I would say, over the first half of the year, we have a good number coming in, but definitely any new bus helps improve our bus availability and, helps the team be able to meet the numbers that we achieve. So 50 new ZEBs by the end of the year in service. And then as we start to achieve more, and it just continues to help. But I think Q1 might be just a little overly aggressive. I think if we say the first half of the year, we'll be in a better position.
Is it fair to say that it is the status of our bus fleet at present that is a major contributor to the afternoon peak demand Tunney's pasture bus reliability issues?
Mr. Chair, I think that's an accurate statement, but I'd also like to flag in there that, the traffic congestion that we're seeing is just as impactful, if not more impactful, than the bus availability. But the bus availability is a significant contributor to our reliability challenges in the PM peak. Yes.
So understanding that over the next, well, you tell me, I'm guessing it's about 18 to 24 months, but once that stage 2 out to Algonquin College construction is completed, and I guess I would like to get confirmation of when you estimate that timeframe to be. That will take care of the construction piece, and then really the only other aspect to that would be bus availability, which, I mean, if we're doing the best we can over the next 6 months, you're offering, what I really want to hear is that transit riders who commute regularly out of Tunney's pasture are going to see an improvement in the reliability of that afternoon on-peak service out of Tunney's pasture.
Mr. Chair, that's 100% our goal, and the entire team is committed to the, as I always say, it's always safety first and reliability second. But we are 100% aligned to that and making it happen, whether it be our recruitment, whether it be our opportunities for our quarterly seasonal changes, the onboarding of the LRT and the ability to reallocate some limited resources to onboarding new vehicles. 100%, those are all the factors that we're working towards. And part of that as well is what we talked about earlier is recruiting mechanics. We've got some vacancies that we need to fill. We fill those vacancies, with our new recruitment campaign that again allows us to, put more buses on the road and keep ahead of things. So, we're committed to showing improvement. I know that we've been sort of static and stable at the levels, and we're not happy with them. I know Councillor Brockington, you've raised this quite a few times. We're not happy with the levels we're at. So we need to maintain that sustained focus, and there's a lot of key investments and initiatives that the committee has directed us to do. And some of them they take time, like the bus procurement piece. It takes time to get those buses onboarded, and especially with the ZEBs, the training of our staff. But we're on the right path. We really are, and I'm I don't want to use the word happy, but I'm happy that we've been able to sustain the level of service we've had, given the challenges that we faced. But I recognize that we need to show improvement, and that's something that you're all expecting, and something our customers are expecting to see as well, and we're committed to that.
Thank you very much. Could you speak to a ballpark timeline that we can expect the stage 2 out to Algonquin College to be completed?
I look to my colleague here, Richard, but what we've said previously was, that end of year 2026, early 2027, but Richard's got the most up-to-date information.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. As per the GM's update there, that's still the timeline that we're working towards in terms of the detailed schedule discussions that we're having with the EWC, that we're aiming for substantial completion towards the end of 2026 for the West.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to pivot a little bit to some of the line of questioning of my colleague, Councillor DeRoche. He's absolutely right. The folks in Barrhaven are very appreciative, especially our Carleton students, of that Bowesville Park and Ride. And I do kind of want us to see us to be victims of success, and that lots of people want to go there, but it would be trust breaking for students to think that they can, go there, park their car, hop on the LRT, get to class, only to find that there's no parking there. So I just wanted to ask, you're in the process of looking at the park and ride analysis. How quickly are you going to get to an answer? Like, is this, over the next 6 months, you're looking at something, or a couple of years? How long is it going to take you to get an answer to the question of, do you have enough capacity at the park and ride at Bowesville?
Mr. Chair, I looked to Pat. He's got some additional information, but, we know that, we're close to capacity, and I'm sure there are times in which we're at capacity in that park and ride lot, but generally speaking, we see a lot of times we're on that 89 to 92% capacity. But I'll ask Pat to elaborate. He's been in consultation speaking with our transportation planning colleagues.
Thanks, Troy. Mr. Chair, the information I have from our colleagues in transportation planning in PDBS department is that based on the data we had from early September 2025, the lot was then being 87% of the capacity was being used on weekdays. And that's a very positive number. The facility was designed with provision for future expansion to add. So right now it's got 800 spaces. There is space to install another 950 spaces. And we are initiating a functional design for the expansion to identify what the easy phasing options would be. And then they'll be taking that through the process of getting any approvals necessary.
Maybe, sorry, Mr. Chair, if I could just add one more thing. I just think it's important to highlight as well. I don't believe at this time there's any funding source that's been identified to expand that lot.
Okay, so barring the funding issue, how quickly would it take us to turn around from a decision that, yes, we need to expand this in certain phases, to we're actually doing the construction?
Mr. Chair, if that's something that we could take back and get back to the council on, I'd appreciate that. I'm not sure if we have I don't think we have the expertise to be able to answer how long it would take to construct a new park and ride lot. So if you could bear with us and let us get that information back to you, I'd appreciate that.
No, that's fine. I appreciate the answers. Thank you very much for all the work, and it's a good update. There's a lot of great numbers in there. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci. Merci tout le monde. Merci d'être là aujourd'hui. I did miss a portion of this update. I apologize. I had another meeting. So if any of my line of questioning is for the budget portion, Chair, just please interrupt me and I will stop. I only have for this portion 2 questions. For you guys were talking about, the ridership, it's 81% pre-pandemic levels. Do we know, is that due to LRT? Is that due to return to work? Do we have any more information about how we got to that 81%?
Mr. Chair, we know that, generally speaking, that we're seeing an increase in ridership, and we can follow up with more detail in terms of the breakdown between rail and bus. We know that bus is has increased or returned to closer to pre-pandemic levels more than rail, but it really is a combination of factors that's driving that ridership increase.
Okay, and then after that, and if you didn't talk about this, we can talk about it in the next section. you know, we have those bus only lanes on Rideau and Montreal Road. Was there any data about how that has increased or decreased bus reliability times? Do we have that information?
Mr. Chair, we have that information. It's not a part of the presentation we made today, but if the councillor would like, we can feed that information to her separately offline.
I would love that. Thank you so much. Thanks again, Mr. Chair. Great job you're doing today, and I will see you on the next portion as well.
Merci. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the team. I wanted to ask about paratranspo. I'm looking back at the report that was put forward, and thank you to Councillor DeRoche for this on the eligibility reviews and vehicle assignment procedures for paratranspo. I keep coming across people in my ward who really want to be on the bus, and there's strict criteria. Most of them are older adults, and I expect that population will grow and the desire to ride on paratranspo buses will grow. I heard we're getting more. That's great, but are we still going to have these very strict requirements so that because what I'm hearing is people do have disabilities. They have a difficult time, for example, to sit in taxis for long periods of time, and the buses are way better for them. So I just want to know if there'll be, if there's any opportunity to accommodate people like that in the future.
Mr. Chair, we apply the qualification policies that council decides upon. That has changed from time to time, but not in the last 8 or 10 years. That's the last time there was another group added. If the we'd certainly support any analysis that council asked us to do on changing the qualification criteria for paratranspo service. For the allocation between minibuses and taxis, which I know we've spoken to the councillor about, that's a question of what sort of vehicle can we best use that will meet each individual customer's particular travel needs because of the nature of the type of trip they're making or the nature of their disability, while making sure that we have capacity remaining on the other types of vehicles for people the nature of whose travel or disability does not give them flexibility. So, for example, if there is someone who must, by the nature of their situation, ride on a minibus and is not physically able to ride in a taxi cab, if we assign somebody else who does have that alternative available to them, we might be taking away a space on a minibus and need to deny those people their trip. So we're monitoring that all day, every day, and in discussion with our councillor or with our customers. Sorry.
I appreciate that. I think there is a need to look at it because I'm hearing from people who are in wheelchairs that have been told to take taxis, and it was surprising. So thank you. I'm hoping when we look at the future that we'll consider this, especially when we're going to have more people who are aging and probably more people who may require paratranspo in the future. So thank you, and hope we can look at this in the future. Thanks.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. Came back onto the list to ask a follow-up question on some of the questions about reliability. How much does staff believe, or if you have the data, how much does like things like interlining and insufficient run times and recovery times contribute to a lot of the reliability issues? I know I know resources are strained, but there are cases that I know where like a local bus, a fully local route is interlined with a route that comes out of Tunney's Pasture, for example, or comes from Gatineau, and is not running reliably because of it, while all the other trips around it are.
It's Mr. Chair, it's a very detailed and complex answer to that one, but the interlining piece, yeah, it can pose some challenges in that, delays and issues that occur in one part of the city can affect routes on other parts of the city. But it's important to keep in mind that, interlining saves us, millions upon millions on an annual basis. And as well, in terms of the number of buses that we need to employ as well, too. So there's some real cost benefits to interlining. The challenge is getting the right running times associated with that for the routes, as well as the time they need to get between routes. So it's not about, from my perspective, it's not about elimination of interlining. It's about, maybe limiting interlining to the areas where, maybe geographical areas of the city, or, have zones or those types of things. And we're going to be looking at a number of options from a scheduling perspective. We need to do it with the ZEBs coming online. We need to look at how we schedule and plan our routes. So there's a number of changes that we're going to be sort of I say trial and error, but we'll be doing that behind the scenes. Like we wouldn't, put a service schedule in place and see how it works, so to speak. There's things that we're going to be doing in the back end to see if we try different computations, different analysis, and how we piece together the work. What does that mean in terms of our bus count? What does that mean in terms of our budget? What does that mean in terms of service delivery? So there's a few things that we're going to be working on in that regard. But interlining saves buses and provides for the most efficient use of the resources that we have. And I think I might have only answered part of your question there.
Yeah, the other part was about the amount of runtime that you provide on that staff provide on routes, recovery time as well. I don't know if that's, I know that there's a lot of, it opens up a whole pyramid of information there.
It's a contributing factor. And I know that, my colleague Pat, and his team, I'm not sure if it was Matt, maybe last time at Transit Commission, provide some details with regards to how we go about scheduling our routes in terms of, you want to make sure that, 85% of the buses are able to finish the route on time, and then you assign so much recovery time that 95% of the operators can, 95% of the buses can start the next route on time. So that's the scheduling process that we go to. But, as, you're doing these things, months in advance, and, as traffic congestion changes or traffic patterns change, as construction, maybe there's construction that we plan for that's known in advance that we put into schedules, but sometimes there's construction activities that come up that aren't incorporated, and that can cause a bit of a challenge. So running time, scheduling, and recovery time is a contributing factor, but we have processes in place to mitigate that as much as possible. And maybe Pat, if you want to elaborate a little bit more, that'd be great.
I think, Mr. Chair, I think Troy has said it all. The main thing I wanted to just provide a cross-reference to was that we spoke about this at the last Transit Committee meeting, and there's a couple of paragraphs in the report on reliability that we brought at the September meeting that explain in more detail just what Troy outlined about 85th percentile and the reasons why we use the 85th percentile for end-to-end running time, and the reasons why we use the 95th percentile for the departure time of the next trip, whether that trip is coming off the same route or is interlined from a different route.
Nope, understood. Would you say generally that the amount of money and resource that we're saving with interlining specifically is greater than the amount of money that we'd be spending on overtime, service adjustments, missed trips, and all that?
We've been interlining since the 1980s. So we're always using the newest computing technology to make sure that we continuously keep our optimization processes up to date. We have not anytime recently run a test without interlining to see how much more, but it would cost. But it's I think I'm thinking of the last time I heard a number, which is getting close to 20 years ago, where at that point we were saving in the order of something like 40 buses in the fleet and about $25 million a year in operating costs. It's probably inflated since then, but don't use those numbers, please. But it's very, very, very large savings. But it's been a fundamental part of the way OC Transpo does its work for a very long time, really since the transitway was opened in the early 1980s.
Okay, understood. I guess I'll, if there's any more on this, I'll pursue it offline. I don't want to get into too granular of details there. Thanks, Chair.
Maybe,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could just
Yeah.
add a little bit onto that. I alluded to it a little bit, but we know with the upcoming east extension and the west extension, and that rail line 1 being that much longer, getting closer and closer to the outskirts of the city, we have opportunities to look at our practices and our processes. And I think that's maybe what you're getting at a little bit, is that, it's about striking that right balance. I think there's always going to be, to Pat's point, there's always going to be interlining to a certain degree. But what does the LRT unlock for us in terms of how we can look at how we schedule and maybe cut back on some of the interlining or restrict them to zones, those types of things. So those are options that we're going to be exploring. And the LRT, that investment in the LRT really unlocks that possibility for us.
No, I appreciate that. And I think the LRT extensions will also reduce the number of routes that run in one direction only during peak period for us, or at least the number of trips on those routes, so we don't have buses that are stranded some random location in one of our suburbs, and having to go back to start the trip elsewhere. So lots to look forward to, but I know right now it's a fun situation.
Okay, I'm seeing no other questions or hands up. So we will wrap up this item. Thank you to Troy and the entire OC Transpo team for the updates. So we'll move now to item 6.1, the draft 2026 operating and capital budgets for Transit Committee. Just going to bring some different staff into place at the head table. What we're going to do is we're going to start with the staff presentation, and then we're going to introduce any motions or directions that committee members may have. And then after that, we'll go to our delegations. There's approximately 20 delegations, give or take, right now. And then after delegations, we'll have an opportunity for questions for staff from committee members. Okay, so Troy Charter is now joined by Derek Washnock, Pat Scrimger from the OC Transpo team, and Cyril Rogers from Finance. And over to you for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. So I'm going to walk through the first few slides, and I'll pass over to my colleagues, Troy and team, to walk through some more additional details. So you can move on to the next slide. So really, we'll give you a little bit of an overview in terms of this committee budget, talk a little bit about the operating capital, provide some highlights, and then we'll cease for some questions once the delegations are done. So you can move on to the next slide. So this budget overall, we do have a gross budget of $938.7 million. That's a 10.8% increase from 2025. As a reminder, in 2025 budget, we did have a substantial increase as well, which was about 11% or just over 11% in 2025 budget. So continue to grow this budget because of the needs and the priorities. Recoveries and allocations, again, this is where we recover costs from the capital program. Then you go down to our revenues, mainly made up of our fare revenue, some provincial federal funding, and then that gets us down to our net requirement of $491 million. Overall, there is 81 additional FTEs in this budget, so we are growing this budget in line with the services and the demands. There's 2 FTEs for engineering support on the old train. There's 8 additional fare enforcement officers, which was previously discussed in the previous discussion and presentation. 2 additional FTEs for safety compliance. And then we have 69 FTEs in the back end of the year for the pre-planning for the opening of the West extension. So those 69 FTEs are basically just a partial year. I think they're in from a September forward perspective as we start to plan for the opening in 2027. On the capital side, the overall budget is 177 million. As part of this commitment, this term of council, we do and we have aligned our budget to a climate change lens perspective. Overall, there's 46 projects, but nine projects and 6 projects where we have a contribution to reduction in greenhouse gases and building climate resiliency. Most of these projects have a minor impact. There is, as part of the feedback we received last year, if you refer to the transmittal report, we have a summarized document there that lists all the capital projects and their respective contribution from a minor, medium to a major impact. Again, most of these projects are minor. These are facilities type projects. There is one project with a major contribution. That's an additional 2 million for the zero emission buses perspective. As a reminder as well, significant investments have been made towards climate change from this committee, well over $1 billion this term, mainly driven by the zero emission buses program. Next slide, please. This is a slide that we've shown before. So just as a little bit of a reminder, in this term of council, myself and Isabel have been before committee and council where we gave a number of updates with respect to not only the overall city finances, but specifically transit and, our target of returning to what I often label as financial sustainability for the transit operation. And you kind of can break this chart down into kind of 3 little components, if you will. From 2016 into 2020 timeframe, overall, the transit budget was actually in a good position. Over those years, we were pretty much on budget each year, plus or minus, a 2K deficit in 2016, a 3K deficit in 2018, 13K deficit in 2020, but pretty much on budget for the size of the overall budget. Then, of course, as we all remember, you head into the pandemic, and that's where the overall system kind of shift and change. And now the next pivotal point is really from that 2024 point onwards, where we're now out of the pandemic and really realigning the service. And this council has made significant investments in transit, as you can see. So if you kind of follow the line, pre-pandemic was a nice growth curve, if you will. Pandemic hits, things go sideways, and now we've got a real steep increase in investment. So again, 10.8% in the 2026 budget, 11% in the last budget. So significant investments made in this budget as we move forward based on the demands and getting back to that financial sustainability plan, if you will. Next slide. This is a bit more detail in terms of, breaking the overall budget down by service area, if you will. I won't go through all the lines there, but as expected, bus operations and maintenance would be the largest component of the budget. No surprise there. And there's basically continued growth across all those domains in terms of the requirements for each of those service areas. Next slide, please. The overall capital program, again, 177 million funded from a variety of different areas. Main funding sources between reserves, that's really our cash. So that's the contribution from our operating budget. We make a contribution into our transit capital reserve, and then we take money out of the transit capital reserve to fund the capital projects. That's 73 million in this budget. We do have debt. We use debt in terms of where it's applicable to those assets at 84 million. What's important to call out here as well is for the reserves, we're contributing close to 79 million into the capital reserve, but we're only taking out 73 million. So if you look at the reserve continuities, again, it's part of the supporting documentation in the transmittal report. Both the transit operating reserve and the transit capital reserve are showing an increase. So we are increasing those 2 reserves to kind of increase the balances for those 2 areas. Next slide, please. In this budget, from a transit perspective, we do have just over $14 million worth of efficiencies. So as I committed to as part of the tabling process, that overall $45 million increase in efficiencies in this budget, 14 million is what's allocated in this committee. The breakdowns above. Diesel fuel and the hydro savings, these are mainly savings that's coming from the carbon tax. We also edge our contracts, so there's a component that we save there, but the main driver behind those 2 items is the reduction in the carbon tax. There's a couple operating changes when you look at the snow removal process and the guarantee and standby hours. Again, these are savings without impacting services. Is really, to be frank, doing the services smarter. So guarantee some savings there. and just a little bit of residual savings on the administrative side of the equation. So overall, $14 million worth of operating savings in this budget. These are all operating base budget savings. Now with that, you can go to the next slide and I'll pass it over to Troy.
Great. Thank you very much, Cyril. So we'll now go through the details of the 2026 transit budget. I'll provide a little bit of context in terms of 2025, and then we'll get into the details in 2026. Thank you. Le budget 2026 des services de transport en commun est axé sur
The
le maintien des services
2026 budget is based on the reliability of the service.
Our services continue to be in a state of evolution. As the past investments that council has made in rail, the electrification and renewal of our bus fleet, and the transformation of our transit system continue to bear fruit. Our focus on 2026 is on delivering on the promises we've made while making the necessary and prudent investments to advance the initiatives outlined in our 5-year roadmap. We remain dedicated to council's priorities, including creating a city that is more connected with reliable, safe, and accessible mobility options, and creating a city that is green and resilient. I know that we all agree that an effective public transit system is integral to part of cities that are diverse, vibrant, and connected. This budget continues to advance council's key priorities and continues to invest in transit as a strategic priority. You know, my colleague Cyril just mentioned it, but we are investing an additional $88 million in operational priorities and $177 million in capital to support our customers and improve service on all modes of public transit. We continue to work hard in delivering the important projects and initiatives that council has previously approved and identified as priorities, including the expansion of light rail, improving the reliability of the bus fleet with new zero-emission buses, and introducing new paratranspo minibuses. With that said, we also continue to take a prudent approach in managing our fare and property tax increases. In this draft budget, as has been done for several years, fares for the most vulnerable, including the Equi Pass, the Community Pass, and the Access Pass, will again be maintained without a fare increase should the budget be adopted. You know, OC Transpo remains committed to providing reduced fares for those who are eligible to ensure customer equity. And we'll get into more detail on these projects in the upcoming slides. So next slide, please. In
the past few years, City Council invested considerable amounts in major transformative projects, and this is bearing their fruits.
This year, we successfully opened train lines 2 and 4 to the south, and we continue to see strong performance on the line and look forward to seeing ridership increase as development around stations continues to occur. We talked earlier as well about the strong park and ride usage that we're seeing. And we're now nearing the finish line of the O-Train East extension and look forward to the opening in 2026. As I mentioned before, I know that councilors and customers are wanting a date and status update, and we're very, very close to being able to provide that big update. But as we said, we'll only move forward when it's ready.
Important progress are being made on the West Extension. When it is launched, 67% of the city's residents will be in that part of the city.
It's spurred development around stations, and as it progresses, the landscape of our city is changing. As the rail extension opens, customers will see a transformation in how they move around the city. Furthermore, council's strategic investment in the LRT will continue to drive ridership and will further assist in improving the reliability of the entire transit system, not just LRT, but the bus side as well. And it's not just about reliability; it's about accessibility, it's about mobility, and as well, in keeping in with the term council priorities, it's about greening our transit fleet. With regards to safety and security, we talked a little about. We have a comprehensive safety strategy that aims to build public trust and promote safety on transit. And part of that strategy is having an increased uniform presence on the system. As you heard, we recently hired and trained 21 additional special constables in addition to our 12 existing transit fare enforcement officers. This will be, we'll be discussing this later in the presentation, but we're investing additional funds in the coming years to improve safety based on the findings from the Westboro inquest as well. We're also investing in new positions such as safety visor and a compliance investigator, which will increase our oversight for safety and security protocols. As I've always mentioned, the safety and security of our customers and our employees always remain our top priority. We've talked a little bit about our bus fleet as well. We previously discussed our 3-point plan for improving bus reliability, the recruitment, the bus maintenance, and our bus network changes. The zero-emission buses continue to enter service, and we expect to have 50 in operation by the end of 2025, And although we're at the early stages of having 350 zero emission buses being delivered, we're on track with those deliveries. As I mentioned earlier as well, we'll have a total of 50 new diesel buses that will start arriving later in 2026. And then there are the 11 used diesel buses that will be entering service or starting to enter service now, and they'll all be in service by the end of 2025. All these buses will help us maintain our service as the older buses reach the end of their operational lifespan, and will also contribute to important improvements in our bus reliability. Nous continuons également à remplacer notre parc de
We
minibus.
continue to replace our minibuses
We
too.
currently have all 6 of the new 6-meter minibuses and 23 of the 7-meter minibuses operating in our fleet. Total number is expected to increase to 35 by the end of 2025. By the end of this year. So this investment, the council made, renews our paratranspo fleet and improves the reliability as well as the overall customer experience for those using paratranspo services. All of these investments align with our 5-year roadmap and are designed to improve transit experience for our customers. The 2026 budget is fiscally responsible and allows us to focus on delivering important transit initiatives. And I've only highlighted a few, but there are many more. This really is an exciting time for transit as we're making progress on many areas. Council's previous directions have set a path for the transformation of Ottawa's transit system, and we're moving towards those goals. Next slide, please. The 2026 budget includes a fare increase of 2.5%, which equates to an additional $4 million in revenue. And the 8% transit levy and assessment growth equals an additional $43.4 million in revenue. These increases allow transit service to continue to implement previous investments while maintaining services. As well, Council has previously approved multi-year funding, and we are continuing to use for projects that improve transit for customers. These include the recruitment of repair transport operators, investments in our safety, regulatory requirements, and our engineering oversight, implementing recommendations associated with the Westboro inquest, implementing on-demand bus service. You recall we've done the pilot project. We've got 10 new minibuses coming this year, so we look forward to implementing that new service level for our customers. Investments in bus stops and shelters continue, as well as other station customer improvements, as well as the implementation of new scheduling software that would support the zero emission buses. Next slide, please. And just before we get into the 2026 budget, I think it's important to note some of the background and context related to our 2025 budget. You can see on this slide here that the budget in 2025 was net total net of recoveries and allocations of $818 million, which included $408 million for bus service, $164 million for train service, and $40 million for paratranspo service. And then this slide here gives a little bit of a breakdown between the fixed and variable costs for the various services that we provide. If we go to the next slide, please, that'd be great. So now we're going to get right into the 2026 budget, and I'll give a little bit of information, then I'll hand it over to Pat to get into the details. So you can go to the next slide. The 2026 draft budget is based on a forecasted ridership of 80 million customer trips, which is 82% of the pre-pandemic numbers. As we just discussed, the ridership in September was 7.4 million. In October of this year, it was 7.8 million. Both were at approximately 81% of the 2019 ridership for the same months. These are the highest ridership numbers we've seen since the pandemic, and really puts us in a positive position heading into 2026, especially with the East Extension that's on the horizon. The opening of the O-Train East Extension and connecting bus routes will be an improvement for our East End customers, and it is another clear example of past investments being realized. This also gives us another opportunity to keep making incremental adjustments to our bus network as well. The budget also allows us to maintain O-Train, bus, and paratranspo service levels at current levels, and to increase reliability for our bus and paratranspo service. It allows us to return capital investment for life cycle replacements towards the historic norms, following efficiencies that were achieved during the peak COVID-19 years. It accounts for the annual inflation for staffing and contracted costs, and accounts for investments in regulatory and safety requirements, as I previously mentioned. We've talked a lot about the
On a aussi beaucoup parlé du financement provincial pour l'unité des constables spéciaux, Le programme commencera sous peu. On veut accroître la visibilité de nos constables dans les réseaux. Nous voulons vraiment aller de l'avant avec la sécurité de nos clients. Puis, comme Cyril l'a mentionné, le budget couvrirait la préparation du prolongement vers l'ouest, vers les stations Algonquin et Moody.
Part of our strategy this year is to make the best use of the resources that we have, so we don't need to request additional funds from council. So we look at WIPs, we look at the projects and process before we look at seeking new funds and initiatives. Go to the next slide, please. And with that said, I think I've covered most of it. I'm just altering my notes a little bit because we talked a lot about it at our earlier presentation. But I'll turn it over to Pat at this point so he can get into the details with regards to the various aspects of the 2026 budget. Thanks, Pat.
Thanks, Troy. We'll go through slide 16 here. This is the one that shows that the total increase in gross expenditures for 2026 is $91.6 million. As Cyril mentioned earlier, some savings and efficiencies have brought this number down to this level, including a decrease of $9 million in the cost of fuel. A significant amount of the additional expenditures, as you can see here, are related to the O Train Line 1 East extension to Trim Station, to cost of living adjustments, and to general costs to maintain current service levels. Next slide, please. To offset the total increase in expenditures in 2026, there's also a budgeted increase to total revenue of $91.6 million. The additional amount is made up of increased property tax revenue, higher transit fares, and fare revenue from higher transit ridership. The budget is based on property assessment growth increasing by 1.6% and calls for an 8% increase in the transit levy. These two provisions would bring in $43.4 million more in tax revenue. We're also forecasting a revenue increase of $6.1 million based on expected ridership growth to 80 million customer trips in the year, with the opening of the Line 1 East extension and the continuing return of downtown office workers to on-site work. A 2.5% increase has been budgeted for most transit fares, which amounts to an additional $4 million in revenue. As part of our non-fare revenue strategy, we're budgeting for a $100,000 increase in advertising revenues in 2026. We're also encouraged to see that we're ending 2025 with strong results in non-fare revenues, including sponsorship for free transit on New Year's Eve starting at 6 p.m., being provided in partnership with Safer Roads Ottawa and MAD. And we expect non-fare revenue to increase into next year as part of our 5-year strategy. Next slide, please. Avec une augmentation moyenne de 2,5%.
With an average increase of 2.5%, we will increase the tariffs within the priorities. So for low-income residents and the community pass, the price will not have any change. So the Equipass and the other one.
Net operating costs in 2026 after recoveries and allocations are budgeted at $906 million. This includes $419 million for bus service, $200 million for train service, and $42 million for paratranspo service. You can see on the screen how these costs break down by variable costs related to how much of that type of service we run, and fixed costs, for instance, for infrastructure. And in particular, you can see that rail service is much more controlled by fixed costs than the bus-based services are. You can also see on this slide that capital formation costs for 2026 are budgeted at $245 million in total. The next slide, please. I'll now cover the 2026 capital budget. Next slide. Dans notre liste de projets
in our list of capital projects, you will see there will be about $30 million for Stage 2 O train transition and readiness, detours, and wayfinding, as we are almost finalizing the launch towards Moody and Algonquin. We will also continue to refurbish our buses and facility renovations to accommodate operational needs. We will be ready to receive the new buses, zero-emission buses.
Some other notable capital projects include keeping up to date the technology systems that we use to support operations and to support customers, transit priority measures to improve service reliability, and responses to the Westboro Inquest recommendations. Next slide, please. This slide shows a summary of the efficiencies that we've taken to reduce both operating and capital requirements in 2026. Most of these are deferrals of non-critical capital projects into a future year. This brings us to the end of the 2026 capital and operating budget portion of this presentation. So I'll now pass the floor back to Troy for a final summary.
All right. Thank you, Pat, for the review. Moving forward, we're going to continue to use our 5-year roadmap, which is aligned with the term of council priorities to guide our actions and identify and implement strategic initiatives while making sure that we'll be tracking using key performance indicators. As a bit of a summary, the 2026 budget aligns with this roadmap and includes priorities such as implementing fare increases that are in line with the rate of inflation, keeping fares for the Community Pass, Access Pass, and the Equity Pass frozen, ensuring we continue to implement and realize previous investments such as e-buses and light rail, and build our network around the strength of those investments, ensuring paratranspo continues to prioritize previous investments such as new minibuses and booking technology. And we want to move forward with on-demand service, which includes the 10 new minibuses I previously mentioned. Continue to move forward with safety and security initiatives that we talked about earlier, and making sure that all these priorities we know are front and center and are included in the 2026 budget. This budget allows us to continue to move forward on our key priorities and improve rail, bus, and paratranspo service. I know that's important for everyone at this table, and I know that's important for all the councillors. The entire OC Transpo team is committed to improving our service reliability and to keep our customers moving. We know we need to continue to improve, and we will never reach end state. Our team of 3,000 operators, planners, engineers, administrators, and maintenance personnel, they all work hard every day, every night, 365 days a year to make our services safe, friendly, and reliable. It's not just one team or senior management who can make this happen. It's all of us working together towards a common goal, and we really are aligned internally within the organization to make it happen. It really is an exciting time for transit in Ottawa. I know we spend a lot of time talking about the challenges that we're facing and the impacts on our customers, and it's important to do that. It really is. That's where we need to focus because we need to be focused on continuous improvement. But I just hope that you get a sense of some of the key investments and the strength of those investments and the actions that we're taking that are really improving the service and setting the tone, setting the path forward for us as we move into 2026. You look at rail, on-demand transit, some of the changes with regards to paratranspo in terms of adding, late night service, the on-demand transit piece I mentioned, but there's so many initiatives that are going on in transit right now that it really is. You can see that we're really starting to gain some momentum, and I'm confident that councillors chair that you're going to see those improvements in terms of reliability and public perception on the system. So ecstatic to be here. Appreciate you taking the time to listen to our budget, and we're here for any questions that you have. Over to you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much for the overview. We'll now go to any motions or directions that we have ready. Let's start with the motion from Vice Chair DeRoche on transit fares. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Therefore, be it resolved that, yes, that's the right one. Fares for riders ages 18 and under shall be free on Saturdays, Sundays, and public holidays. The cost of this measure is estimated at $240,000 per year. B, that staff be directed to explore the technical feasibility to implement free fares after 5 p.m. for riders ages 18 and under. The cost of this measure is estimated at $190,000 per year. That staff be directed to develop a process to provide senior riders ages 65 plus on paratranspo with up to 4 free rides per month. The cost of this measure is estimated at $152,000 per year. D, transfer time for weekdays between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. shall be extended to 105 minutes. This measure would be temporary until the launch of LRT Stage 2 West to Algonquin Station and Moody Station, expected in 2027. The cost of this measure is estimated at $130,000 per year. Therefore, be it resolved that staff introduce these changes as early as practical in 2026, with the understanding that some require significant technical and staffing changes that would not make a January 1st launch feasible. Therefore, be it resolved that the offsetting costs of these measures, estimated up to $720,000, if fully implemented on an annualized basis, be funded from within the OC Transpo departmental budget.
Okay, and we'll have some more comments and questions on that later. I just want to get them introduced for now. Councillor Carr, direction on paratranspo. Yep, we'll get it up on the screen.
That staff be directed to continue their work to improve paratranspo service, which may include measures such as expanding paratranspo service hours, adding more flexibility for same-day bookings, and improving communications to customers.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Menard on the school board direction with OSTA and youth passes.
Thanks very much, Chair. That staff be directed to continue discussions with the Ottawa Student Transportation Authority, OSTA, and the Consortium de Transport Scolaire d'Ottawa, CTSO, regarding discounted youth passes, with an aim to achieve a discounted youth pass while sufficiently funding OC Transpo's capital and operational costs for delivering school transportation.
Okay, and you have a second direction, I believe?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just in relation to Councillor DeRoche's motion, which I very much appreciate, that staff be directed to return to Budget Committee of the Whole with potential identified funding sources for 18 and under youth passes for weekends after 5 p.m. and in summers, July and August, how they interrelate for economy of scale and new ridership growth.
Okay, thank you. We're also going to have a roadmap motion at the end when we vote on the budget. We don't have to introduce that now. Don't worry, Vice Chair. Are there any other motions or directions? Councillor Brockington?
Chair, I'll just give notice. I don't have wording for a direction yet because I want to ask staff questions when it comes time following delegations, but it would be regarding the identification of resources dedicated in the budget to improve on-time bus performance. So I'll wait to hear what the answers are, but I will likely have a direction at that point.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on motions or directions at the top here? Okay, so we're going to go now to our delegations. And after that, we'll go to questions for staff. And our first speaker today is Angela Keller-Herzog, who is here in the room. Just a reminder for anyone who's new to delegating, each speaker will have 5 minutes to make their presentation, followed by an opportunity for committee members to ask any questions that they may have as a follow-up. So, Angela, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. My pleasure to be here also. Nice to have everyone here. Awesome. So next slide, please. So I hope to make a short delegation, given that this meeting has already been going on, looking at immediate, short, medium, and long-term perspectives on our investments. Next slide, please. So in terms of the first take, we certainly welcome the increase in the transit levy. We see this as an essential and needed investment. We understand that there could be a perspective of balance between fare increases and tax increases. However, in light that we've just seen a significant reduction in service, we think that having a fare increase is kind of tone deaf in terms of how this city is functioning. We don't think it makes any sense, and we think that a fare increase in an affordability crisis is an inequitable policy choice. Next slide, please. In terms of the short-term priorities, I think you folks know much more about the transit death spiral than I do, but it would appear that we want to break this death spiral. We understand that the bus driver shortage has been ameliorated with action, so I think that's great that the bus shortages continue to be a binding constraint, but that the deliveries will help. So what can be done It seems that there are transit priority measures, and maybe Councillor Brockington, that's where you're going as well. And it's my understanding that this is about keeping buses moving, and there's been a lot of detailed analysis, and that there are budget implications to keep buses running minute by minute on their schedule. So that's an immediate issue. Next slide, please. So then in terms of the medium term, we want to be looking at procurement and service growth, really, again, to get out of our death spiral. And the medium term, given that we've been hearing all about these procurement lags, both for conventional buses as well as electric buses, the medium term is kind of now. Because we don't really want to be saying in 2 years, 3 years, oh, there was a procurement lag that we didn't know about, because we do know about these things. So the medium term is now, and we think that we should be actually planning for a ridership rebound. We think that we should freeze fares, rebuild service, and ensure predictable, stable operating funding. And that actually includes as well charging infrastructure. We need to have assurance that that is being planned and that we're not going to have another whoopsie. Our charging infrastructure for the electric buses is not working. And I think Toronto has had some lessons in that regard too, where we could learn their lessons and not have to go through that here. Next slide, please. So in terms of then longer term and strategic directions, it appears that congestion is worsening at the same time as we're looking at a projected population growth of another 400,000. So it's kind of obvious that Ottawa simply does not have the road capacity to absorb that growth in cars. So that means that transit must be treated as a citywide development and growth strategy, not some kind of an isolated silo. And even worse, not as the sort of worst case scenario of transportation for lower income residents. So, which is kind of a vision and a budget perspective that we haven't heard in this meeting. Last point, the bus electrification is a major climate lever, fully under municipal control. So I would think that effort should be dedicated in terms of, I guess, human resources, time to investigate whether we can leverage more federal resources for the full electrification. I understand that so far we only really have plans in place for a halfway electrification. So again, forward planning appears to be needed. Next slide, please. So thank you very much for your consideration of these points. Next slide, please. So last slide, cafes is an environmental and climate network with representation in all wards of the city, rural, suburban, and urban. So we try to cover that in our perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. I'll just see if there's any questions here. I think there is. Councillor Menard, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your delegation. I just wanted to ask about, and appreciate you making the point about the e-buses. Certainly, we're seeing almost all jurisdictions move towards e-buses across the world. But on the procurement of the charging infrastructure in particular, you didn't get into this in your presentation, but I wonder your thoughts about how Ottawa's procuring that charging related infrastructure for the e-buses, and how that may affect us into the future in terms of that, obviously the funding we're getting from the federal government and our fit up for the incoming 350 buses.
I think it's a complex situation. I think that in the federal budget, we have not seen an emphasis on municipal transit. However, there are all kinds of very large and significant investment tax credits. So some of those would definitely be of interest to some of the private suppliers of charging infrastructure. At the same time, we've got trade issues. So I think that China, it has proven itself to be the technological leader. So whether or not there's going to be a breakthrough in our trade relations with China might well matter on these things as well. So it's complicated. And there is lots of change, but I think that that shouldn't really stop us from saying, okay, so how many buses are coming in? How many chargers are going to be needed? What is the procurement lag on charging infrastructure? And the word on the street in Ottawa is that there was like basically a big mess in terms of setting up the charging infrastructure, and that hasn't fully been solved. So I'm sure staff could educate us more on the current status, but my concern is especially also the forward planning.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Next question is Conseillère Plante.
Hi, thank you so much, Chair. Hi, Angela, nice to see you.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. I just had a question because you actually had me reflecting when you started talking about the transit death spiral. We're actually seeing this a little bit of everywhere, right? Every single city is struggling with their transit systems. Every city is struggling with lack of ridership or ridership that hasn't reached pre-COVID levels. You know, certain cities are trying different things. We heard about like Iowa and Boston making certain routes, just making them free, right? Kind of throwing in the towel and just making certain routes free. I was wondering, because I know you have a lot of experience, is there a city that you think is handling this better than others? Because I am looking under every pillow, every couch cushion for solutions, and I'm a bit of a loss here, but I'm wondering what you think.
Yeah, I think that the spiral can work in both directions. Like you can travel downwards or you can travel upwards. In terms of good examples, I don't think we have far to go. I think if we look at Kingston, the city of Kingston, and we look back, they did this significant step up investment in their service level, and the response in ridership was extremely strong. So I think there's proof in terms of some of the, hey, let's go with free transit. I think that's interesting. I mean, if Ottawa is a destination, we're national capital. People come here to visit the national capital. We have tourists. We have transit needed to get to Lansdowne from downtown. So I don't think we should like throw that out.
Right.
And I think that might make a lot of sense in terms of the functionality and attractiveness and livability of our city.
Love it. Thank you so much, Angela. I always appreciate when you come delegate. Thank you so much.
Merci.
Thank you. Next question is from Councillor Hill.
Yeah, thank you, as always, Angela. I want to challenge a little bit one of the assumptions in your death spiral slide where you talk about higher fares really being the factor that leads into the lower ridership, the sinking revenue and such. You'll recall maybe a couple of years ago, I had a motion that really spoke to public servants. And it talked about how in the past there was a specific fare pass that allowed them a discount in order to ride. We moved away from that. And I asked staff to revisit. And the facts that they came back with were quite clear that it was not the cost of the fare that drove the ridership, it was the reliability. And at that point, we decided not to move forward with that program. So I wanted to get your perspective on the start state of that death spiral. I would think that it's a reasonable argument, and our staff looked at it previously, that the safety and reliability of the system is actually what initiates that death spiral, and that's the piece that we need to focus on. And there's a component of affordability that comes with it, but I would just welcome your thoughts on the question of reliability as the start state of that phase.
I think that you're quite right, that it's not just one thing. It's not just fares, right? But very much the service. And part of the main point that I had in my delegation in terms of starting is that we've just seen a major reduction in service. And I think, I mean, there's something weird in terms of this committee meeting because there is all this information about, oh, service levels are, you know, in the 80s and in the 90s. But then if you actually did stop by at the transfer station, as I think you've said and other councillors have said, people are really unhappy and people are not being served. So what actually is the situation? Well, substantively, we know that the new ways to bus is a step down in terms of like on the paper. And we know that on the like outside, if we ask people, they're extremely unhappy. So with that, how can that be combined with a fair increase and then you expect ridership to go up? Like it's just, it stuns the, like it's not credible.
I appreciate that, Angela. I'll definitely ask a few questions to staff with regard to the reliability and how we can make sure that we can improve that transit ridership, because I think that's a shared goal amongst all in the committee. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Angela. Okay, our next speaker is Justin Westlake Hughes. And then after Justin, we're going to have Nick Grover and Ken Holmes. And Justin is here as well. Just hit the red button and there you go.
How about now?
Perfect.
Thank
Welcome.
you. Hello, everyone. My name is Justin Hughes, and I will start my delegation by saying thank you to the staff who are working hard to make this budget come together. And I want to direct my delegation today towards the members of council. As we have seen, OC Transpo's proposed budget for 2026 is $938.7 million. That's about an $80 to $90 million increase compared to the past year. And we're also proposing a 2.5% fare increase, pushing a single ride for an adult to $4.10. Given that we have growing ridership and an increase in the transit budget and yet another fare increase, I don't see any excuse for Line 1's off-peak frequency to remain at 10 minutes. Last year, City Council made a short-sighted decision to cut the off-peak frequency from 5 minutes to 10 minutes, supposedly as a cost-saving measure. But let's be honest, it was a mistake. We recently built a new LRT system, might I add, one that cost over $1 billion, and cut most of the crosstown bus routes so that this train could be the backbone of the transit network. Then to add insult to injury, we turned around and we cut the frequency of this train. Now, I'll consider the other perspective. Even if there was an argument back in 2024 that there wasn't enough funding to maintain all of our service on bus routes and LRT, we have the money now. Mayor Sutcliffe is proposing an increase in OC Transpo's budget in 2026. There's $52 million I saw to cover a projected shortfall, and then $30 to $40 million that could be reallocated in a few ways, including to restore LRT frequency. It was estimated that it costs $1.6 million to run the trains from 5 to 10 minutes out of OC's Transpo's $938.7 million. This wasn't a statistic back in 2024. That's 0.17% of the total budget. Even if we compromised at 7-minute headways, it would cost $900,000 a year, less than 0.1. That's about $1 or $2 per resident per year. If you ask most residents, would you pay $1 a year to double LRT frequencies? Well, what does that get you in this economy? I'm sure that'd be a yes. And on top of that, Renee Amilcar herself, the former CEO of OC Transpo, said that last summer, that cutting frequencies was a last resort, and that if she had the funding, she would love to deliver the service. Well, the funding is here now. There's no more excuses. Now, I want to be clear. I'm not here to just complain today for myself. I'm lucky enough that my home is a short walk to a bus that goes right downtown. And as a suburban dweller, I consider this a privilege, unfortunately. I'm here today for the people that the city keeps leaving behind. the university students trying to get from Barhaven and from Orleans to U Ottawa and to Carleton. I'm here for the shift workers whose schedule falls out of your 9 to 5. And I'm also here for the seniors who have no other way to get around midday. They have been burned and burned again by constant service cuts while fares keep going up. If we have no choice but to raise fares, the very least we can do is raise service. Restore Line 1's off-peak frequency in 2026. The East Extension is coming soon, and more people than ever will rely on the LRT. If Ottawa residents are paying some of the highest fares in Canada, they should at least get a train that runs more than every 10 minutes. If Council chooses not to fix this, the election is next year. Voters will remember who stood up for better transit and who did not. People in this city are tired of excuses, tired of cuts, tired of paying more and getting less. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I urge you to reallocate funding toward restoring Line 1 off-peak frequencies and showing residents that this city values its transit riders.
Okay, thank you, Justin. You have a few questions. Councillor Leeper is up first.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation today, Justin. Last year, when I brought a motion to restore the LRT frequencies, the council chose not to pass that motion. And what we heard was that people were confident that there was lots of capacity in the system. Is it a capacity issue? Why should LRT frequencies be restored to be much more frequent?
Honestly, it induces demand. People will look and see how long it takes to take transit. If we had more capacity, frankly, there's a shorter wait time, a shorter transfer time, and it will be faster for people to get to their destination using transit. And I think that will really make a difference in, do I drive? Do I bike? Do I take the train and the bus?
Okay, thank you. I know LRT frequency is not dead as an issue in this budget process, and I hope we'll see some room on that. Appreciate the delegation today.
Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for your delegation today. And you're very passionate. And I'm assuming you saw what happened last year. Councillor introduced a motion about 5 minutes. I felt it wasn't going to pass. So working with my council colleague to the left of me, Councillor Devine, the compromise was 7 minutes. And as we know, we were unable to achieve that. It was very close. We were literally off by this much. Would you have felt, and obviously we continue to advocate for shorter windows of time, that would have been more satisfactory at 7 minutes versus the current 10 now, correct? And hopefully we can achieve getting back down to 7 or hopefully 5 in the future.
Yes, Councillor Tierney, I'm a resident of your ward, and honestly, I appreciated you being willing to take 7 minutes. And I'm hoping that council can see the value with this, especially once we have that LRT extension going to Orleans. Like maybe if we spoke with some of the Orleans councillors and they see the benefit of this for their constituents, that if not before then, that we can have an opportunity to look at that again later.
I appreciate that, because that's exactly why Councillor Devine and I, we understand where the stations are. Not everyone's taking a bus to get to those stations, and the frequency of that LRT is so critical. So thank you very much for your delegation today.
Thank you.
Councillor Plount.
Hi, thank you for your delegation. I think if you're in Councillor Tierney's ward, I think I know what bus you're referring to come downtown. I would invite you anytime to come move to Ward 12, because it is the better ward out of the one you're currently in, but we can have that discussion another time. I do want to sort of pose the same question that I asked the previous delegate, because I think you're definitely on to something. But we do know that every time I open, newspaper, I don't open the newspaper, when I log into any sort of news website, it just seems like every transit system is having problems, whether you're in New York, Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, us. And so I was just wondering what you think the solution is, because it seems like every city is grappling with this, and I'm very curious to know what you think.
Thank you for the question. I would argue that a lot of cities are facing transit challenges because of increase in population, increase in congestion that slows buses down. I do think that if we had an opportunity to invest more in LRT frequency, especially, that's just that many more people that could get moving through the system. I think that there might be some opportunity to recover naturally, but I really think that we need short-term investments to make transit more attractive. Maybe this means more LRT. Maybe there's even a chance to run some of the more local buses more frequently.
Okay.
I'll mention in my ward, one challenge is Route 24. It runs once an hour before noon on Sunday, which I don't think is very acceptable because what if you're trying to get what if you work a weekend? Like, I think if we could make short-term investments to run more transit service on buses and on the LRT at the very minimum, then maybe that will help win some riders back and in a more sustainable position for the long term. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
It does. And if ever you find the magic bullet, please let me know, because when I speak to other councillors in other cities, it just seems like everyone is facing this challenge collectively. And I'm looking for people like you to come to us and say, hey, we need more of this service. We need less of this. We need, another bus going this way, because I agree with you. The more that we cater to what people really need, which is reliability, more frequent service, et cetera, I think you hit the nail on the head there. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I thought there was somebody.
You're good. Go.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Hey, Delegate, thank you very much for that. I certainly appreciate the passion you brought to it. I kind of felt a bit of that passion last year when that motion that we were talking about failed by one vote, and that would have seen at least some improvement. And I really am taken by the very reasonable statement you make that once we do have that east extension, that's going to be so many more customers coming on to a line. And by not increasing frequency, you might have that many more people who may be, let's say, missing out on connections. Can you remind me, what was the fund that you had identified a source of revenue in the budget that could theoretically pay for the increased service you're talking about?
From my understanding, there's $938.7 million for this budget. Prior to that number being released, we're facing about a $52 million shortfall. It looks like we have enough money to cover that shortfall, and then we have about $30 to $40 million left over once you remove that.
Okay, and I appreciate the comment you're making about how whatever it might cost, that could, let's say, theoretically be an additional $1 per resident. So I'm not sure if you noticed, but when we were talking about what are the efficiencies and savings in this year's budget, including in the Transpo budget, one of those savings is a $14 million savings in the OC Transpo budget, but $9 million of that is the result of the cancellation of the carbon tax, where $9 million has been fortunately, put back into our lap, not because of any, work we did to work we trim here, change in federal policy. We saved $9 million in anticipated costs. And those are costs that we would have had to pay for should there not have been that shift in federal policy. Would that source of revenue, that savings, would that be, the kind of savings that you would rather see invested back into service improvements as opposed to, cutting down how much it costs to pay for Transpo?
Absolutely. I think that if there, I'm sure council would have not council, staff, OC Transpo staff would have a more accurate figure once we actually went ahead and implemented those. But I definitely think that there's room within, say, those $9 million, like maybe it comes out to 1 million, maybe it comes out to 1.6 million, whatever I think that could totally go back into our transit system. And I'm also going to give some credit to Councillor Hill, who was looking at increasing the transfer time from 90 minutes to 120 minutes. That would cost 105, sorry. Like if we could implement something like that all day, that would still be a relatively small figure. I read an article over the weekend that said even if we did go with 120, that would be 900. That would be 900,000 a year. If we went with 105, that would be an even more modest figure. So I think even if we take the increase in LRT headways and we take a longer transfer window, that would still amount to not more than $2 million a year, and that would be like $2 per household or 12 cents, $2 per person or 12 cents a month.
I appreciate that because any savings that we recoup from the carbon tax, yes, we can make a decision to, to have that diminish the transit levy, but we can also reinvest that back into the service, especially if we had been planning on spending that money anyways. The last question I have for you, if ideally you would be looking for an increase in frequency from, let's say, the current 10 to 5 minutes, would you be satisfied if that increase in service were tied to the timeline for when the East End extension were to open?
If we could get a promise from OC Transpo, from the city that would take place, I would be satisfied with that.
Thank you. I'll talk it over with my my Ottawa East colleagues to see how they feel about that, but thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. You and I are both reasonable guys. $1 a month is reasonable. If I were to go to my residents today and say it's only $1 more, I would get hit over the head with a 2x4.
Yeah.
And the reason is they're so upset with the level of service now, they're not willing to pay an extra nickel. That's what I am confronted with. Every public meeting I go to, and I'm not upset with you, that's the reality I'm faced with. So when we ask for a 2.5% fare increase and an 8% levy increase, and there's no improvements, there's no added service, that's a huge challenge for me to sell this to my residents. So you're articulating and you're defending increased service on the LRT. I hear you. We actually told the people of Ottawa this would be a high frequency, high speed, high frequency rail. The challenge I have is 3 out of 10 buses are not on time. Right? The metrics don't lie. So are you willing to say if you have a pot of money, in addition to putting some of that to greater frequency on the LRT, we should also improve our on-time bus performance across the city?
I think there's some balance to be made, but I understand that there's a few problems. The way I'm seeing it is, yes, people would be unsatisfied if you say just pay more money and there's no benefit for them. But if we are doubling the frequency of the LRT, like I would argue that is a benefit. Maybe there's a way to have a conversation about that rather than like I mean, of course, as any reasonable person be like, just pay me more money, then they'd say no. But if there's a way to convince them what they could get out of this. Another thing that I'd like to mention is that this is only a small percentage of increased available funds. Like even if we went with $1 million out of $30 or $40 million available, or even if we looked at 1 million here out of the $9 million that Councillor Define identified in carbon tax savings, there's nothing to say that we can't spend the remaining 8 million on bus time performance. Maybe there's some added bus lanes we could add to arterial roads. Maybe there's even some turns that we can give transit priority to that would allow buses to get sped up and not caught in traffic, which we saw earlier is one of the big contributors to bus reliability issues.
Thank you. We appreciate your delegation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Nick Grover. Not sure if Nick is in the room or Nick is online. There he is.
Yes.
Hello, Nick.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Happy to be here. So our official plan commits to increasing the mode share of sustainable transportation to 50% by 2046. And once again, it's unclear how we will achieve this with a transit budget like the one before us. It's great to see we're electrifying our transit system via a transition to light rail and e-buses, but there's 4 main issues I see with this budget that are limiting the success of that system as something most or even many people are able to actually use. The first is the fare increase. It's hard to square this budget's stated theme of affordability with yet another fare increase. As Councillor Brockington alluded to just now, everyone's paying into OC Transpo without a clear sense of what they're actually getting out of it. For the transit rider, the service remains unreliable, infrequent, and inconsistent. And for the suburban homeowner seeing their levy increase, transit remains by and large unusable. A public good is meant to serve the public, and our transit system has so much potential, but sadly, it's coming to be seen as a burden. The second issue is relating to the so-called historic investments. Yes, this is a very large operating budget, over $900 million. But let's be clear, we're now running 3 train lines with another opening soon. This is very expensive stuff, but a good transit network needs good bus service too, to connect to those train lines and serve people who don't use or have access to the LRT. And on that front, we've been disinvesting. New Ways to Bus saw a big reduction in service hours and many commutes that have become longer, less convenient, and with more transfers. It's also concerning that 2 line items totaling $500 million in the budget are extremely vague. They're called non-departmental and transfers, grants, financial charges. I had to send an inquiry to the budget team who clarified that this refers to several things, but primarily debt service payments on the LRT. The fact that our transit system has a very expensive backbone does not equate to a general investment in the quality of service. It would be like if I served you dinner on a solid gold plate, but the food was undercooked, unseasoned, there were no utensils, and the table was breaking apart. It's not likely an experience you'd ever agree to do again, despite my historic investments in the plateware. The third issue is too few buses. The shift to electric buses is great, and part of the city's corporate emissions reduction, but the replacement rate is concerning. We have already seen delays in receiving what we've ordered to date, while the aging fleet fails to deliver. Out of 735 buses, only 520 are on the road at any given time, and New Ways to Bus requires 540, but the kind of frequent, convenient, dependable bus service needed to attract new riders requires far more than that. Community emissions reduction, which is the vast majority of emissions, of which transportation is the biggest share, requires viable alternatives to driving. And lastly is the $47 million gap. Uploading the LRT to Metrolinx will save the city money, but the mayor himself said that the negotiations will take a long time. These things can take a year and a half, 2 years to complete. So why are we budgeting for money we haven't saved yet? All in all, this budget continues to avoid a fundamental issue. How do we make transit service so good, so reliable, so consistent and frequent that we grow ridership well beyond what it was pre-pandemic, rather than languishing well below it? Reducing emissions means fewer cars on the road, and affordability means real alternatives to car ownership. Low taxes do not come anywhere close to saving people what they're being forced to spend on private vehicles as a direct result of poor transit. We can't neglect bus service and put all our eggs in the LRT. We need more buses and investments in transit priority, like traffic signal upgrades along main arteries like Carling, Bank Street, Rideau, and Montreal, to give buses earlier or longer green lights when they're approaching the intersection. This alone can speed up the bus by 6 to 15% and far more when paired with dedicated bus lanes. Our population is growing, but are we accommodating it? Our official plan commits to making suburbs transit ready, but we aren't. Is it because it's hard to do? Brampton responded to its own imminent population growth by investing in bus service 20 years ago. Now their ridership is 30% above what it was before the pandemic. The question of aren't all cities struggling with transit right now was raised. Not all cities are struggling. Edmonton, Calgary, Brampton, Toronto, they are seeing big increases in ridership, some of them far above what they were pre-pandemic. And these happen to be the cities investing in off-peak service, transit priority, fare reductions. So we know what the recipe is. If you build it, they will come. We must apply this logic to our public transit system rather than, as we have been, road widening and greenfield sprawl. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Nick. A question from Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Just one. Mr. Grover, thank you for your delegation. We have corresponded in the past about on-time bus performance, and I know you've gone through the budget in great detail. Are you able to find investments or resources in the 2026 budget that speaks to on-time bus performance?
Not that I noticed. I could be wrong. I'm not a budget expert, but by and large, it does seem like the focus is the LRT and replacing buses with electric ones. So I don't see a lot of the things that would encourage better on-time performance, which, as I indicated, are dedicated bus lanes, traffic signal priority, investments like that. Some of which, we've been planning. I think Bank Street, we're currently in consultations for. I think Carling has been slated for transit priority and is incredibly delayed again. So these are things that we really need to expedite. Like it's not rocket science. It's red paint and changing the traffic lights, and it can have real dividends. We can cut travel times in half because the bus is not getting delayed in traffic. We can really increase ridership by doing it.
Thank you for a delegation. I will be asking staff questions in this regard. I want to give them an opportunity to inform the committee how the budget addresses this matter. And again, thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Chair. Nick, thank you very much. I was listening on your presentation. Nick, do you think this council takes transit seriously?
No. If you wanted a diplomatic answer, my apologies, but no, I don't think it does. I think we come back to this question constantly of, well, how the heck are we going to solve this problem? And where are we going to find the money for it? We spend a lot to move people around the city, and it's because we are asking them to subsidize it personally by buying a car, by taking Uber and Lyft. And we're also spending a lot to maintain the roads that they drive on, to widen the roads that they drive on. And this is very expensive, especially when we design our city in a way that it's very sprawled out. And so, once again, I see a lot of money in the budget, but I don't see it being spent in a way that will actually make the service adequate or good enough that people will come back to it or start using it for the first time. And that's what we need to be doing. We really need to be reducing the amount of cars that are on the road to reduce emissions and save people money. This is a huge financial burden when you can't get to your doctor's appointment by bus, so you have to take an Uber or Lyft. When you keep being late to work, so you have to buy a car. I just had friends who, they really support transit, but now that they, bought a house out in the East End, they had to get a car because he was bumming rides off friends and thought, okay, well, I might as well be the person who can provide rides too. And that's a lot of money for them. They just bought a house. They're not exactly flush with cash. So we're costing people a lot of money and claiming that we're saving them money with a few dollars saved on their taxes. There's an opportunity for cost savings. There's an opportunity for emissions reduction. We haven't been taking it. Transit, the system's right there. We have the bones, we can build upon it, but we're not.
Thank you very much, Nick.
Councillor Menard.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just be quick here. Nick, thanks for your delegation. Councillor Vice Chair DeRoche had introduced a motion earlier today, and I appreciate that it wasn't out there before now, so you may have not got a chance to look at it. One of the things that it does is ask for OC Transpo to offer under 18 youth passes, so free transit for under 18 after 5 p.m. As well as on the weekends and for holidays, using the existing capacity in the system. I wonder your thoughts on that particular measure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when we look at the cities that have implemented either free transit for youth or free transit for seniors on the other end of the age spectrum, the ridership skyrockets among those groups who were given free transit. So the closer we can get to providing that, the better. I think we took a huge step backwards last year, scrapping the youth pass. So yes, if we can give parents and kids an excuse to take transit, yeah, absolutely. I think that's what we need to be doing. I also agree with increasing the transfer window. I think the notion that we would be losing money by not making people pay two fares is absurd. They shouldn't have been paying that money to begin with. It was ill-gotten revenue. So, I agree with both of those points in the motion.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks for your delegation, Nick. We'll go to our next delegate who's already sitting in the room, Ken Holmes. Welcome, Ken. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm a rural resident in Ottawa, also the chair, the co-chair of Rural Transportation Solutions for Ottawa and chair of the Rural Transportation Subcommittee of the Ottawa Council on Aging. Ottawa's rural paratranspo clients are charged almost 3 times the fare as urban clients. I'm recommending that Budget 2026 take a small step towards addressing this inequity. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Ottawa's rural population comprises some 80%, well, the geography comprises of some 80% of Ottawa's geographic area, but has only 10% of Ottawa's population. This dispersion of the small population poses the main challenges of providing both affordable transportation solution in the form of OC Transpo and paratranspo. OC Transpo has a good reputation of providing accessible transportation, but the service in the rural areas is limited to rush hour periods. This timing often does not meet the needs of our older adults, many of whom are paratranspo clients. Next slide, please. Paratranspo itself does not provide service for rural-to-rural trips. The rural resource centers provide such trips through the Rural Transportation Options Partnership Program. The operating costs of the rural resource centers is approximately half that of paratranspo. Yet the rural fare is almost 3 times that of urban residents. Next slide, please. Summarizing the delivery of service between the two groups that provide transportation for rural paratranspo clients, annually about 30,000 trips are provided for rural residents, and the 3 rural resource centers collectively provide about 12,000 of those trips, or 40% of the travel. Next slide, please. I'd like to quickly give 3 typical situations to illustrate the disparity amongst between the paratranspo delivery options. At the green dot on the left-hand side, resident 1 lives just outside the village of Carp and needs to get into a Carp for a medical appointment, a distance of about 2 kilometers. Because that's rural to rural, the resource center provides the transportation and the fare is about $11. At the pink dot, over near the center, resident 2 lives in Manotick, but has a dental appointment in Barrhaven. Because the 5-kilometer trip crosses the urban boundary, paratranspo provides that service, and the fare is approximately $11. Now, looking at the blue dot for comparison, resident 3 of Stittsville lives near Bayshore Shopping Center and wants to visit a friend at the Place d'Orléans Shopping Center. Paratranspo provides that trip since it's entirely within the urban area, but that 35-kilometer trip costs only $4. Surely this huge difference in fares is not reasonable. Next slide, please. Many paratranspo clients use the service more than once a week. Indeed, many take more than 10 trips a month. The rural fare, as I've said, is 3 times that of an urban trip. So the $8 difference in a single trip may add up to an extra $80 a month for a rural client. It's encouraging to see that there is a proposal to increase the number of free ride days for rural paratranspo clients, and that certainly would be supported. Next slide, please. Recommendations are twofold. On the budget 2026 side, I recommend that Ottawa reduce the fare for a rural-to-rural trip for registered rural paratranspo clients, so it is the same as the urban fare. Could this not be accomplished by providing about $80,000 from the rideshare surcharge revenue that currently collects about $1.6 million annually? Beyond budget 2026, next slide, please. No, sorry, okay. There's also a need for a policy review. Is not paratranspo an extension of OC Transpo's public transportation obligation? Rural Summit 2024 highlighted the need to extend paratranspo services to rural areas to ensure that all residents, regardless of their physical ability, have access to reliable, accessible transportation. Our recommendations in terms of changing of policy: OC Transpo is based on a single fare, a single zone fare system. That principle should extend to paratranspo. There should be a unified, citywide zone for both OC Transpo and paratranspo. The paratranspo fare should be the same as an OC Transpo fare. In a sense, it's another bus ride. And that should also include all fare reduction options that are available to OC Transpo clients. The additional budget costs incurred by implementing these policy changes is estimated to require an increase of the public transportation tax bill line item for the average residential property, both urban and rural, by about a few dollars. So those are my recommendations, both for short-term budget 2026 and long-term for a policy review. Do we have any questions?
Thank you, Ken. Couple of questions. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. I think we had a meeting a few months ago, correct? Online? Yes. And so after that meeting with other groups, that was part of the reason why we, working on that collective motion that the vice chair presented, that we put in the pilot program for 4 trips. And I understand, Chair, if I'm correct, that that will include rural fares as well on the pilot for seniors. The 4 trips, 3 trips a month, to try to develop some equity between conventional and para, that we will include rural fares in there. So that I did advocate after our big meeting that we had, and hopefully it's a start to future changes.
Yeah, so certainly that's a step in the right direction. But again, my recommendation in terms of long-term policy is that we have a much more similarity between the way we handle OC Transpo and the way we handle paratranspo.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know we want to move in that direction. So unfortunately, it has to be done with baby steps, given some of the restrictions we have.
Sure.
But thank you very much for your continued advocacy. Nice to see you in person.
Thank you.
Did you bus in?
Vice Chair DeRoche.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with you. There's a policy dialogue that's needed to go forward. And I look at the situation in Manotick, being the neighbor of Riverside South. It's not very far, as you point out in your example, that they could be shopping or going to appointments in Manotick, from Manotick into Riverside South and Barrhaven. Those residents benefit greatly from the Line 2 extension and the park and rides that we have in the area as well. What is, in your opinion, the mechanism for funding this? If we did have fairness on the fare, what's the fairness for the taxpayer as well? So you would have, right now, I think Manotick's in the village category and it pays a higher amount. But should there be maybe a bigger breakout of sort of the levies for communities like Manotick that are quite dense, right? It's not kind of farm country. It's a very dense part of kind of the rural area. So how do we get around the levy, and how do we have it fairness there as well?
I will apologize. The acoustics in this room are terrible.
I'll come and sit
My
beside you.
hearing aids are not up to it. But if we can look at the current paratranspo levy across the city, rural residents pay $16 per 100,000 of property assessment. Urban residents pay 19. So rural residents are paying basically 85% of what a urban resident pays, and they're getting nowhere near the same value for their money. I certainly appreciate the challenges with the large distances and the small population, the small dispersed population. But I think a better single fare system could be developed that would satisfy all residents. Like I said, I don't have access to all of the numbers, but it looks like an increase in the tax bill of all residents of the order of $1 or $2 would enable the implementation of a common fare system for rural and urban residents.
But you don't see a scenario where you would just increase that urban transit levy to the $18 for everyone, or particularly the villages, which have a higher density population?
My preference is certainly to have a unified system across the city. If there is rationale for having decided that the paratranspo system is a single zone, regardless of the distance that's traveled, why is there a difference in philosophy as to how we treat paratranspo?
Okay, all right. Well, thanks for the information today. Further conversations, I'm sure, will continue. Thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. Thanks very much for joining us today, Ken. Our next speaker is Ryan McHenry. Ryan's here in the room. I'll take the opportunity to give a heads up. After Ryan, it will be Emily Legrand and Tracy Mituji.
Hi there. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Ryan, and I've grown up in Barrhaven my entire life, so I will be talking a lot about Barrhaven today. So let's dive in with reliability with OC Transpo. So between the ongoing transitway closures and several road closures as well, like we've seen along the Kijizabi-Macon, several buses, like the 75, for instance, are being forced onto these streets that have several detours that can disrupt schedules and make travel very unpredictable for Barrhaven residents. With the new Ways to Bus that launched back in April, I'm very happy to say that lots of connections were created with Line 2 at Limebank Station, which I'm very happy to see. However, a lot of the transfer times often are not practical at all, meaning buses usually arrive at Limebank Station as the Line 2 trains are departing, forcing riders to wait that additional 12 minutes for the next train. Many riders I've also spoken to, including friends and family, have mentioned that the travel planner is often inaccurate or provides incomplete trip information for riders. We mentioned an app possibly. For youth, certainly I think an app would be ideal to communicate live updates with the youth as well as with other riders. During the New Ways to Bus launch, Barrhaven also lost several key connection routes. This means longer, less direct trips for residents in Barrhaven, especially in areas and neighborhoods like Citygate and Jockville. In growing neighborhoods around Barrhaven, service still hasn't kept up, unfortunately. For example, during weekends, the 110 provides direct service between Marketplace Station, which is an extremely important station in Barrhaven, directly to Limebank. However, during the weekend, it provides extremely limited weekend service, with the last Sunday morning trip towards Limebank leaving before 8 a.m. Students are also feeling the impact of these changes. On certain school routes, so that means the routes in the 600 series, overcrowding and congestion have become a serious safety issue. I know myself, I take 600 series buses to get home to and from school every day. And when the doors opened once, the bus was so overcrowded that I was actually pushed out of the bus and I had to wait for the next bus. So what can we do here? Here are a few ideas. I'm sure they've already been discussed. Possibly extending frequent routes. So this means 74, 75, and then in Canada, that means 61, 62, and 63, directly downtown during certain key periods. We're seeing this with the E1 shuttle between Blair and the downtown core, just to alleviate pressure off Line 1. Second, we could also prioritize buses during peak service, such as possibly dedicating the parkway, so the Kijiji-Macon, strictly to buses, possibly during rush hours, just to keep schedules on track. I just wanted to mention that shelters do also matter as well. We see this at several key O-train stations, meaning Tunney's Pasture, Herdman, and Blair, that have night stops or trans-secure areas. We talked about safety earlier. However, at Limebank Station in Riverside South, there are no trans-secure areas or heated shelters. Those could be looked into just to make transfers and safety more comfortable for everyone. And since not every trip needs a bus, biking infrastructure is also important, which brings me to my next point. Adding bike racks at certain key stations is very essential so that riders can bike towards these stations and then take transit onward from there. I'd also like to mention near a bus stop located near my house, I live in the Half Moon Bay community in Barrhaven, which is growing very quickly actually. So there's not necessarily transit in every corner. So giving the possibility for riders to bike towards the local transit stop to take transit from there is very important. I also wanted to touch about a multi-use pathway in Barrhaven. Along the transitway from Fallowfield Station to Stranraer, there is a multi-use pathway for cyclists and pedestrians that is heavily used. However, once you get to Stranraer Station, between Stranraer and Marketplace, it goes into a trench, the transitway, and that trench is prohibited for cyclists and for pedestrians. I was wondering if we could possibly open that path on a seasonal basis, so during the summer season, to cyclists and pedestrians to connect the two neighborhoods and make travel safer. Transfer windows are also very important. Missing a single connection in Barrhaven can mean waiting an additional 20 to 30 minutes depending on the route. The 90-minute window simply isn't enough for Barrhaven commuters, and I'm sure isn't enough for other Western commuters as well, like Canadian, etc. Also, in my opinion, fares are too high for youth and students. If we look at other cities, the Toronto TTC is $2.25 for youth, $2.55 for youth in Calgary, and here in Ottawa, it is $4. I think for youth, this would be greatly beneficial, as I find lots of youth are not paying the fares right now at this moment. So reducing these fares could be important. Other cities like Vancouver, also use fares based on the distance traveled. Maybe we could explore something like that here in the capital, given that there is a lot of space. I thank you so much for this opportunity here today.
All right. Thank you. You're right on time there. Councillor Lowe has a question for you.
Hi. Thanks for your delegation. You brought up the multi-use pathway that runs along the transitway in Barrhaven. This has been a question that's been brought to me before about the underpass that connects our two wards there underneath Stranraer. And it is something that I included in the transportation master plan as a request for the next transportation master plan. But I think the information I've gotten in the past from staff is that they would very much prefer some sort of railing alongside that pathway, just given the fact that it's a transit way. It's not something I've completely agreed with, but it's something I could definitely continue working with Councillor Hill on. The Limebank night stop, for some reason, I've always assumed there was one. That's something that we can look into as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Hill.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ryan, for your delegation. I think, given that we had a flurry of motions and directions that came to committee right after the report, I think there are actually a number of concerns that you have raised that are actually identified in that with regard to youth fares, transfer windows, and some of the discussion we had earlier on with regard to reliability and the onboarding of some of these new bus procurement systems, I think will help some of the extension of some of those bus routes that you're talking about. I don't actually have any other questions for you. I think you hit a lot of good points there, and we'll look to engage with staff on some of your good ideas. So thank you for taking the time to come down today.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. Thanks very much, Ryan.
Thank you so much.
Our next delegation is Emily Leclerc. We're not seeing Emily online or in the room. So let's continue on to Tracy Matuji. And Tracy is online, I believe.
Yes. Can I proceed?
Hi, Tracy. I'm not, can you just say a few words, make sure we can hear you properly?
Hello, my name is Tracy Mutugi. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the Transit Committee for the opportunity to speak on the draft 2026 budget as it relates to transit. I'm here today as an Ottawa resident and a frequent user of the OC Transpo system, who wants just our transport system to succeed. But like many riders, I know the frustration of opening the transit app only to see that a simple one-way trip will take nearly 2 hours. If I lived in Orleans and worked in Canada, my evening commute, which is about 40 kilometers, would take 1 hour and 52 minutes at best. For context, I could drive more than 120 kilometers to Cornwall in less time. That comparison is not just disappointing, but it shows that our system is failing to keep people moving efficiently. When I reviewed the draft capital budget, I want to draw attention to the funding that's set aside to service enhancements, which speaks to the service reliability that has come up several times during this meeting. As you may have heard from many residents before me, a core issue is that travel times are too long and the bus needs to move people across the city faster. Enhancing this would make a huge difference to the users as well as the ridership levels. Next slide, please. The draft budget includes 7 service enhancement programs. One of the most important, in my view, is the Transit Priority Road and Signals Project Program, which specifically is intended to improve travel speed and reliability by giving transit priority along key corridors. And this speaks to Councillor Brockington's question earlier to Nick around where the budget speaks to this issue. However, in 2026, more funding is being allocated to signage upgrades than to projects that actually make the buses faster. While signage upgrades have value, they should not take precedence over investments that actually make trips faster. Improving travel speed should be a higher priority in my view. I'm concerned that $4.4 million is being planned for signage improvements, while Transit Priority Program is only receiving $3 million in 2026. Next slide, please. That said, I would urge the committee to increase allocation to the Transit Priority Program so that it can meaningfully fund improvements like transit priority signals, queue jump lanes, bus stop bulb outs, and dedicated bus lanes. These are the tools that will make traveling through the city faster, and users want a service which is both worth our time and worth our money. Like many Ottawa residents, I simply want to get across town quickly. I do not want to be punished for using transit. I want to be able to spend time with my family, and I would like spending 4 hours commuting on a one-way or my daily commute to be a thing of the past. Next slide, please. I know the city has talented and capable staff who understand what needs to be done. And this is evidenced in the report on improving bus service reliability that was presented at the September Transit Committee meeting. My purpose here today is to support those city staff by urging that they receive adequate funds to deliver the improvements that the riders desire and set the bus up for success. With only $3 million in the budget, I'd like to know how many kilometers of dedicated bus lanes does this buy us in 2026? And when can residents expect to see transit priority signals or investment in transitway corridors? Thank you for listening to my delegation.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just looking around the table to see if there's any hands up. I'm not seeing any questions, so thanks very much, Tracy, for sharing that. We will move on to our next speaker, pair of speakers presenting together, Meg Herod and Kata Girardo. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today on this important issue. We represent City for All Women Initiative. My name is Meg Herod. I serve as the Policy Director and Co-Executive Director. I'm accompanied by my colleague, Kata Girardo, our Communications and Civic Engagement Coordinator. And later you will hear from a COWI member, Peggy Nesbitt, who's joining us on Zoom. The 2026 municipal budget will see transit fare increases, which we've heard much about today. So we all know that there's a proposed 2.5% increase for single ticket adult fare, a 2.3% increase for rural paratranspo riders, and a 1.9% for access pass riders when the top up is proposed to increase from $2.70 to $2.75. I know that in the presentation earlier, it was stated that the access pass would not increase, so I would look for clarity on that if someone is able. Overall, since 2022, we've seen over a 10% increase in transit fare. The cumulative impact of these yearly increases is compounded by the cost of living crisis we are finding ourselves in. This year's hunger report demonstrates that for the first year ever, 25% of Ottawa residents are facing food insecurity. 55% of food bank agencies cited transportation as the top barrier preventing community members from accessing emergency food support. Poverty and public transportation are inextricably linked. Evidence shows that low-income individuals spend their income on the local economy for survival. Critical to this is transportation services. For households that rely on income support, the average cost of housing and food is equal to or more than their total income. This leaves no room for transportation and other essential services. This is taken directly from Ottawa's poverty reduction strategy. The city has adopted both a poverty reduction strategy and a women and gender equity strategy so that every person has equitable access to services and equal opportunities to participate in all aspects of life. These strategies emphasize coordination and alignment among government departments and services. We cannot say we are prioritizing affordability on one hand, while on the other, we are raising transit fares. To use the city's words from the poverty reduction strategy, resources must be synergistic and mutually enhancing. Public transportation must be seen as integral to poverty reduction and to achieving an equitable and a caring city.
In May of this year, Cowie released a survey in response to OC Transpo's New Ways to Bus. Our survey, called Transit Therapy Line, found that 97% of participants reported that the new ways to bus have not improved transit in Ottawa. Let's go to slide 2, please. Our mobility, the ability to move from place to place, is not a privilege or a choice. It is a basic right, an essential and core service necessary to functioning in our city. Let me share a story, my story. As a newcomer living in a suburban area a few years ago, I had to commute up to 3 hours each way to college and back. As an international student, I was only allowed to work 20 hours per day, and I had a minimum wage job, so I could not afford an Uber to shorten my commute. I had no choice but to take the bus. Late night service did not reach my neighborhood, so often I had to work 35 to 40 minutes in -17 weather as a newcomer just to get home. If I waited in the cold with if I needed groceries or anything for my children, trip chaining made my commute even longer. That meant that I had to wait in the cold with bags for another bus that still left me far from my door. All of this was time taking from my kids, who were also adapting to a new country, a new language, and facing the hardships of being the new kids at school. They needed their mother. But I was not able to be there because I had to spend so many hours in transit. This transit system is not making people's lives easier. It is an active contributor to time poverty, which disproportionately affects caregivers, women and gender-expansive people, people with disabilities, immigrants, Indigenous and racialized communities. The continually rising rates year after year burden the very residents who rely on transportation as a public and essential service to meet their daily needs. Here are our recommendations. Freeze OC Transpo transit fares, paratranspo access pass, and rural transit fares. Reinstate free days for all seniors taking paratranspo, because this is equity. Reinstate youth discounted transit passes. As one of the largest non-driving segments of our population, transit must be considered their right to the city. Adequately resource Ottawa's poverty reduction strategy. Access to public transportation is a poverty reduction strategy.
That's your time. If you could quickly wrap up, and then there's a question for you. Thank you.
Sure. So upholding the city's poverty reduction strategy and the women and gender equity strategy is directly related to public transit. And this is what we want to remind you today.
Thank you very much.
Question from Councilor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for being here and your advocacy and your work with Cowie. I've been noticing it. I know there's been some changes with the organization in the last few years, and you've done a wonderful job stepping up and making sure those issues are in the media. You mentioned some of the ways that the system is insufficiently geared towards the travel needs of women. You mentioned that there's some specific challenges that women in Ottawa tend to experience with transit and transportation. I wanted to talk about the need to take children on transit, what kind of difficulties that may add. And I wanted to get your perspective on the under 18 in particular pass, because what we're looking at through the motion is not just a return to the youth pass fare that was there. Obviously, that was a big issue last year, but a more universality around certain times of day that's not covered by the school boards and therefore the province. So I guess the question would be, when looking at that under 18 pass and specifically challenges for women on buses, does this add an element of would this add an element of safety? Would this add an element of increased potential to ride transit for women in the city of Ottawa, and taking youth on transit? And how might an under 18 pass, where it is free after 5 o'clock on weekends, on holidays, and hopefully in the summers as well, how would that help with the goals that you've outlined here today?
Thanks for the question. And I think we're very supportive, and it would help. It would help a lot. As we know, people are stretched so thin right now, and anything we can do to make it easier for folks is huge. And so we saw through our transit therapy line when the youth pass was removed in September, this has a huge impact on people. And for women who are doing multiple stops along their way, we call this time poverty. And so anything we can do to support folks who are in this position, like reducing fares when we can, we are all in support.
I would also like to add that, as Meg said, we are very supportive of the measure to bring back the youth pass during holidays, weekends, and in certain hours of the day. However, we would also like to see those hours expanded, because youth under 18 years old need to get to school and back, but also they need to go to after school, whatever activities they're doing, right? So a city that cares for everyone is a city that cares for their youth, who will keep building the city. So a city that is designed for people, for all people who, or for everyone who does not identify as a cisgender, heterosexual, white, able-bodied man, that is a city that cares and provides for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for the delegation. I don't have any agenda with my next question. I am just wondering, there's a substantial investment that's being made in system safety through the provision of folks like special constables. I'm just wondering if I could get your perceptions of physical safety on the transit system.
Yeah, we asked this question recently in a survey we did to residents, and people expressed that they currently feel less safe on riding on transit. But part of this is the reliability piece, in that when you are waiting after hours in the dark, waiting for the bus, and it doesn't come, you may start to feel unsafe. And this predominantly impacts women and gender diverse populations. that feeling of unsafety. So we connect it very much to reliability. And we know from the folks in our network that an increased presence of just having special constables on the bus doesn't necessarily make a person feel safe. It's the other measures that come with that. The other measures being making transit systems that are more inclusive, making our bus shelters places where you feel comfortable to sit and wait for the bus, things like this. Did you want to? Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to our next speaker, Peggy Nesbitt, who I believe is online. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Can you hear me? Can
Loud
you
and clear.
hear me? Yes, no?
Yes,
You can?
Thank
Yes?
you.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so my name is Peggy Nesbitt. I have a spinal cord injury. I use a power wheelchair. I take paratranspo buses for everything. See, I can't just jump in a family or a friend's car with a wheelchair. So this is the only option I have for transit. I want to share my experience. The lack of working buses, the long wait times to be picked up. I feel so strongly that this budget should not raise any paratranspo fees like the seniors monthly pass or any of paratranspo fees. I feel that it is not the time. We have been dealing with inadequate service with paratranspo. Waiting times for pickup can turn to 45 minutes to an hour because of lack of working buses. Sometimes your booking is dropped and no one is coming. This has happened many times in the past year, and I can't go anyplace. I feel abandoned. It's a terrible feeling because you carry that at other times when you're going out in the public. Sometimes I can't even attend advocacy meetings at Coway at the Rideau Hub, the City for All Women's Initiatives, of whom I'm a member and I want to participate. The city's long-term plan dropping the ball and has failed to replace para buses when needed. When I call, the answer is always, we don't have enough working buses. Just this summer, I have dealt with paratranspo bus breakdowns. One bus had smoke coming from the engine through the driver's dashboard vents. The other two, the bus needed to pull over and I had to wait for another bus. Also, there's para bus breaking down on the Queensway, and no one was hurt. But that gives me a fear as how safe am I going out on a bus for para buses? It's disconcerting as a paratranspo rider. It doesn't sit well in my stomach to increase fares at this time. My other thing I wanted to talk about was Ottawa seniors ride free on Wednesdays to Sundays using a regular bus. However, disabled seniors have to pay to take paratranspo on those 2 days. I feel this is unjust and needs to be rectified. As I see it, it is discrimination. I noticed that you are allowing in this budget for paratranspo, I think it's 4 tickets. And I was just wondering why para deserves less tickets per month than other seniors in Ottawa. So just keep that in mind, because that's what we will be feeling like when we hear the news that we still don't be adequately compared to another senior. I notice we don't have any other right. We can't jump in a car or whatever. We have para. So I'm asking to make that change to offer disabled seniors on paratranspo the same as able-bodied transit people. And I would like to see someday same-day service. At present, we don't get it. Society lives spontaneously. When a doctor's office calls with a cancellation, offers me the appointment, I can't take it because I have no transit that day. Even if I call, they don't have the ability to accommodate me. Rural paratranspo, I like that you, I would like to have more of a free rural transpo. I have grandchildren out in Carp, just a little bit past Canada, and I have to pay this $11 each way. On a senior living on my own, it's really, I cannot be the grandmother I want to be. So I'm seeing that the countdown here. In closing, I speak on behalf of myself and others. So please acknowledge the duty to accommodate for the most vulnerable residents of Ottawa to meet their basic rights to transportation. Thank you. 4 seconds.
Thank you, Peggy. Right on time. You have a question from Councillor Carr.
Hi,
Yes.
Peggy. Nice to see you.
Nice
You've
to
been
you.
my inspiration to push on the issue.
Thank you.
We were only able to get 4 days because of cost limitations, but I believe it will include the rural fairs, and I know you'd spoken to me about the situation with your grandchildren. So I'll continue to push on that. Would you mind, just with respect to the service issues that you identified, would you mind if I shared your contact information with OC Transpo staff so they can follow up with you? Since I've
Yes. Well, they already feel like I already contacted them when it happened. So it's kind of in the past. So I don't need to talk to them again. That basically they just say, we only have so many mechanics. We didn't know this is going to happen. I'm glad you're safe.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for being here and thanks for your continued advocacy. And it will take some time to develop the program, but I'm hopeful that the 4 days a month is a start. And I see your counselor wants to speak to you, so I'll let her
I
talk.
see that too.
See you.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hey, Peggy, what's good? I just had a super quick question for you because Mother Nature has blessed us with some snow a little early this year. And I know you've been in contact with my office about the OC Transpo stop. And there was some like jurisdictional, we plow this, we don't plow that. I was wondering if you could just talk about that briefly because I found your situation absolutely fascinating. It's kind of a microcosm for the other levels of government that we have in this city and when we try to get things done. So I was wondering if you could talk about that. Yep.
I live on Briere Street off of Dalhousie. It's got a chain at the end of, it's a closed street. And the snow plows come down, they do the little circle, and then they dump a lot of snow right in front of my building, which is an Ottawa Community Housing building, mostly with seniors. And what happened, I've learned this, the OCH maintenance, they do the walkway out to the sidewalk and then they stop. The sidewalk is done by another group of people with your, bus, what do you call it? Snow removal. And then there is the snow removal on the street, which that it's so funny. It's either a snow drift or it's some other thing. Anyways, wording is funny there. Quite often I go out waiting for my bus. I see it's coming. It turns around in the circle. It comes up and it goes, oh, we can't put the ramp down. I went, yeah, what are you going to do? And like, it's not safe for me to go down into the parking lot of my building because it's got ice and I'm not going to do that. So I quite often don't get service. Now, it's really frustrating because I, like you said, I said before, I have important meetings, neurologists from Toronto, and said, guess what? I can't get there. And I can't get into a car and just go. Yeah. So I'm really kind of hoping that somehow this either OCH or somebody can just do a little more. Example, in their parking lot, they don't just do the parking lot, they do the sidewalk and the roadway. So I don't understand with my wheels, why can't they do my sidewalk at the entrance and on the road?
Well, we're hoping to have that resolved this year. Please do keep me posted because your situation last year was just, it was like a game of Jenga is maybe the only way I could describe it. So thank you so much for your advocacy. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Peggy, for joining us today and for your presentation. Our next delegate is Sam Hirsch. And Sam is online, I believe.
Yep. Hi,
Hi,
Councillor.
Sam. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, folks. I'm here today because this committee and council continue to take the same approach on transit year after year. Under Mayor Sutcliffe, the pattern is predictable: cut service, raise fares, and insist that other levels of government will come to the rescue. They rarely do, and riders continue to pay the price. This year, the city is boasting a small $14 million in efficiencies while making no real improvements to service and raising fares by another 2.5%. This is no, quote, historic investment. A budget without proposed changes will lead to reduced routes, reduced frequency, and further erode reliability for the people who rely on transit every day. At the same time, riders are expected to pay more. When transit becomes less reliable and more expensive, it's no surprise that people turn away. I will say I'm glad to see some of the proposed changes in the proposed motion, but the whole budget should reflect that principle of that motion, that lower, more affordable, and free fares will draw people to ride public transit. We also keep hearing, throughout the budget debate on transit, the same flawed arguments that ridership must improve before we invest in transit. That logic makes no sense. Ridership improves when service improves. It improves when buses come on time, when frequencies are consistent, and when people trust the system. Ottawa will never see ridership recover if we wait for it to magically happen. Investment drives ridership, not the other way around. Waiting for riders to return before fixing the system is a recipe for permanent decline. Part of the reason we are in this mess is leadership. The mayor's so-called campaign for fairness was showcased as a bold push to force other levels of government to fill our transit funding gap. It has failed. Every single year, it's tried to do it. It's left a giant hole in the budget, and the city continues to plan as though a bailout is just around the corner. That's not a plan. It's wishful thinking that has put us in a far worse financial position and left riders and operators exposed. And instead of confronting the issue, some councillors have floated other ideas. For example, and I'm not opposed to this idea. I think in fact it's not a bad idea to expand transfer windows, and I think people should have passes that are good for longer. But it's a temporary solution. It's like the meme of where that guy slaps a piece of duct tape to the water tank as if it's going to fix the flooding of water. The solution has to be to make trips shorter, not to continue to move the goalposts, and to increase and procure more buses, for example, as one solution. These quote unquote solutions are a sign that some councillors have thrown their hands in the air and are pretending this crisis is unsolvable. And we saw that mindset clearly earlier in September in an article in the CBC when Councillor Kitts, for example, described the transit funding crisis as a, quote, maze with no exit. That framing could not be more wrong. This is not an impossible puzzle. It's not a maze with no exit. The path is clear. We need funding and the political will to fund transit properly. It's not that complicated. The only thing missing is the willingness to make the decisions required to fix the system, just like Mark Sutcliffe promised in 2022. I think it's fair to say that the mayor and this council inherited a scandal and issue-ridden transit system. But on that promise to fix transit, the mayor has been an abysmal failure. And it has been even more painful to watch some of you on this committee go along with decisions that have led to such things as longer wait times on the LRT and the utter disaster of new ways to bus. Meanwhile, we're told there's not enough money for transit, yet the city is committing hundreds of millions of dollars for Lansdowne 2.0. And I fit that. I know many of you have heard a lot about Lansdowne, but just thought I would add it in there. We apparently cannot afford to run or procure more buses, but we can afford a massive redevelopment that leaves many basic needs unmet. These choices reveal exactly how skewed the priorities of the city have become. And as I said, all of this comes down to leadership. We hear excuses every year. We hear that things will improve, but without real investment, they won't. Without a vision, reliability will not return. And without political will, the system will continue to decline. Blaming others will not fix transit. Council has a chance right now to change direction. And you can reject the idea that fare increases are inevitable, and you can end the cycle of cuts and decline. I think the motion proposed by Councillor DeRoche is a good step in the right direction, but we should, as I said earlier, propose that to the rest of the budget, that cheaper, more affordable fares are the way to go and will draw people to the system. And I want to be very clear. Residents are paying attention. People across the city are frustrated and tired of excuses. Transit will be a major election issue in 2026, and the votes you cast today and at council for the main budget will matter. If you vote in favor of continued decline, your residents will be watching. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sam, for your delegation. I'm seeing no questions around the table. So thanks for joining us this afternoon. Our next delegation is Brigitte Donnelly Provost. Brigitte is here in the room. Perfect. And after Brigitte, we have Noah Weinberg and then Bonnie Schroeder. Thank you. Hello, Brigitte. Welcome. Just press the, yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Transit Committee members. My name is Bridget. I am currently a student with Gotta Go, a group advocating for public washrooms across the city of Ottawa. And the reason why I'll be talking today is about park and rides. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start off with a little pop quiz. Don't worry, I will not be grading you. Your best bet or your best guess out of the 4 choices I have, either 5, 15, 0, or 27 toilets out of all the park and rides in the city of Ottawa, how many do you think we have? Anyone here have a guess? You think it's the 3rd one? 0? Anybody else? 0? 0? Okay, next slide, please. Well, all A pluses for all of you. Unfortunately, it is 0. Sorry, my notes closed. Next slide, please. So first things first, imagine this. It's a beautiful Friday morning. You've dropped off your kids at school. Everything is going well. You've hit every single green light, not a single red one. And then you pull into the park and ride and luck is on your side yet again. There is a parking spot right in the front. Like, what are the odds of that? Then all of a sudden, your morning coffee hits you and you have to use the washroom. What do? You have to all of a sudden quickly and frantically search on Google something that is open nearby, like a business that has a toilet that is accessible, or you have to go all the way back home. And now your once happy and good morning is now ruined. You're probably going to be late for work. You have to go somewhere else because there's not a single toilet at any of the park and rides within the city of Ottawa. Next slide, please. So what can be done? The 3 images I have above is one that I've taken myself within the park and rides in the city of Ottawa. I did visit myself just to make sure that there was none. There are none. These 3 facilities here are toilets that are available for OC Transpo workers. What we're recommending is that we just expand upon the infrastructure that we have in place already, that we expand upon that. There is already the plumbing, the electricity, and the physical space. How about we have washrooms or toilets for public users or for service users, as well as OC Transpo workers. We can have them separate if you'd like, but just expanding upon that would be a simple solution that would help out our suburban and rural users who do use park and rides. This is a very manageable and cost-effective service that directly affects all the riders within the city of Ottawa. And if it is not feasible to expand upon the already existing infrastructure, we can always put in portable toilets, which would be $150 to $300 a month for a standard one, or approximately $300 to $500 a month for ADA accessible units as well. Next slide, please. So in closing, let's avoid some yellow snow, and Ottawa residents deserve better. People with disabilities deserve better. Our transit riders deserve better. Let's make public toilets a priority in park and rides. This is a relatively small investment with a profound impact, one that directly aligns with the city's commitments towards accessibility, equity, and everyday dignity. I thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I look forward to them as well.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. There's a question from Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Gotta Go has been a leading advocate for public washrooms for some time, and it's good to see you here again. I don't want to put you on the spot, so if you aren't able to answer today, if Gotta Go could follow up with me, that would be great. We can't implement 27 washrooms all at once at our park and rides, for example, but it would be helpful for us if Gotta Go could nominate maybe the top 3 across the city that if we were going to invest resources in washrooms, where does Gotta Go think the top 1, 2, 3 are? And that gives us something to work with. Obviously, Gotta Go would like more, but if the organization could get back to us on that, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great idea. We can definitely ask the general public, see what they think as well too, and where they feel that is most needed as well. We definitely follow up with that.
Thank you for coming today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for coming out today and representing Gotta Go. I appreciate the question. And as Councillor Brockington said, it would be difficult to do them all at once, but it seems like a good idea. Ironically, if you go to Gatineau Park, every single parking lot has a, like a porta potty, but often they're permanent. It would be great if we could do the same thing. So I appreciate it. I think the need is there very much. And I think you've made a good point about it. I don't know, I doubt if we'll be making it in this budget, but I think we should look at that for the future as well as at stations, of course. So thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you for your advocacy. Gotta Go is a great organization. With your help, we've more than doubled the budget for porta potties at parks. Got more money for the opening of existing bathrooms at our parks now that are often shuttered. And you've been great advocates for signage, for self-cleaning toilets, for partnerships with local businesses as well. So thank you for all you've done. With regard to this issue in park and rides, obviously some of our transit stations, many of our transit stations don't have bathrooms either. But on the park and ride issue, would you be amenable to having like porta potties at some of these in the interim, which are pretty inexpensive as an option?
Yes, absolutely. In the interim, porta potties is definitely a solution. As a way to look at the prices, roughly would be, I think, like $300 a month for just a standard one and up to $500 for accessible ADA compliant ones as well.
I see. Okay. And the physical infrastructure ones, the 3 that you pointed out, you said these are for staff right now, and these are at current park and ride locations.
Yep. It's I believe at Litrium, Greenboro, and Terry Fox are the 3 pictures I have.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for your research on this. Hopefully staff I know they're listening. I know they're here beside you listening, and I hope that they take up the suggestion around porta potties in particular at some more of these locations. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Our next delegation is Noah Weinberg. Oh, there's Noah online. Hi, Noah. How are you? Noah, you're on mute. If you can accept the prompt there.
There we are.
There you are.
Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. First and foremost, merci beaucoup de m'avoir accueilli aujourd'hui.
First of all, thank you very much for giving me the floor.
I'd like to also thank all of the delegates who have pretty much stolen my thunder at this point. It's pretty encouraging to know, however, that we have so many well-spoken, intelligent, and well-informed people in the community advocating for their particular groups. I really do appreciate the opportunity to share the delegate floor with them. My name is Noah Weinberg. I'm the elected president of ATU Local 279. I represent more than 2,300 frontline transit professionals at OC Transpo, including paratranspo and Alstom. And I'm proud to stand with the workers whose dedication makes this city move. I'm here to bring their lived experiences directly to your budget decisions. This budget continues in a direction that is clearly not working. The people who rely on bus and rail network and the workers who deliver it live this every single day, and the data that keeps getting presented here at Commission continues to confirm it. OC Transpo continues to set targets that are impossible to meet. Trips would almost never be canceled, and that buses would be on time almost all of the time, and we are never even close. We are canceling hundreds of trips daily, even more when there's weather or traffic or construction, especially during rush hour, and we have been consistently missing our reliability targets year after year. Our members see the consequences, packed buses that leave the people of Ottawa stranded, reduced rail service that makes riders late for work or school, and the operators that carry the blame and the frustration for the decisions they have no control over. When the system does not work, it's the riders and the workers that pay the price. This budget does not fix that problem. It raises fares once again and tells the riders to pay more for the same unreliable service. Ottawa is already on track to have some of the highest transit fares in Ontario. While ridership remains well below pre-pandemic levels, that is defined as the transit death spiral. Fewer riders, higher fares, more cuts, and even fewer riders eventually. At the same time, the city plans to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on roads resurfacing, expansion over the council term. No one is saying that roads don't matter, but the balance is completely off. You cannot call yourselves a transit-first, climate-conscious, while budget treats transit as a cost to contain and roads as a place where money can flow freely. We've seen where this leads. In Toronto, transit cut deeply in the 90s. They spent years trying to rebuild ridership. In Brampton, more recently, they took the opposite approach. They increased their transit levy, they added service, and today their ridership is above pre-COVID levels. You can follow the failing model you can continue to follow the failing model, or you can go with the successful one that's been proven. Your own commuter attitude survey tells you exactly what the riders want: reliability, frequent service, and better connections. They are not asking for another redesign of the routes that still do not show up. They're asking for a system that they can trust. And that trust can only come with real operation dollars. You cannot get there by tinkering with schedules while holding the line on the resources needed to put the buses and the operators on roads, on rails, the mechanics in the garages, and the maintenance staff keeping the system clean and safe. As a union, we are not here to just say no. We are here with a concrete alternative. We suggest that you increase the transit levy slightly above what has been proposed. For the average home in Ottawa, that would remain under $10 a month on the transit portion of the property tax bill. For less than a couple of cups of coffee a month, you can give OC Transpo the resources to start turning this system around. Second, we need to scale back the idea of a fare increase. Riders are already doing more than their own share. Leaning on higher fares while service remains unreliable punishes the very people who are responsible and being dependent on choosing transit. The people we should be encouraging and supporting the most. Third, direct new funding squarely at reliability. The hiring and the retention of workers, the restoring of frequency on key routes and rail, and addressing long-standing runtime and scheduling failures that have ensured and maintained ensuring buses are maintained properly and available to the people that need them, and they aren't remaining parked or needing work.
Noah, that's your time. If you can wrap up quickly, and then there's a question for you.
Absolutely. Our members want to be a part of that solution, and we are ready to work with you and the staff for reliable service for our riders and decent working conditions for the people that remove the system. We can't rebuild the trust on slogans. We rebuild it with service. And you rebuild it by choosing a budget that does not pretend more of the same magically will work. Our members are ready. The riders are waiting. Council, Commission, I ask you, are you ready to help us move this forward for the people of Ottawa?
Thank you, Noah. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Weinberg, for your presentation this afternoon. It's appreciated. I want to just change gears from the theme that you addressed and just ask a question that was raised last week at the Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee, and that is, does this budget satisfy your members' needs and concerns related to health and safety on the job? Are there any gaps in the budget that you would like to make the committee aware of, or that we need to put additional attention to when it comes to resources for health and safety initiatives?
I think collectively we've come a long way in the last year to 2 years, including the collective agreement that we've recently ratified. I think we have a relationship where we're able to work together on a lot of these factors, and I am satisfied that a lot of our concerns are being met. And I look forward to the opportunity moving forward with these collaborations and these groups and some of the teeth that we put into their abilities going forward to continue. I've seen a very aggressive approach to future forward as far as safety is concerned. And I really do appreciate that all hands are on deck and people are looking towards improving these items. I don't think there's any gaps at this point, and I do think that the attention and the concern of the people at the top as far as future safety initiatives, we are well aligned.
Great. Thank you for that confirmation. Appreciate your delegation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. Noah, thank you very much for delegating today. It's always a pleasure to see you. One of the budget is proposing to put about $43 million, I think, on the property tax bill. $4 million is fare increase. That $4 million is a relatively small amount, but there are many who are saying, you know, if you're going to charge the property taxpayer all this money, the user has got to pay too. The customer's got to pay something as well. Do you see it that way? Like, why would it be fair to take a relatively small $4 million and put that on the property tax bill and give the riders a break?
I think often forgotten and often neglected is the riders pay taxes as well. And they contribute to those funds at the same level that their homeowners at the same level as others. A lot of the people that are using our system are dependent on the system. A lot of people using our system are responsible advocates of future programs and green programs. It should be a shared cost. Public transit has to remain public. It should be structured and financed publicly. And we share that cost throughout, and we don't punish those that use it. There's an advantage to everybody when people start using more transit. When the roads get a little less congested because we've upped the service levels and we've upped the amount of people using the service, all of Ottawa will benefit. It's very fair to criticize the amount that people are paying into taxes and saying, I won't do more until I see more. But we won't be able to see more until we start doing more. And it's a hard thing to sell, but it is a reality, and it's been shown in other properties, has been shown in other major cities. We absolutely need to improve the service. We have less people riding our bus because or trains, when they've gone to use it, it hasn't been there. It's let them down. That you can't afford to do that. It's the equivalent of a sports franchise always attacking its season ticket holders and giving perks to the people that only come when they want once in a while. We have to make sure that the people that sustain this system have the best possible service available to them at all times. And having that will ensure that when people do sample it or try it or need to get somewhere at a one-time visit, that it's there for them, then they'll reuse it. Right now, what's happening is we fail on those marks and nobody comes back to it.
What does that mean for your people as members of your local?
Honestly, it's the breaking down of morale. We feel and live the frustrations of the people we serve, and we're not in a position where we can produce better. We're a victim of the system as much as the rider, but we're there to deliver that service, and they don't need to hear it from us that it's not our fault. They need to vent, they need to get that out there. So at the bottom, it's always the riders and the workers that pay the price. But service reliability, the frequency and the accuracy, more importantly, needs to be addressed so that people can expect to get their bus when they expect it.
Amazing. Noah, thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Noah, thanks very much for the delegation as well. Much appreciation to the operators and mechanics and everyone that's out making the machine work day in and day out. It's greatly appreciated. With respect to your delegation, we have heard in the presentation that there are going to be significant investments in buses that are coming into the system over the next few months. We heard that, within the next 6 months, we're going to see more electric buses, we're going to see more diesel buses, and that is going to go straight into trying to address the issue of reliability. Would you share that perspective that we are on an uptick in terms of trending towards better reliability for our bus service?
I would share in the vision that we are trending towards a good uptick in a reliability for buses to put into service. But I will reiterate, if we don't address the fundamental problem of inaccurate run times and unrealistic scheduling so that our operators can actually get to where they're supposed to be as it was promised versus how long it actually takes. If that doesn't get addressed, if funding doesn't go towards that, if that isn't fixed, more buses doing the same routes that we've been doing for the same amount of time under the same number of minutes will never improve. We're skirting it, and it has to stop.
So I understand your perspective, but I guess my comment would be if we are currently canceling routes because there's a lack of buses and such, and over time we're increasing the overall number of operational buses available so that we're less likely to have to cancel routes, that should translate to a perceivable increase in our overall bus reliability.
If it was solely about the buses, we would have had much better days versus much lesser days. We consistently cancel upwards of 200 runs per day. If things come into factor like weather, extra congestion, detours, we're canceling more than that. But realistically, we know going into every day that we're going to cancel approximately 200 trips. And we know that because at least 10 of the runs are well known to have between 8 and 20 minutes of not enough time to operate. So you're going to have a run that you know is going to be 20 minutes late. You're going to put it out there. And then when you do have to cancel it, you're going to pick and choose of an allotment of, was it bus? Was it another one that was used in the past? Was operator shortage? There's always a key that you hit as to what the reason for canceling that trip was. But if you knew that trip was going to get canceled anyway, does it really matter what you key in?
Okay, well, I appreciate that very much, and I'll address certainly scheduling related concerns that you have with staff after. And I am remaining hopeful that these increasing bus procurement processes over the next 6 months are going to at least be one component to improved transit reliability. So thank you very much, Noah. Again, much appreciation to your mechanics and operators that make things work.
Thank you, and I still owe you a tour of the garage.
Thank you very much, Noah. Our next speaker is here in the room, Bonnie Schroeder. Welcome, Bonnie.
Imagine you're an older adult needing to go shopping, visiting a friend, or attending an event, but you use public transit as your primary mode of transportation now. You decided owning and maintaining a car is too expensive, especially with less income and retirement, and getting around the city in a car is too stressful. As part of your transition plan from driver to passenger to transit rider and eventually para user, you've learned how to use the transit system. You participate in a car share program, you ask for rides from family and friends, and you access volunteer transportation from your local community support agency to get to medical appointments on time and with support. You're proud of your newfound skills, relationships, and opportunities to stay independent and engaged in your community. You also appreciate the opportunity to see the city from a new perspective. And while the discounted bus fares for older adults makes it more affordable, it's not necessarily more convenient than getting around in a car. It was a trade-off you were willing to make. Thank you for the opportunity to raise the fairness of transit and accessibility for older adults and persons with disabilities in Ottawa. I'm Bonnie Schroeder, the Director of Age Friendly Ottawa, and I'm here representing the Council's Senior Transportation Committee, a volunteer committee whose key goal is improving transportation options, including active, private, and public transportation options for older adults and persons with disabilities in urban, suburban, and rural Ottawa. Your ability to get around as you age, to go to appointments, to shop, to participate in meaningful social activities without much assistance is part of staying healthy and engaged in later life. Yet, as you age, you need to plan for a time when you may no longer be able to drive, including accessing transit, both OC and paratranspo. We see this as a public good for all residents that should be accessible, affordable, reliable, and safe. Yet the city has incrementally increased senior fare and para fares 2 years in a row, although the proposed hike to the senior fare last year was reduced from 120 to 18, with a lot of effort on our part to understand the rationale for such a decision. We're here again to express our concern for a second yearly increase for both seniors' monthly pass and para fares, especially for rural para fares at 2.7 times the bus fare. Given the increase last year, we questioned the compounding interest of 18% last year and another 2.6, the highest in any fare category. And para increase for 5.9% last year and another 2.3% this year. The impact of this increase is real for older transit users. Last year, during the budget deliberations, we launched a survey of members and over 700 concerned residents responded, the majority of them seniors, and 40% reporting using OC Transpo daily or weekly. The majority disagreed with the proposed changes. With less media coverage this year, it's unlikely older transit users are aware of these changes, yet the impact remains the same as last year, cited by respondents, putting a strain on my budget, a plan to change trips and reduce the number of outings for social purposes, errands, and physical activity. While we understand the budgetary challenges faced by the city and OC Transpo, we do not believe fare increases for seniors and people with disabilities align with your equity and inclusion lens, integral to the new older adult plan, the city's accessibility plan, poverty reduction, and let's not forget OC Transpo accessibility plan, especially with the city's priority for a city that is more connected with reliable, safe, and accessible mobility options. We respectfully submit our concerns of increasing fares for seniors and para users without transparent and meaningful consultation with those impacted by the increase over the 2 years. COA is calling on the city to recognize the role the city has in advancing the well-being of Ottawa older adults, to address the disparity of access and fare increase for paratranspo users, and asking for a fare increase as fare freeze, and encourage OC Transpo to actively engage with older riders and para users in both rural and urban neighborhoods.
That's your time. If you could wrap up, please.
Thank you. Between budget to identify mutually beneficial solutions to improve ridership, accessibility, affordability, as well as balancing the financial realities of older transit riders in the city, meaning affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh for a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Bonnie, for all your work that you're doing with Council on Aging and on all the aspects of living in the city. I just want to know what the top priority is in terms of transit. You mentioned paratranspo and also the fares. Thank goodness it's not like last year, and it's at least it's more reasonable. I don't want to say reasonable, but I just want to know what the top priority is in terms of Council on Aging.
I do think there's a few of our priorities that I've outlined here. I do think accessibility, safety, getting on and off the bus. We've successfully advocated for the designated para stops to be cleared in winter so older adults can get off at para stops. So we are a winter city, so the accessibility of spaces to be able to get out. Getting on paratranspo, so the application process, learning how to use OC Transpo, building those skills. We used to, and several nonprofit agencies used to provide the training for that. That has fallen to the wayside due to the pandemic. And we recently got a call saying that OC Transpo had said that we would provide that training. We don't have that capacity anymore, but want to be a part of that solution. So I do think those are affordability and predictability of cost, being able to have accessible wherever you live, in support of Ken's comments and Peggy's comments, and be part of the solution to help older adults get onto the bus and onto paratranspo.
Okay, thank you. I think we need to have some more conversations on this. And it sounds like it involves the snow moles as well, just in reporting areas of that are problematic in terms of snow clearing.
Yes, very much so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lieber is next.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation today. If I could turn your attention to the new ways to bus, the frequencies on many routes, and then the what I'll call, I guess, the network density, like how many routes actually serve some neighborhoods has been reduced. Have you heard from seniors about the effect of that?
So yes, we have. We didn't necessarily have the infrastructure, so we supported Cowie's transit therapy line. The few seniors we did hear from, in particular, were around the trip chaining they were doing and going to their doctors, and then needing to go over to the pharmacy and possibly get to an activity in the afternoon. So not being able to do that route, and so often giving up the social activity because the priority is the doctor, and may go drop the prescription off but may not wait. So always ending up getting another trip involved. So that is that story for sure was definitely one. Peggy also raised the issue of the urban to rural. She pays more to go visit her family, so we know we spoke with her. But those are the two main issues around trip chaining and accessibility for and equity for rural and urban riders.
Okay, I'm also hearing from seniors around some of the sort of the naturally occurring retirement communities in my ward about increased walking distances to get to a bus stop because certain routes have been eliminated as part of, and those walking distances are obviously more challenging perhaps as you get older.
Well, thank you very much for giving me that little nudge. Happy to provide our NORC map to OC Transpo to help with the organizing of that. There's 170 NORC buildings in Ottawa that we've been able to map on the Ottawa neighborhood study website, and we provided it to other departments, public health, road operations, paramedic, fire, and police service, so they're aware of where, if they're going into those neighborhoods. Happy to make that available to OC Transpo as well.
That's amazing.
Yes, it is.
No, that's really important. One of the when and if council determines to start restoring routes, restoring frequencies, an asset like a NORC map would be extremely valuable. Okay.
Yeah, you're talking about I forget the full number of it, but it was quite a few older adults in that map as well.
When I think about I can think about some in my community
Yes.
that are actually immediately transit adjacent or about to experience wonderful transit accessibility when Western Extension opens. But I think of several in my neighborhood that are very specifically affected by route eliminations.
Yeah.
So yeah, I hope that this council gets to the point of restoring route frequency and network density at some point down the road. Thank you for the intervention today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next questioner is Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Bonnie. I appreciate it. Great sweater, by the way.
Thank
very,
you.
Very festive on this this snowy day. I want to just thank you. I think last year we worked collectively together with the chair, the mayor's office, and we found a path out of the forest. Thank goodness. And I just want to thank the Council on Aging. I think you guys know how to really focus on what you guys do best, which is the seniors. It's not like NASCAR where you'll slap on 50 badges of different lobby groups. No, you're focused on seniors, and that's why you achieve the success you do. So I just want to thank you for that. It is election year, and seniors do vote. So certainly I'm sure maybe some colleagues in the past that may not have supported are going to have a change of heart maybe this year, but we'll wait and see. Anyway, thank you for coming out today.
Thank you.
Okay, those are all the questioners. Thank you very much to you for joining us today. The next delegate is John Reddens, who I understand is online. If we could connect, please.
Yeah, sounds good. What I'm hearing is excuses for equality of life. Isn't that discrimination for people with disabilities and that use paratranspo? Uber fees, where are they going exactly? I remember we had delegations years ago asking where they want to see the money go. We haven't had one since. Over 3 years ago, the LRT Commission said in its final statement that people of Ottawa deserve better. Are we getting it? Mayor Sutcliffe promised transparency. Council Attorney, are you getting anywhere with your bud car? Is paratranspo customers any closer at getting rid of levies going to Greeley for medical services, which is 16 kilometers from me, but I can go to my doctor in Stittsville, which is 23 kilometers away. Are we any closer to wage parity for paratranspo operators? This past December was the lowest of the low since I've been a para customer since 2011. The fleet was tied up for safeties. I understand the reason, but that shouldn't have happened regardless. Last budget, a councillor asked a direct question if paratranspo services was going to get cut. Management said no, but my personal view on weekends, phone calls range from 5 minutes to 2 hours on hold. I hate phoning for an add-on. Over the years, my wife was in pain, and I didn't want to call in to get an add-on for the purpose of saying no. But she asked me to book it the next morning, first trip. Within 3 hours in the emergency room, they were getting to her ready for surgery because of a gangrene infection. 2 months ago, the duration of the bus cleanliness for paratranspo customers took the lowest of the low of all the years I've been using it. I was the first user for a paratranspo bus on a Saturday when there was an actual piece of crap stain on the seat. Is that how much are these contractors getting paid to clean these buses? How much are the other subcontractors? Has there been any review? When I was in customer service in the GM dealerships where I lived and here in Ottawa, I used to phone around and ask for pricing. Are we doing that for cleaning buses? Other companies running how the LRT is. There's other companies out there in the world running the LRT. That kind of thing. Someone should be done with the subcontractors. On the agenda, I see in camera topic. Is that transparency? In this budget, We are throwing our eggs in one basket with a marriage proposal with Metrolinx. They can't even get their own Eglinton LRT expansion open after millions of dollars was spent. Would you consider a referendum on it once you have an agreement? Or are we just looking at being stood up at the altar like last year budget asking another level of government for $20 million? One issue after midnight, so I understand there is some limited coverage for prior booking after midnight, but I'm a bus only customer. I cannot use a cab. Last time I used a cab, a driver slammed my leg in the doorway. Does that policy make it discriminating for bus only customers? Does the budget finally include an online booking system app, not web-based? We're still using web-based. It's a great thing I have. I'm glad that I was part of it. SMM service review can't correct the error until the next day. We get a phone message at 6 o'clock at night, the text message and the phone call. The text message, if we notice something wrong, we can't correct it the next day. What happened to me a few times is there was a mistake and I couldn't correct it and I couldn't get my trip. I hear improve efficiency over and over for many years. I've been going to these meetings over years and years. I'm getting tired of it. When is it going to change? Thank you.
Thank you, John. Councillor Hill has a question for you.
John, this will be really quick, and it's really not a question. It's just more a comment. I just wanted to say that your words are powerful. I'm definitely going to have a couple of questions for staff on this, but thank you very much for the time and dedication that you put into advocating, because it is heard and it is impactful. So thank you for your time, John.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. It's good to see you today. Our next delegation is Brooke Anderson, who's joining us in the room. Welcome, Brooke.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Brooke Anderson. I'm president of Carleton Transit Riders. I'm a student of Carleton University. I'm a concerned citizen, and I'm here to talk to you today about transit. I live in Canada, and as a student, I can't afford a car, so I rely on OC Transpo to get me to campus every weekday. If I want to go out with friends on the weekends or study on campus on the weekends, I rely on OC Transpo every day. But I can't rely on my bus being on time, and that's why I'm here. I've missed classes, I've lost marks, I've spent money I don't have on Ubers just so that I don't fail tests due to non-attendance. I have to plan to be on campus hours before any exam because I can't risk OC Transpo getting me there late, and I'm not the only one. When Carleton's undergraduate student union polled students last year about what their top issue was, transit was not just the most voted issue, it was 48% of all of the votes. Almost every student I've spoken to has an OC Transpo horror story. Even my friends who live downtown have issues with late buses. Since we started Carleton Transit Riders in August, we've had around a dozen in-person executive meetings. Every single one of them has had to start late because one of us was held up by a late or missing bus. With new ways to bus, I've lost half of my busing options, and I know I came out better than some. Let's face it, our system is broken. Raising fares, cutting costs, and taking provincial help that has not yet been promised to us as a given are not solutions. Neither is delaying the bus lanes on Carling another decade. Neither is putting bus lanes on Bank Street, but only sometimes. I have friends who will take Ubers rather than buses because 2 or 3 people taking a bus is just as expensive, so you may as well. Raising fares for a service that isn't getting better isn't going to raise the city money, it's just going to drive away riders, especially as we hamper or delay the very projects that would make the system better. The number one reason for late buses is traffic delays. We know how to solve it. We know bus lanes work. Yet we ignore simple solutions over and over and wonder why we got here. You may worry about the price. Sure, OC Transpo may not pay for itself right now. But I ask you this, do our roads pay for themselves? Do our sewers? It's time to start looking at public transit as a service, not as a business. And any public service pays massive dividends when you look beyond the immediate bottom line. I know many citizens think OC Transpo is a sinking ship. I cannot disagree more. Despite our system's infamous reliability, Ottawa still has high rates of ridership. People want this ship righted, and it can be righted. This is why that I am asking that you demand our budget include more money for new buses and operators. I'm also asking that the proposed bus lane on Bank Street be made permanent and that you do not delay bus lanes on Carling. Also asking that you not raise rider fares and that you answer, what are we going to do if the provincial funding doesn't come in? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Question from Councillor Hill? But that's from before. Okay. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you for presenting and your work at Carleton. It's great to see. I'm just wondering on the specifics of which buses and service you're referring to when it's been late or a concern. I do hear it from Carleton students often around the 7. The 48 started running there now, which is, I think, been actually a good addition. I've been watching to see how ridership's going since after the summer, and it's looking better than it was in the summertime as a new route. And I'm seeing a lot more riders taking that in September, October. But which routes are you? If you could single some out for our staff to look at specifically at Carleton, it would be very helpful.
The 3 I hear the most about are the 7, the 10, and the 111.
Okay, that's helpful. Very, very helpful. And beyond the recommendation of the fare, I guess you're speaking about the UPass mostly when you're talking about the fare freeze, or are you speaking about?
I'm speaking about both the UPass and in general. I think that there's been a lot of talk about the transit death spiral, and I know not everybody is in agreement on exactly how that goes, but I do think that raising fares even for non-students are going to drive away more riders than they're going to raise money for the city.
Okay, no, you reach a certain point with fares where they're too high and people choose
if people are
transportation options. So
if people are going out with 2 friends somewhere from one place in downtown to another, it's just as cheap to take an Uber. So why would they use our system?
No, I appreciate that. And your comments on the 10, I mean, one initiative we did was we restored service right to the Rideau Center and beyond. That was a big move, given all that Bronson corridor and students and other folks taking the bus along Bronson to Carleton. Definitely was proud to work with staff on that one, but I would agree with you on the concern around fare costs in general. So thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation and for being here today. I just had a point of clarification. I believe you spoke in your delegation about the proposed bus lanes on Bank Street and making them permanent. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, it's my understanding that there are only going to be bus lanes for peak times and during events. I was saying that I think that they should be just bus lanes.
Like permanently bus lanes with no restrictions, like 24 hours or?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to understand your position on that. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Jared. Thanks for your delegation. The bus lanes on Carling were supposed to open in 2017, and then 2023, and then 2025, and now 2035. That's what the document in the budget says. So I hear you. It's surplus capacity, the right lanes, and that's something that council needs to advance. So I appreciate you raising that today. My question for clarification is, you said that survey of students was undertaken and the #1 issue raised was transit related. So was the survey about what's the #1 transit issue, or what's the #1 issue overall impacting Carleton students? And this is what they acknowledged.
Yeah, the survey was about #1 issue overall affecting students. Tuition prices and housing prices were both in there, and they both scored under transit.
Transit was #1.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for your delegation.
Very welcome.
Councillor Liepert.
Thank you very much. First, I just want to say I was really pleased to hear that while you consider that some Ottawa residents may have given up on transit, that you haven't. And I share that optimism that we can get transit right in this city, and it can be a key part of making this one of the best cities in the world in which to live. You also spoke about all you want is for transit to be better. And I just wonder, how do you define that? What is better transit than what we're getting?
To me, better transit is fast, reliable, and accessible. Right now, depending on where you are, we might have one or two of those. Right now, I think the biggest issue is reliability. Like I said, I have to go to things very, very early to make sure I'm actually there on time, which turns what should be an hour and a half bus into more like 2 hours because of the lead that I have to put on either side.
So you're giving yourself like a half hour over what you think you might need to give, or 45 minutes? Like how much sooner are you leaving for things than you think you should have to?
At minimum, half an hour. Basically everything I plan at minimum half an hour. When it comes to more important things like doctor's appointments that I can't miss, or tests or exams, I will do a full hour, sometimes more. For important exams, when I've been able to afford to, I have skipped transit overall and taken an Uber or begged for rides, just because you never know how long it's going to be delayed.
Yeah. What about this budget would lead you to believe that the system is not going to get better?
Well, right now, most of what we have is just kind of replacing the buses that are falling out. There aren't a lot of sort of major structural changes or big investment. Like, we are bringing in buses, but I think it was mentioned earlier, we're kind of having like a 1-to-1 replacement rate as new buses come in. That's still leaving us below the line that we need to be. And we are still like eventually getting enough buses to increase capacity, but the city's also growing. So,
sorry?
But the city's also growing. So we need to do more than simply replace the buses that are falling out of service. And we need to do more than just getting to that 540, because that's only going to be enough for so long.
What have you heard about the effect of the reductions that came from the new ways to bus?
While it has been technically a mixed response, it's been the vast majority of feedback I've heard has been negative.
Is it eliminated routes or frequencies?
It's been a bit of both. More frequencies than eliminated routes. Some part of that might just be that I'm asking people a bit longer after it started, so people have sort of adjusted to whatever their new route is. I know personally, I've more dealt with a issue with routes. I used to be able to take the 61 or 62, but I can no longer take the 62. But what people have brought up the most to me is just how much the reliability has taken a hit. But I think those are also related. When you can take 2 or 3 buses, one of them being late isn't that big of a deal. But when you can only take one, if it's late, then you're late.
Yep. What about LRT frequency?
To be honest, we haven't heard a lot of complaints about the LRT. I think that while, yeah, more frequency would be great, and I'm sure would drive more riders, the big issue in the system right now is buses.
Okay. The bus operations, if I understand properly, and I'll ask staff, are receiving something like in terms of like a cash infusion, I think it's like a little bit under 1%. It's 0.75% increase in the investment. You add in $9 million worth of fuel savings, and bus operations will be getting a 2.9% increase. And I wonder how we're going to improve bus service when the increase this year is just really the rate of inflation. It strikes me as a status quo increase.
And that's already assuming that the provincial funding does in fact come in.
There's some technicalities there, but I take your point. Yep. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Okay. Thanks very much for your delegation today, Brooke.
Thank you very much for all your questions.
Our next delegate is AJ Ramachandran. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Ajay. I'm delegating on behalf of Better Transit Ottawa. I'm a resident of Kitchissippi Ward, and my area experienced significant cuts when New Ways to Bus was launched, and it cut the bus service hours. Several of the key routes in my area, such as the 11, the 51, the 53, and the 85, have significantly reduced schedules, both on peak and off peak. And routes like the 50 were cut entirely, leaving certain corridors completely unserved. And this is what happens when you decrease the bus service hours. And while I'm excited about Stage 2 East opening up soon, I'm also very disappointed to learn that the bus plan after launch. The plan is not to keep today's service hours. Instead, the bus service hours are budgeted to be cut once the train opens. New Ways to Bus was a service cut of about 74,000 hours. At the last Transit Commission, OC Transpo said that when Stage 2 East is opened, there will be a scheduled cut again of over 20,000 bus hours. We should be using those service hours to fix the service cuts that were introduced in New Ways to Bus. Cutting the service hours further is unacceptable and will contribute to the further to our transit death spiral. I urge Council to change this plan. OC Transpo should redistribute the bus hours after Stage 2 East opens instead of continuing to cut them. The other important thing missing in this budget is accelerating our bus procurement schedule. What I've heard this whole meeting is that there's only one plan to fix our bus shortage: hopes and dreams. There was talk about how maybe we will meet the 540 bus count at some point if some buses are held off from being retired. But then in the next sentence, OC Transpo admits that the plan is solely to do one-to-one replacements. I don't see how we can expect OC Transpo bus shortage to be resolved with the current bus procurement schedule. It is focused on replacing our current fleet and not expanding it. The budget needs to be prepared to expand our bus fleet to actually fix our bus shortage. And yes, that means being okay buying diesel buses for now. The budget needs to address this issue as it's one of the most important issues in our transit system and is a significant cause to the bus reliability issues. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thanks very much. Let's look around the table for any questions. Seeing none, thanks very much for your delegation today.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Harper Jean Tobin. And Harper is online. Hi, welcome.
Hello, thank you. I appreciate being able to speak with you all. I'm Harper Jean Tobin. I'm a resident of Carlton Heights and River Ward. I appreciate the hard work of staff that goes into the budget and that the economic climate's challenging. The city's revenue levers have limits in some ways. The province is as often hampering as helping the city in finding its priorities when it comes to things like transit. Nevertheless, I think the hard lesson of austerity budgets is they're penny wise and pound foolish, and I'm concerned that there are elements of that in the transit portion of the budget proposal here. Of course, like many of us, I love public transit. I share the views expressed at the beginning of this budget discussion that transit's essential to a healthy city. A lot of people, I hope and aspire for that OC Transpo should be able to deliver more than it can currently deliver in terms of frequency and reliability and reach and accessibility. I appreciate the investments in sort of maintenance and some modest improvements proposed here in areas like e-buses and paratransits. Even in those areas, seems like that the investments are and the time horizons are quite modest relative to what the city needs. And my biggest concern is I really disagree with the premise in the budget documents that public transit should seek financial sustainability. I'm not even sure what that means in the context of something I think of as a core public service, and I know many others do too. Others have shared, other core public services aren't expected to and do anything like pay for themselves. We invest in them because they have tremendous return on investment in improving the city's well-being and its savings on other future public costs. Even though they cost a lot of money. And that's true of transit as well. It has a more compelling ROI than many of the economic development projects turn out to have that we invest in the city. And I would suggest more ROI than any increase in the current police budget, say, can be proven to have. And so we should be happy to find ways to prioritize it in our budget. And I think the fare increase is based on that faulty premise, and that's inequitable. It's poorly timed, and at the same time, there's no real promise of increased reliability here. I appreciate the suggestion by my counselor, Mr. Brockington, to look more at that. I don't see how the current plan is going to make it any easier to get downtown from, say, Prince of Wales complex. I know I personally use transit way less than I would like to because it's so inconvenient where I live. I appreciate, and I know it's worse, as you've heard for others elsewhere in the city. I appreciate the motions by the vice chair and Councillor Menard, but I think we need to go further in addressing the equity issues here. And I'm not affiliated with any of the groups that have presented, but I do strongly endorse the recommendations from Cafes and Ecology Ottawa and Gotta Go. My mother lives in Kentucky, and she's long relied on paratransit. She has encountered many of the same issues described by Ms. Nesbitt. I think her suggestions are good ones. It's tough to invest in reliability and affordability, but it is doable if we realize that this is a core public service that we need to find ways to invest in. Without a fare increase, we need to bring back the youth bus pass and find ways to make this, to make transit more attractive and workable for people. And that means looking beyond the transit budget and putting every fair and equitable option on the table for revenue, and maybe re-examining some other areas proposed for increase that don't have the social, economic, and equity ROI of transit or other core public services. So I thank you for your consideration and, again, the hard work that goes into the transit budget and your commitment to our shared goal to keep OC Transpo moving. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for your delegation. Are there any questions? Okay, I'm seeing none, so we'll move on to our next speaker, Sophia Schlichting. And Sophia's here in the room. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I join my voice today with my fellow delegates in protesting against any sort of increase to transit fares. To that, I add an entreaty for this committee to consider lowering the current fare in the interest of increasing ridership and accessibility. This may be achieved in part by reallocating funds currently committed to hiring more special constables and fare inspectors, as both teams already boast healthy numbers. It seems City Council as a whole, not excluding the members of this committee, have been convinced by Mayor Sutcliffe and his interests that there is no possible avenue for funding our city's public transit system without increasing fare prices and enforcement. I would counter that today's public delegations underscore that this is simply not true. The charging of user fees amounts to wage theft when you consider how necessary public transit is for the operation of our local economy. It further penalizes community members who extend more care to others than their own convenience when you consider the necessity of reducing carbon emissions to ensure safe living conditions for present and future generations. I need not remind you that this reduction and public transit's role in facilitating it is expressly mentioned in this term of council's areas of focus. We know that public funds are plenty. I have once before been dismissed in this very forum for daring to suggest reallocating a portion of the already bloated police budget towards public transit. I choose to bring it up again today to remind you that of the two, only one of these services guarantees the safety and security of our communities. To spell it out even more clearly, OC Transpo's present shortcomings are not the result of faulty logic concerning the communal benefits of public transit. Rather, issues with accessibility and efficiency can be directly tied to the decision-making of past and present iterations of this committee. That these decisions have been taken in the name of austerity and limited funding can be easily contradicted with a cursory glance to the annual increases granted to Ottawa Police Services, who are unable to stand by lack of funding as an excuse for their self-reported shortcomings. That the mandate of this committee is to consider public transit services should not be used as rationale for shutting down alternative views or proposed solutions to public service deficiencies. As elected representatives, your duty to achieve reliable and accessible transit for your constituents extends beyond this forum. As such, I encourage you to consider how you can support amending the proposed budget to meet the needs of our communities. If this committee stands resolute in passing the budget with the proposed fare increases, and though I will recognize the motion on the floor has made changes, I can only thank you for providing fodder for our organizing. Discontent with the current term of council is fueling community organizing leading into next year's municipal election, as we are gearing up to support and elect council members who represent and stand by our interests. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation. Are there any questions for this delegate? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thanks for joining us today. Our next delegation is Laura Shantz, who is online. Welcome, Laura.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, apologize for the bad voice. I am in virtual because I don't want you all to get whatever this virus is. So apologies for the gravel voice. My name is Laura Shantz, and I'm a member of Ottawa Transit Riders. Reading the draft budget, I do not see a plan that will move the needle in terms of increasing transit ridership and better serving transit riders. From a rider perspective, the key metrics for our transit system are focused on affordability, reliability, accessibility, and ease of getting around. On affordability, increasing the levy over hikes at the fare box is a more equitable way to raise revenues, and I fully support that. That said, a base fare of $4.10 will not encourage local transit ridership to destinations that can easily be covered via active transit. Not reinstating youth fares is another cut to affordability. For a family of 4 that includes kids, teen kids, to take the bus now, you will be looking at a round trip cost of $32.80. So that's not the kind of money you'd throw down to go to Winterlude for a day. That's not the kind of money you'd throw down for a lot of things. Parking is cheaper, gas is cheaper. This does not encourage people to try transit. We are also holding space in this budget for the province to upload the LRT without any guarantee as to what will happen, as to the timeline for that and what will happen to that budget hole if it does not come through in time. In terms of reliability, we need to see greater investments in new fleet vehicles and in operators to drive them. The plan to renew the fleet needs to review with the electric bus contract, resulting in fewer vehicles than we expected for the money and slower timelines. We need to ensure that we are still replacing the fleet on schedule and not relying on older vehicles that are become more and more difficult to maintain, and maintenance backlogs affect them and their reliability. We need to make sure the operators are in sufficient quantity, that they can ensure a smoothly running fleet and minimize overtime. In terms of accessibility, we need to see a high priority on same-day service for paratransit riders. We also need to see continued work, as Peggy eloquently mentioned, about making sure our local stops are places that people can get on and off with ease all year round. In terms of the ease of getting around, we need to see some concrete improvements. This affects reliability as well. Returning to 5-minute headway on the Line 1 LRT would be an exceptionally good way of helping that out, saving people 5 minutes here and there. Twice a day, that's 10 minutes. It adds up very quickly. Bus-only lanes on Bank Street and Carling Avenue would also help to move the needle in this regard and could pave the way for similar initiatives elsewhere in the city. Once people realize how fast dedicated bus infrastructure is, oftentimes it makes transit a way more exciting and accessible choice. And it also builds the momentum to keep making these changes across our city in ways that improve our sustainability and make transit a better choice everywhere. If we want to understand politicians' values, we need not to look at what they say, but rather what they do. And if this committee truly wants to make transit a better, more attractive choice to transit riders, then we need to see greater investments in a network that'll work for everyone. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Laura. Are there any questions for our delegate? I'm seeing no questions. Thanks for joining us today. We're actually going to go back on the list. Someone who was not online earlier but has rejoined, Sunidhi, I believe, is online. Sunidhi, if you can accept the prompt.
Hi there. Sorry, it took me a second to unmute.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Sure. Hi there, everyone. My name is Suniti, and I appreciate your time, presence, and patience today. I hope what I and others have to say today can fully be taken into account. I'm a student, an admin at a therapist's office, and most importantly, a citizen of Ottawa. I've been living here for more than 3 years now and have never faced so many transportation issues in such a short amount of time. Ottawa seems to be at the top of my experiences when it comes to the highest demand for public transportation, yet somehow it's the worst. I can tell you the amount of times a bus hasn't shown up, made me significantly late, or just skipped my stop altogether. As someone who relies on public transportation, has no car, and has no money to be taking a lift every time I need to get somewhere, especially to school, I urge you to listen to what I have to say. It's not normal to have your #1 icebreaker in university be how bad the public transportation is in your city. It's not okay to keep me and other students waiting in icy, windy, and -degree weather for 40 minutes because the bus wouldn't show, especially given the risk of injury. And no, I'm not exaggerating. I don't have a need because the experiences speak for themselves. Please take a moment to think about just how many problems this could cause students, citizens, and the working class who otherwise can't afford another solution. Please take action. I'm asking you to demand more money to buy new buses, that you build more bus lanes so that they don't get stuck in traffic, and to take provincial money we haven't been promised out of the budget so we aren't suddenly stuck with a shortfall. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegations. I'm not seeing any questions around the table, and I'm glad we could figure out those technical issues and have you on the call today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Mike Wright, who is joining us here in the room. Hi, Mike.
Hi, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak here. I'm going to keep it short and sweet, but there's one question that's been bothering me because we keep talking about how we're trying to recover the post-COVID ridership. I'm not sure if we realize it, but we have a lot less buses available in our fleet, obviously, with the fleet reduction than we did before COVID hit in March 2020. Because we had, we got rid of 175 hybrids for the stage 1 LRT, but we kept 95 of them on until June 2020 because of the initial problems with our LRT. And then we reduced 117 buses in the 2023 budget for COVID-19 reductions. So that's a net reduction of 292 buses. So how are we expected to recover our ridership if we don't even have the vehicles to recover the ridership with? Because what are we going to start putting people on the roof or something? It's that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. You have a question from Councillor Menard.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Mike, for being here. Nice to see you. The bus replacement fleet, we've seen those numbers decline certainly, and staff have presented that to committee in the past, how that decline in buses is working. And one thing that they've mentioned is that even with the changes in new ways to bus, we were going to be short on the amount of buses needed to complete the service. That's if everything goes relatively well. So certainly a fleet increase is needed, I think, in the future. There's some replacements coming, obviously, with the electrification and those buses coming in there. The 50 diesel articulated, which I think was a smart move to go that way to make sure that those are in service for 2026, is coming online. But in terms of your own experience and what you see as a needed fleet in the future, what does that look like, and why is it important to add more buses? If, say, as we hear, the ridership isn't there right now, what will adding more do to make sure that ridership comes back and get more riders on the system?
Well, simple. The more buses you have, the more seats and the more room for people to get on the bus. We really need more buses if we want to actually recover the to pre-COVID levels. Because we physically, like I'll admit, I drive my car, but the traffic that we've been experiencing, as it's been mentioned many times at this committee, is like horrendous. It's like, honestly, if we had a transit system that actually could get you from point A to point B in a reasonable, effortless time, I'm sure more people would take it, but we don't even have the buses to improve the service to get to that point. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike, for being here.
Okay, thank you, Mike, for joining us, for your patience. You're second
you.
last on our speaking list today. Our last speaker for this item is Saad Khan. Saad's here in the room.
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Hello. So hi everyone. I'm Saad Khan. I'm here as a resident who relies on public transit almost every day. For me and for so many people across the city, transit isn't a choice. It's how we get to the places that make up everyday life. From commuting to work, to accessing healthcare and services, to shopping, and even cheering on the Sens and Red Blacks. Public transit is a lifeline that allows us to fully participate in the city we love and care about. Unfortunately, I've experienced long gaps between buses that have made me late to appointments and even to work many, many times. At one point, I was so delayed that I arrived late to a job interview and had to spend nearly $15 on a lift just to get there. When essential services like public transit aren't reliable, it adds real pressure and stress to everyday life. I know I'm not alone in this. The new ways to bus has only made this worse. Many of my friends report dealing with longer, more complicated routes. In addition, many people in our city face increased financial strain, with more and more struggling to pay their bills. 1 in 4 Ottawa residents goes to bed hungry, and according to the Ottawa Food Bank, the number of visits have reached close to 600,000. We also have a housing crisis in the city and province, and Bill 60 is going to make it worse. A large share of people experiencing these hardships rely on public transit to access work, healthcare, groceries, and social services. This local hardship is part of a bigger picture. Income inequality in Canada has hit the highest level ever recorded, with wealth becoming increasingly concentrated in fewer hands. When you place Ottawa's cost of living crisis within that broader reality, it becomes clear that residents can't shoulder additional financial burdens. That's why increasing transit fares by 2.5% right now, especially without improving bus frequency, is unjust and unacceptable. It undermines the very people who depend on transit the most. That's not how you build a safe, reliable, and affordable Ottawa. I understand that lower ridership is a concern, and you might argue that increasing transit fares is needed to fund transit. But raising fares while also leaving buses infrequent is not the solution, as it discourages riders, fails to improve reliability, and places an unfair burden on those who depend on transit the most. Ridership and the revenue that comes with it grows when transit is affordable and buses run on time and schedule. By investing in public transit, you give Ottawa residents the freedom to live and contribute, whether it's a student getting to class, a nurse arriving at a hospital shift, a parent doing their holiday shopping, or friends enjoying time together. Reliable, affordable transit allows people to fully participate in their communities, support our local economy, and feel connected to the city they call home. The people of Ottawa are incredible, resilient, and caring. They deserve better, and they're counting on all of you to make the right choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Saad. Question from Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for your delegation today, Saad. The budget proposes to raise 40-some million dollars on the property tax, $4 million from fare increases, and then that still leaves us with a hole that we hope the province will fill. And if the province doesn't, then we'll have to go into next year's budget and move some money around. If we don't have a fare increase, that would put that $4 million that we're expecting from the fare box on all property taxpayers. Doesn't that diminish the affordability for taxpayers that they have to pay for the money that would otherwise be paid by fare payers?
I believe fairness is about ensuring everyone is able to fully participate in the city. And I don't believe the poorest should have to pay for it.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions around the table. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being the last speaker. It's been a long day to wait for that. So thanks very much, Saad. Okay, that is all of our delegations. We're going to move now for questions to staff. So any questions on the budget or the motions, directions, and so on? Who wants to go first? Councillor Menard.
I'll go first. Thank you very much, Chair. Just on the, we heard from a lot of delegations about the concern around the fare increase. Ottawa has higher fares, certainly compared to a lot of other cities in Canada. What would be the differential if that was shifted onto the levy instead? I know we're going high on the levy this year, but what is the actual total amount? Is Councillor Leeper right? It's 4 million would be added on.
So if the 4 million was transferred, or through the chair, if the 4 million was transferred over to the tax levy, that would roughly be another 1% transit levy.
Okay. So instead of 8%, we'd be looking at a 9%?
9% for transit, yeah.
Okay. That's appreciated and certainly something I would be supportive of at this time. I did want to ask questions about, I think, the very good motion that was put forward by the vice chair and the work that had gone into from a lot of members of this committee to get to, I think, a better outcome. And as I understand it, hopefully some other potentially positive information about frequency on LRT. But on that piece, one of the options there is around youth fares and the under 18 pass or after 5 o'clock on weekends and on holidays. And hopefully in the summers as well on the July and August piece. Staff did a lot of work on this. You put out a memo recently, and you had A, B, C, D, and E. So five options. Just give me some perspective on like the total transit budget, which I think is 930 million, versus those C, D, and E options, and why those C, D, and E options were so much more preferable than, say, an A and B option that you looked at.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Mr. Chair. Staff did a lot of work in looking at the various options for the youth passes. And we, as you pointed out, there was 5 options that we looked at. The biggest difference between the first 2 options and the other 3 options was the increase in buses that we require to purchase, both so the capital investment as well as the ongoing operating requirement to run those buses for an extended period of time. So that was the biggest difference between options A and B and C, D, and E, is that capital and ongoing investment in running more buses.
Okay.
The other options, you're able to look at within the existing bus fleet and operator complement, because we're avoiding those peak period times. So we do have some availability in terms of operator resources and buses, because we're staying outside those peak periods.
I appreciate that very much. That's a clear answer. The C, D, and E options, which I'll be clear for people, is around after 5 p. Or well, C I think is inclusive of everything, but we're talking about after 5 p.m., weekends and holidays, and then the summer. Those work together, right? There's overlaps with some of the funds that if you do weekends, you do holidays, you do after 5 o'clock, that helps on the summer side in terms of lowering its actual cost. And just on that cost piece, we're talking about, I think, $750,000 for all of those options for students under 18 and under. If you could just clarify, like in terms of cost per ridership here, how absolutely incredible and fantastic it could be to get the additional ridership numbers we're talking about for such a fraction of the cost. If you could just go into some details about what you found in terms of ridership growth.
I'll ask my colleague Pat here if he can add a little bit more detail. But when looking at the options, you're correct. I think there is a bit of overlap between the ones, but ultimately at the end of the day, what we're also trying to balance is, the council direction in terms of how much we recover through fares versus how much we cover through property taxes, right? And trying to find that optimal balance. So any additional discount or free fare service that we do provide, that puts more pressure on the transit levy aspect of the budget aspect. So, and in terms of the ridership increase, maybe I'll ask Pat to comment on that one a little bit more detail, please.
Thanks, Troy. So in the memo that we sent the other day, the options C, D, and E, one was for youth to travel free evenings, weekends, and summertime. One was for weekends, one was for summertime, and we can mix and match those in different ways. Option C was for all three of those, for evenings, weekends, and summer. It would cost about $750,000, about $750,000, probably a little more now with the fares that are being proposed. And we calculate that it would bring in about 675,000 new customers per year, or a couple thousand a day.
So you do the math on that, 675,000 new people riding the bus for such a fraction. I don't know that there's another program you could implement in that way that gets youth riding the bus and then has them continue on in the future. Lots of studies show that when you get them riding the bus early, they continue on. So what an incredible low cost investment to get new riders. So anyway, just really appreciative of the motion overall, but also the work that you did on those C, D, and E options. And I hope we can come to conclusion at committee of the whole when this inevitably rises towards there. Last question I just want to ask is around the service, the bus on time and the reliability piece. We heard a lot about, yes, fares here, but also around reliability of the bus. It was one of the things the former GM had really talked about is getting that perspective and ensuring that we're meeting those targets. What is in the budget now that's going to help us get there in terms of reliability and making sure that people, when they expect a bus, it's there for them and gets them to where they're wanting to go in a reasonable amount of time?
Thank you. But that's a great question. I'm sure that there's other councillors got the same sort of question in terms of what's in the budget. So, there's a combination of things in there. There's some very direct costs that you can look at in terms of, in our budget here, we've got transit priority measures of approximately $3 million that have been set aside to look at the on-time performance aspect of things and how we can improve our service. And that's in addition to, there's a little bit, there's about a little over 800,000 remaining from previous year's funds, so we've got that. But I also know that at the Transportation Committee, they've also set aside, in their draft budget, there's $8 million in their budget for transit priority measures. So that's very, very direct, and that you can sort of a hard number that you can look at in the budget. But then you get into some of the other details, and there's quite a bit here to it. Scheduling and control systems. Part of that is related to updating our scheduling programs for the ZEB buses, but it's also looking at and exploring other opportunities and how can we better piece together the work to make it more efficient, more effective, and better meet the needs of our customers. There's funds here for, transit rehab, transitway rehabilitation of 1.5 million. You can even look at our stage 2 operational readiness funds that have been put aside to make sure, part of that funding is about making sure the bus network aligns properly with the LRT when it goes east and when it goes west, and you're making sure that everything's aligned and, provides that good service for our customers, both, bus to the train and then train to their destination and, potentially another bus ride. The LRT expansion is another big one, right? You've heard me talk about it before. The LRT expansion is not just about expanding LRT, it's about unlocking opportunities within our bus network. The farther we go east, the farther we go west, we get more and more out of that traffic congestion that really bogs down the bus service and impacts us. So that's probably the single biggest investment is the LRT expansion. I know we've been talking about it for a while, but that really does unlock a lot of opportunities for us in terms of our bus network. And I know there's been lots of conversation about how those buses, the bus service gets redeployed towards rail service as opposed to expanding the overall network. But we do have some capacity. We do have some opportunities as well within our existing envelope, within our budget to, to a certain degree, use those resources to reallocate within the network to provide better on-time performance and to deal with capacity issues as well too. So I know a very long answer, but there's so many pieces of it that are, with respect to bus reliability are all interrelated.
I appreciate that, Chair. And I mean, my plan right now is I'm tentatively, I would like to support a budget that increases bus service reliability and gets the youth fare passes, including summer, approved. So I'm personally going to say, yes, I'm okay with supporting this budget here today on the condition that if this comes to committee of the whole, we get that summer in, that after 5 o'clock and those holidays in, and that bus service reliability, there's a clear path of how bus service reliability is going to increase with metrics and reliable data that can come back to us, say, if you improve this, yes, we're going to see these service delivery goals be met, as well as that free transit for under 18. So that's where I'm at, Chair, with the budget. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I heard a number of concerns from some of our delegates, and so I'm going to hit them head on. With regard to the procurement of buses, I spoke to this previously, but we've heard a couple of concerns about this. You're confident that over the next 6 months, we're going to see an increase and an operationalization of the buses we're going to be procuring, whether they be the electric buses, whether they be the diesel articulated buses that will come into service, and you will be able to replace them at a ratio that allows for a growth in the overall busing program for the city.
Mr. Chair, that's 100% what we're working towards. And as I mentioned, we do have those, I know it's a smaller number, but we've got those 11 used buses that are starting to enter into service, and they'll all be in service by the end of the year. With regards to the electric buses, I know there was some earlier delays in terms of the onboarding of them, but they've been consistent with that recently. So we have confidence that they'll be able to meet their delivery targets, and we'll be able to get them in service. And working with Rami's team and Ms. Pazian's team, we've got we're focused on the recruitment aspect of things for our operators and for our mechanics, making sure they're ready to be able to maintain those buses when we have larger numbers.
With the rollout of the new e-bus fleet, do you have the adequate infrastructure, specifically charging infrastructure, in place now for the current fleet that you have and for the anticipated fleet that you're going to have over the next year or so in order to be able to have adequate charging for all units that you're going to be putting into operation?
All the charging infrastructure required for the ZEB buses, that's it's tiered and it's being implemented, as we speak. We're going through a lot of construction activity at our Saint Laurent facility, and we've had to, you've heard us talk previously about moving buses to other locations and moving staff. That's to accommodate the ongoing construction activity at our main Saint Laurent garage. But that's all lined up and linked into the delivery schedule as well too. So we've got a really good partner. We're working with Enviri, a division of Hydro Ottawa. They know what they're doing. Right, so they're managing all the electrical infrastructure for us and managing that construction project.
And you're confident then that we're not going to see the charging infrastructure as an impediment to the rollout and operationalization of the e-buses?
So far, Mr. Chair, we've seen good progress. We've got 24, 26 buses in service. It's going well. There's been a few challenges early days whenever you're dealing with the projects of this scope and scale and early adoption, there can be some challenges, but at this point, things are trending in the right direction. Things are progressing well, and we're full steam ahead on the retrofitting of the Saint Laurent garage. So, we're feeling like we're in a good state, but there's a lot of things that we need to manage and watch. And you're dealing with electricity, so safety obviously is paramount. So we need to focus on that. But we've got a good partner within Barrie.
I appreciate that, and I have confidence in this budget as it pertains to the procurement and the continued growth of our bus cycles. So thank you very much with that. To flip to the other side of that, though, we heard concerns about scheduling and how the current scheduling program doesn't necessarily meet the mail in terms of regardless of how many buses we have. Is that something that is a budgetary pressure for you over the 2026, or are we able to meet the demand that we have in our scheduling with the increased buses that we're going to have over the next 6 months to a year?
I'll provide a little bit of introductory comments, and then I'll turn it over to Pat for a little bit more detail. But within this current budget, we have the opportunity to be able to continue to make incremental improvements to our bus service reliability. I'm not saying that we'll be able to get to 99.5, but I feel very confident that we'll be able to make improvements, and our customers will start to be able to see that improvement, especially with the onboarding of more buses. I know your question was about scheduling, but it's all linked. If we have more buses, it gives us more flexibility to adjust and adapt and react to things that happen, out on the street, whether it be a collision, whether it be an unexpected detour, construction activity, those types of things. So having more buses gives us more flexibility. We are investing in our scheduling and control systems. I mentioned that earlier, that there's 6 million set aside for updates to our scheduling and control systems. Part of that, as well as looking at alternative ways that we can schedule the service that would reduce some of the impacts that we've talked a lot here about interlining. What are some of the things that we can do to reduce those impacts of interlining and making sure that we have the right running time allocated to routes at all times of the day. And that's one of the challenges here, is you might have the right time for a route at 9 o'clock in the morning, but it's not the right time at 6 o'clock, and making those incremental adjustments. And we talked a little bit about that at a previous Transit Commission meeting. I know one member of Pat's team got into the detail on how they look at running time, but we do have the capacity within this budget to make incremental improvements towards the budget. And I know it went long, but Pat, if there's, okay, then that pretty much covers it.
Thank you very much. We heard one of the delegates this morning talk about the concerns about the 600 series and the capacity on those. Are we going to be looking over the next budget cycle at our relationship with OSTA and how our shared investments in the support to high schools and even if we're in the right game here and that proportionality in terms of what we do and don't do as a city to support OSTA?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are in continuous discussion with both OSTA and CTSO, represented the 4 school boards, and working with them to help them and us collectively make the right decisions about how we move the people, how they move the people to and from schools. They have several contractors. They have a number of yellow school bus companies. They have us, the city. We're all contractors to them. So they will decide which of their contractors they're going to use to move people to meet their provincial mandates. With the changes that Council made in 2025 to the fare system, we now know that we are collecting enough money to cover our costs, and therefore the decisions they make should now be rational business-based decisions, and who travels on yellow school bus because it's cheaper or more efficient or more appropriate, who travels on OC Transpo because it's cheaper or more efficient or more appropriate. Previous to this year, the city was subsidizing the school boards. That's no longer the case. But we'll continue to work with them on large questions, what's the right way to serve that school, and on small questions like exactly what time should that trip leave? How many trips should there be? What size of bus should there be? We've got a very good relationship with both of those school transportation authorities.
Thank you very much. Something that I appreciate you've been working closely with me on over the last several months is the issue of the transit window. I know I've been having significant concerns on especially the afternoon peak from Tunney's out to the western side of the city, whether it's Canada, Nepean, Barrhaven, and the concern that when a transit rider, especially the ones from Gatineau or from places that require a second movement from downtown, when they get back to their local in Barrhaven, in Canada, and they have to do that last tap as a result of the new wasted bus, that's created this pressure whereby that sometimes will cause them to be over the transit window timeframe. I know that there are some costing concerns to broadly roll that out, but what I'm asking today is, do you support, within the motion that was put forward by the vice chair of the committee, a limited time and scope transfer window extension such that from 3 o'clock till 6 o'clock in the afternoon, we extend that transfer window to 105 minutes to allow for that specific concern to be addressed, and that sunset essentially once the LRT West makes it out to Moody and Algonquin stations?
And Mr. Chair, obviously notwithstanding the budget aspect of it and the increased pressure it puts on the operating budget, we do support that for sure. We understand the concerns. I know that you've had quite a few conversations with the team on that. The one other challenge that, Pat was just flagging to me here is just, when we go to remove that flexibility in the future, that can, result in some negative feedback that could come back to, transit committee or yourselves. But other than that, we do support the motion noted with the noted concerns with regards to the impact on the budget.
No, I appreciate that. And I'll just reiterate comments that I've made previously on this, that I think addressing this issue is important, but it's addressing a symptom. The symptom is the reliability out of Tunney's. And a big part of that is the construction that's going on right now that's for stage 2. So I think once we get that sunset with LRT, we'll see substantial increases or substantial reduction, in that commute time. And as such, I don't think there'll be the same necessity for it. So thank you very much. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Brockington in just a moment. I wanted to just, if staff could clarify on the transfer window, if a resident is in a 90-minute period, the idea is that 90 minutes may expire mid-route, but that's okay. It's about how much time is left on your transfer when you board a bus or a train. Is that right? Am I describing that right?
Yes, you are.
So you could, Troy?
Yeah, as long as, it's those situations when you're outside the fare paid zone, right? And you need to do another transfer, correct?
So it's possible that if you're on a very long route, you might exceed that 90 minutes or 105 minutes or whatever, but as long as you're already on that bus or already within the fare paid zone of the train, you're not going to be subject to a fine from a fare inspector, for example. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
I wasn't going to start off with my first question, but the challenges with the 90 minutes is not just exclusive to Barrhaven residents and Tunney's pasture that run. It exists elsewhere in this city, and I even was at Brookfield High School last week and have students that live south of Hunt Club trying to get to Brookfield that takes over 90 minutes, and they were paying double. They were paying $8 a ride. I said, hey, we can address this. Don't pay $8. But I just want to say it's not just Barrhaven to Tunney's. Just on the on-time performance, when were those targets established? The 85% targets?
No, it's okay.
Just give us a minute, sure, Mr. Chair.
No.
Give him the answer.
So thanks for the time, Mr. Chair. The 99.5 target for service delivery was established in the 5-year roadmap, which came to you in 2023, and the 85% target for punctuality and regularity came about 1 year after that in the 2024 update to the roadmap.
And what is the plan to achieve 85% with respect to a timeline? Last meeting, we had the report, which talked about a roadmap, but every target should have a reasonable timeline associated with it. When can we see that target achieved?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, right now my focus is on showing those incremental improvements towards getting to those points. We've talked about previously at the Transit Commission that we really want to make sure that we focus on getting our reliability target, getting to that 99.5 or close to the 99.5. And then we can really turn our mind to more of the on-time performance, the punctuality aspects of it. But recognizing that we are trying to do some of that in parallel, but really we got to get our reliability up. We got to get our bus availability up so that we can get really close to that 99.5. And that will then allow us more flexibility to achieve our on-time performance metrics.
Thank you for that. The data that you presented today, year over year continues to struggle. We were not making much improvement in that regard. And I raise this because that's what I hear from my residents. I'm not trying to be a pain in the butt to be a pain in the butt. I'm trying to articulate the main concerns that my residents feel every day and to ensure we have a plan. So we have a target, which is good. The report outlined many ways, many ingredients in this recipe, and people expect to see progress. Would staff be able to issue a one-page memo well before the December 10th council meeting, where we're going to review this budget again, that outlines all the investments in the 2026 budget that address or will go towards on-time bus performance? Is that possible?
Mr. Chair, I think that's something we can handle.
Okay, thank you. The ridership numbers we're basing 2026 on is 82%. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is, I will just say, a much more reasonable, realistic estimate than some of our past budgets. I think the last 5 years, we've had ridership estimates that, in my mind, were grossly, deviated from what I thought we should have been predicting and what the actual number was. So I really have no issue at all with the estimated ridership numbers. They're, in line with what we're seeing now. It's a modest increase. It's reasonable. So I appreciate that estimate is much more reasonable. You had quite a wide berth when it comes to the levy and the transit fare that council gave you as part of the budget directions in September. You have a budget here, 2.5% for fares, 8% for the levy. How did those specific numbers get selected? You had such a wide range. There's a whole lot of pressures in this budget. How did you come down to those two specific numbers?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll provide a little bit of answer and see if anyone else wants to add into it. We've been working closely with the long range affordability working group with regards to the levy and the fares, right? And so originally came forward with a budget directions report that gave that range that you referred to. And then, our team worked through various analyses and looked at, the different fare options and the different levy options. And we came forward with the two that you see here that's in this budget, really just trying to strike the right balance between, fares and property taxes. Recognizing that, at this point, there's no interest in reducing service levels because, I think we've talked about this previously. We've got three broad levers to balance our budget: service levels, fares, and taxes, right? There's some other secondary things like revenues from advertising, those types of things, but generally it's down to those three things. We really tried to strike that right balance between, fares, property taxes, and service levels, recognizing that we didn't want to reduce any service levels. We want to maintain. Brought that back to the affordability working group, which endorsed the range, the numbers that you're seeing today. So the 2.5 and the 8%.
And Chair, maybe I can add a little bit of context as well. the directions report did have a widespread levers for transit. We had a little bit of a widespread for OPS as well, not quite as wide, but there was a little bit of a spread there. But the overall arching direction was 3.75 overall. So as you know, as I work closely, my team worked closely with transit. I work really closely with OPS, then I work really closely with the citywide departments. That's where things start to come together where, okay, what is affordable within the 3.75, then there was a range on OPS, a range on transit, you know, what were we garnishing from efficiencies and all the other tools. And that's where we brought that back to the long range financial plan working group with transit. And ultimately that was the endorsement to move forward with, was that mixture of 2.5% of the fare and 8% on the levy. And that's what you get today in terms of working it all out.
Yeah, I think that's important context to provide. It illustrates for me the bigger picture as part of that 3.75 target. Sticking with you, Mr. City Treasurer, in 2025, the budget had a budget line of 36 million that expected upper level of government to chip in and help us balance. That was not realized, or we still have 6 weeks to go, but Santa doesn't look like he'll be visiting this year. 2026, $46 million. So talk to me from an accounting policy. How do we have a budget line, particularly so large, when we don't have any strong assurance or guarantee, again in 2026, that will be realized? Walk me through, as our city treasurer, how you can allow that to go into the budget.
So through the chair, so great question. And I'm going to walk back a little bit and then I'm going to walk forward. So when we presented the 2025 budget, we did have that placeholder there of 36 million. That was a risk. The risk mitigation at that time was last year going into the back end of the year. We knew that we had a significant surplus coming forward in 2024. We had a great year from our investment income. And when, you know, so the number one step was the surplus in 2024 was going to go into the tax stabilization to mitigate that 36 million. So we had a backstop for the 36. When we came forward in April with the 2024 disposition, we also updated our reserve policy where we reiterated the 36 million was still placed in the tax stabilization reserve. The max balance should be 70. Right now we're carrying about 140. So we have capacity there. And then if you move forward a little bit, you know, in that same time frame in April, there was a public commitment from the province to, you know, I'll say endorse the upload. That wouldn't be enough for me to have a $47 million thing here in this budget. Once we got forward to the provincial budget, the clear commitment was there. So they made the commitment to go through the due diligence process. So that kind of gave us a little bit more assurance in terms of proceeding with I'll say a legitimate assumption for that money to come in, especially when we look at the Ontario-Ottawa deal where when we negotiated that and through the process, specifically the 174, the commitment is there to upload the 174. They provided, I think it's 49 million or 51 million in interim, I'll call it funding, as we work through the process. So we're still working through the due diligence of the 174 upload. We've received 3 million per year for operating for maintenance. To date, I think we received over 10 million from capital improvements with more to come. So that's why the risks, you know, in terms of having it there is really holding them to that commitment. You know, the next question would be, well, what's my risk mitigation? My risk mitigation is still a backstop on the reserve. So again, even if we, you know, there's still 6 weeks left in the year. I wrote Santa again on the weekend in terms of that 36, but if that doesn't come through, we still have capacity in our tax stabilization to risk mitigate the 47. But our commitment is to work through that. We've started discussions, myself and Isabel's started the discussions at the staff level with the province in terms of what that looks like. We're starting to share a lot of information. As you can appreciate, it's a very complex project. It's a very complex finance structure. It's very complex in terms of the debt we've issued to date. We talk about, the mayor spoke about in a speech on tabling, you know, about 85 million per year that would help us. So in combination of really scrubbing the transit budget down in terms of getting it down to 47, the real number is more like 85, but we're able to scrub down the investments needed now just to kind of reduce that number. I wouldn't want to go in with a big global $85 million gap because it's a big number, but I'm comfortable with 47, giving the provincial commitment, given the discussions that's started and ongoing, given the information sharing that's occurring, And hopefully we'll be back and I'll give updates in alignment with the motion. I think it was a motion October 8th council timeframe where it was endorsed, and the commitment was to the city manager to come back when it was prudent to come back with updates. So that's what we're working towards. A long answer, and hopefully I didn't lose you in all that, but that's the strategy that we employ for this budget.
Again, that's very helpful. Thank you. If I look just to the revenue generation side, I have suggested for many years that we consider bundling an OC Transpo ticket with either an airline purchase or a via rail purchase, so that when people arrive in Ottawa at our stations, which are at both the airport now and the via rail station, they just seamlessly hop on. Have we had those discussions with the major transportation partners, and is this possible at some time in the future?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we've had those discussions with VIA. It's quite some years ago, and management here and management there has cycled. We are getting closer to being able to do that through the fare system technology that we have. If we had done it earlier, it was going to be very messy. We're closer to being able to do that. Once we have our technology and the fare system ready, we'll be reaching out to VIA and reminding them that they were very interested at the time and would they like to move ahead right now. And around that time, or maybe after we reach whatever understanding we have with VIA, we'll be reaching out to all the airlines and all the intercity bus companies to ask them for their interest in the same.
Okay, thank you. And Chair, I know I've talked a lot. I just have one question regarding the transit fare changes motion before us, the four-parter. Can I just, for clarification, part 2 says staff be directed to explore the feasibility. That's just, you're going to do some work and come back and report to us as opposed to implementation?
Mr. Chair, this is the 5 p.m.
Yes.
So right now, that 5 p.m. Change in fare isn't doable in our current fare system software. We've reached out already to a couple of our 2 primary suppliers, and we'll be working on that over the next little while. We hope we've got an answer on how long that's going to take, what the scope of the work is that we have to do before council considers the matter.
Okay.
We don't have the answer today.
Okay, fair enough. And part 4 is about just the transfer window from 90 minutes to 105. The cost on an annual basis, just to confirm, in 2026 is 130,000. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that's not related to long trips. Anyone who's missed a connection and is double charged is already entitled to a reversal of the erroneous charge. That cost comes from the cost for any extension of the transfer window comes from 2 short trips being made in succession, which right now customers pay 2 fares for, and they'll be eligible to make a round trip for 1 fare.
Okay.
So that's why the costs are, the reason for making the change is in one part of the city. The cost comes from a beneficial treatment of people in another part of the city.
I just want to ask, if part 4 is passed as is, do we restrict our ability next budget year? Like if I wanted to extend this in perpetuity, does this motion as passed stop me from doing that? Because it says until the new LRT opens up, and you're saying no, that we could revisit this next year. Okay, fair enough. And that you guys, you're in agreement with that? Again, fair enough.
A good time to mention, there was a memo that went out last week on fares where there was a section about transfer window. And I think the intention of that memo is to start some conversation about these things, because every measure has some trade-off,
Right.
Whether it's financial, whether it's equity, the different factors. So that could be part of the conversation. That will be part of the
Fair enough.
conversation going forward. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
thanks, Chair.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. I don't have a lot on this, but I do want to make sure I have an accurate understanding of what's been proposed in the budget. I'm looking at the budget book for transit. I think it's page 10, at least in the PDF version, which is the Transit Services Department operating resource requirement. So the top line revenue and expenses for transit services. It would start with the expenditures by program, transit bus operations and maintenance with a $3 million increase. Everyone's there, perfect. So I just want to make sure that I understand this correctly. We've heard a lot about the amount of money that is being spent, or the increase in this year's budget on OC Transpo. This year's OC Transpo budget contains $91.6 million in spending that is higher than the previous year. But when I looked at the breakdown by category, I guess I would suggest, and I would ask whether it's accurate to say, a very significant portion of that increased spending is due to the fact that we're opening up the eastern extension. That's accurate?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's accurate. That's a big driver of our cost increases, the annualization of the east extension.
Perfect.
And then some of the preparatory works for the west extension.
Great. And so obviously our expenses are going to occur as we expand our transit network in a very exciting way. The very first line is transit bus operations and maintenance. The draft budget proposes that we're going to spend $417.6 million in 2026 on bus operations and maintenance. In 2025, we budgeted $414.5 million for that line. So this year's proposed spending would be $3.05 million more. But in 2025, we actually spent, or we're forecast to actually spend $416.8 million. Am I still understanding the accounting correctly? So the 2026 budget proposes spending $417.5 million on bus operations and maintenance, which is a little less than $1 million from what we are forecast to spend in 2025. If we were simply looking at budget over budget numbers, the spending would grow by a little less than 1%. I think I calculated it out, going from $414.5 million to $417.5 million is a $3 million increase, which is roughly 0.77%. $9 million of the efficiencies that OC Transpo have found are for diesel fuel savings. I'm guessing that those diesel fuel savings are going to be applied mostly against transit bus operations and maintenance. And so if you calculate out that $9 million in diesel fuel savings, the increase in $3 million in spending, we get to roughly a 2.9% increase in spending on bus operations and maintenance. So that's the same 2.9% that so many of our budget areas are getting. I'm guessing that the number was simply increased to 2.9%, and then we backed out the diesel fuel savings to propose what the actual cash expense is. Pat's shaking his head.
It wasn't done that simply. We went through, Mr. Chair, line by line, cost element by cost element. The fact that it came out to a number that the councillor finds consistent with the overall shows the strength of our work, I guess.
Okay.
And Chair, I mean, last week is a distant memory, but I'll go back to my my memoir here. The planning committee, I think, was the overall increase for the planning committee was about 3.74%. I believe I cited that roughly. EPS, I think we're 7.34% increase. This budget overall in aggregate is 10.8%. So the 2.9, if you're trying to correlate that back to a target, we don't give targets. It really goes through the process of the ins and outs, savings, et cetera, et cetera. So I know if you're going to that 2.9, it wasn't a sign, okay, Troy team, you're only getting this. It really comes a bigger process, as I kind of outlined with Councillor Brockton's answer earlier, in terms of how we got to 8 and 2.5 and to 3.75. So we don't start off and allocate a percent to any service area or department.
Okay, I accept that at face value, but I am accurate then in saying that once you account for the fuel savings plus a 0.77% increase in cash spending, that we are increasing our spending on bus operations by 2.89% roughly.
Yes, your high level, Matt, will be my sniff tests make sense. Yeah.
Okay. So, and I'm coming into today's budget ready to support the budget. But when I take a look at that, 2.9% spending increase on bus operations and maintenance, and I've heard the delegations today and the challenges that they're experiencing with the buses, I really am struggling to vote yes to today's budget. I think what is keeping me in the fold on this one is that increasing reliability of buses is not necessarily a matter of throwing more money at them. We are extremely challenged until those replacement buses arrive to increase the reliability of our buses. But once those buses have arrived, I know my advocacy will be to significantly increase spending on bus maintenance and operations to restore some of the route density, the frequency, number of routes that we have lost through new ways to bus. I've also, I've come in today prepared to support that 2.5% fare increase because I know that there are many, some around the table who would prefer to see that be a 5% fare increase. So we're going to put $43 million worth of increased revenues that we need on the taxpayer and just 4% on the fare payer, which I think is a balance that is reflective of what we need to do to try to maintain some of the equity that some of the delegates have spoken to. So to the delegates who spoke today, I came in prepared to support this budget with that 2.5% increase. I am still going to do it, but I am struggling in the wake of the comments that you've made, and I will be thinking really, really hard on this before I go to council to vote on that as well. I was expecting today some discussion about restoring the LRT frequency, and my hope would be that at council we can have that discussion and make some real progress on that, which would really help nudge me into support for this budget. So I will leave it there. All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, Vice Chair Delash.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is, I think, my 12th budget. These budgets are never easy, and I think many of the points that came forward today we've heard over the years. What's different today is that we have a $7 billion rail system that is either partially launched and in the works for this city. We have $1 billion in investment in new electrical buses that are coming. We have new paratranspo vehicles, and thankfully we've got a good collective agreement with our employees, with the operators and the mechanics. So we are definitely making investments in our transit system, significant investments over the last several years. The premise of these investments, I think, Treasurer, were that there would be, in our long-term financial plans, that there would be a fair increase to help us finance these. So can you confirm that the number that you've identified in the budget, 2.5, is consistent with, again, our thinking that if we're going to have this significant transit system, that we need to pay for it?
Through the chair, yes. I mean, it's been a couple of years since we refreshed the transit long range financial plan and warranted it. Like, these aren't excuses given the volatility, I guess, with the dynamics of the system that we're facing. So we always assume 2.5%. There's been a number of years where there was a fare freeze, and those impacts over a long-term plan is significant to recover. And again, as a reminder, from a fiscal framework perspective, the fiscal framework takes 55% from the fares, 45% from the levy. Today, I think we're roughly, from an actuals perspective in 2025, I think it's more like 69% levy, 31% fares. With this budget, as it is today, it's more like we're moving towards 67% levy and 33% fares. So again, there's movement in the right direction, slow, small steps. Obviously, ridership will have the biggest impact on that, but any deviation from that on the fare box will go, erode that return to the fiscal framework target, if you will.
Yeah. So I think we need to think about the transit users today and the transit users of tomorrow, right? Given the growth that we're going to see. And we do that, as you said, through our fiscal framework. And when you gave the presentation several years ago on the State of the Union for transit, and you showed the graphs in terms of how we're tracking, it was discouraging. And that's why and the mayor has been very active to go after our fair share for transit. But what was staggering was the compounded effect of a freeze. And can you just remind us what that compounded effect was? It was in the hundreds of millions over the span of 20 to 30 years.
Chair, I'm looking at Isabel, but I won't say confident, but the number in my head is, I think it was roughly about a $3 billion impact from the
300 million.
300 million.
Yeah.
And it was a three.
For 30 years, over 30
Yeah.
years.
Yes.
Yeah. And you don't think that, no, Councillor Carter, you don't think that you think it's 2.5 and we're going to make a lot of people happy today. But when you look at that compounded effect, it's very, very concerning and scary. And for residents like of my ward who are waiting for a bus rapid transit system to connect Barrhaven Riverside South, to get the buses off or Armstrong so that the system will be much more reliable. For the eastern part of my ward, where we're looking at building bus lanes on Bank Street, so we have better connections to the eastern part of our transit system. That's who we're affecting, I think, in the long run, if we're going to continue with freezes. So thanks for raising that and clarifying that. Similarly, we heard a delegate talk about some of the challenges to get around this city, that we do not have a bus rapid transit system that takes you everywhere. Unfortunately, we're working on that through the BRTs and the LRT extensions. One of the delegates talked about a trip from Canada to Orleans. It's a long trip, no question, right? Because we don't have potentially the benefits of a bus rapid transit. But once that line comes online, what are the anticipated reductions in commutes once the lines are in service if you're traveling from east to west?
Mr. Chair, I don't think we have that information at this point, but maybe just anecdotally, one thing I want to mention is, a couple months ago, I was able to get out on the line when we were doing the performance testing out in the east. And so I was out with the city manager at the time. And what really amazed me was when you go out to Trim and you take that train into downtown, how close the east is to the downtown core when you have that rail line working. And I know it's going to be the exact same thing in the west. People will be amazed at how quickly it is, how quick you can get downtown from the far east or the far west. And I know it's just an anecdotal comment, but that's something that just, it wowed me. And and I'm part of I'm part of this every day. We're talking about the construction, we're talking about the benefits, and I was just simply amazed at how close downtown is when you have that rail line running.
Yeah, no, fair. That's fair. Thanks for the answer. And I think I agree with the previous speaker that putting additional operating dollars in a system that's already experiencing delays because of congestion, we need these medium and longer term solutions to truly make our system much more transit oriented, and we're doing that. I wanted to speak on the OSTA motion. Always a favorite subject of mine and a concern. If you could just elaborate on that this is truly cost recovered. I have been vocal here saying really student transportation is the mandate of the school boards in the province, and over the years they have grown more and more dependent on us, which has created significant problems. The catchment areas are huge, and it's not working. And I think it's fair for people and parents to say they should be providing a yellow school bus rather than relying on the city to provide an express bus. Maybe we could have done it years ago when we had a greater capacity, but now those days are not here. So I'm pleased to hear that we're getting closer, if not closest, to full cost recovery.
So, Mr. Chair, yes, the council made a very hard decision last year and changed or removed the youth fare discount, as we talked about a lot at that time and have talked about since. 92% of all the fares that were sold under that category were sold to the school boards. So the discount, the subsidy that had previously been provided by council to the purchasers of the youth pass intended to support young families and young people was primarily supporting the provincial funding to the school boards. And that, I believe, distorted the rational decisions that the school transportation authorities made because they could pay full price, including profit, to a private yellow school bus operator, or they could purchase fares from the city at a discount. That would naturally push them towards buying fares from the city at a discount, except in the cases where the yellow school buses were clearly, in their evaluation, more important. That has changed now that they are paying approximately plus or minus the full cost of providing the service, both operating and capital. They will make their rational decisions on how to allocate the resources and where transit can do the job more effectively. For instance, for schools like Lisgar, right along the O train line, or schools that are right along a major corridor, we'll be there to operate that, provide that capacity and operate that service. In other cases, they'll find that yellow school buses are the best. Now, it might take several years for the private companies to add capacity to respond to the market demands as OSTA and CTSO reach out to them. But I believe that their decisions will be better because they're not being distorted by generosity of council.
Yeah, I hope you're right, because I think, and people can prove me wrong, it is the most expensive transit operating option to go with us, right? And I think they are better off in so many ways by just expanding their yellow bus program. And when you hear about, students coming outside of the Greenbelt inside the Greenbelt, it's, I'm sure many of our residents would like to have that express bus service through different parts. So glad to hear that it's cost recovered and fully, and hopefully this will see a trend towards them, the school boards taking care of their own transportation responsibilities rather than the City of Ottawa. Thank you. That's all for me. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Interesting discussion. I have Canterbury High School, and it's a citywide catchment. We need to use the OC Transpo buses for that. Anyhow, just a couple quick questions. I just wanted to confirm on the motion, the omnibus motion, that for the pilot free 4 days a month program that we're looking at developing, that it would include the rural fares in there, that there'd be no restriction. It wasn't specifically written in the motion, but it's something I had discussed with the chair.
We didn't model that cost. We hadn't thought of that nuance. We will think about it. We also have to think more, as the councillor knows, Mr. Chair, there's a technical, not obstacle. We just have to figure out how to be able to do this, how to provide credits on people's smart cards and let them use them. We already didn't know how we were going to do it. We have to figure it out. If rural fares are going to be included, we have more work to do on figuring out how it'll be. Do we just push an $11 credit times 4 to everyone's card and use them? It would be $44 credit on a card that costs about $70 or $80. That doesn't sound right, because then they could use it for 11 trips in the urban area or 4 trips to the rural area. Don't know how we're going to do it, but if that's the direction you're giving us, we'll figure out how to do it.
Okay, perfect. I would like that to be considered, and I'm assuming you'll come back to us with options about what that would look like. But if we can keep that in mind, and I don't know if we need to amend that, but I know we did speak about that. Thank you. Second question. This question has been asked before, but maybe not in some time. We talked about, years ago, there was the EcoPass with the federal government. And about a year ago, we had a discussion about whether or not there'd been any discussions with the federal government in terms of like bulk selling of passes or marketing, this sort of stuff. Since that time, there's been changes, I think, to the federal government in terms of their return to office mandate in some cases. Have there been any discussions lately about that at all?
Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of any conversations with the federal government on a bulk pass purchase program, but to to that point, that's something that we are looking at doing, maybe not necessarily with the federal government, but there's a few employers that we're exploring a pilot program where we would do something like that, a bulk pass purchase. So it's something that's very much on our radar. It's on our work plan. It's something that Bart and his team are leading, and we look forward to bringing some information back to the Transit Committee on that next year. So looking at ways to, expand ridership, expand our revenue streams, and the bulk pass purchase program is one of the things that we are looking at.
Okay, appreciate that. As my colleagues, Councillor Brockington had indicated, it's not only Tunney's Pasture that's having the problems with the transfer, particularly in the afternoon. Are there going to be any challenges, implementation challenges to having a different transit window of throughout different times of the day, a transfer window of 90 versus 105 minutes, like logistically?
Mr. Chair, no, the transfer window already changes multiple times during the day and during the week, and this is just one more change. So it's very easy for us to implement.
Okay, thank you. Just want to confirm a few things. There's been lots of discussions about the budget and what can and cannot be approved, and discussions about transit priority measures. But I just want to confirm, if we were to increase the budget substantially, would we be able to add any additional buses other than what's already coming in?
The answer to that, Mr. Chair, is you can always add buses, but you're looking at a 2 to 3 year window.
Okay, would we be able to add any additional mechanics to get the buses out on the road right away for next year if we added more money?
Right now, Councillor Chair, we have a number of vacancies in our mechanic positions. Our focus on filling those vacancies and dealing with those gaps that we have now. Recruiting more, I think we would just fall into that challenge that we're facing now. So, but our focus is on filling the vacancies that we have in mechanics.
Okay, and would we be able to accelerate the implementation of the Line 1 extension east or west if we threw any more money at it?
Mr. Chair, no, I don't believe that's feasible.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Hi, thanks. So on the proposed or possible provincial upload of the LRT, I'm curious if that first of all, I apologize. So that question's already been asked. I was out of the room for a few minutes. How will that impact our operating, maybe our capital budget positively or negatively?
Through the chair, so it will have a significant beneficial impact. I'll call it a financial game changer, I guess. It's about 85 million per year, roughly, specifically and it's mainly on the debt servicing. So that's why it will be a significant change and savings overall from that's one of our biggest pressures. I mean, to be frank, the reality is the fact that the city of Ottawa, we're paying 55% of the cost of that infrastructure versus if you live in the GTA area, that's being funded 95 to 100% by the province. That's significant. So it's a significant impact to the finances of not only transit, but to the city.
Yeah. Okay. No, Frank is good. Reality is good. So is that 85 operational or capital? Sorry, I missed that.
Operational.
Okay. Yep. Cool. Would that bring us better in line in terms of that 55-60, 55-45 divide that we're trying to achieve with levy versus fares? Maybe closer at least.
It would have an impact, but that wouldn't be the main driver, right? It will go back to the mix of the residual money that's coming in from the tax base versus the fare.
Okay. No, that's fair. In terms of the, looking at the operating budget, it's nearly doubled since 2015 or 16, I think. It's actually, yeah, it's like 500 something million, and then back in 2016, and now we're looking at 937 million. How's that compared against the service hours that we're offering?
Mr. Chair, most of the increase, so there's been increases in inflation, obviously, over those years, and there's been large increases in the fixed cost of owning a rail system. And those are the two, that's the largest increase. So that fixed cost of owning a railway doesn't vary according to the number of hours of service that we run on it.
So, okay, so I guess the better question would be that 500 something million dollars in operating costs in 2016, what would that be today?
That would be quick math in my head, probably north of 700 million or so. But keep in mind, the biggest shift is the movement to rail.
Correct.
But we knew that the budget had to increase significantly as we transitioned to rail. So is that just simply, is that an apple and an apple in all reality? Because the reality is in that time, we transitioned to the rail system and continue to transition, which is a big cost.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just wanted to sort of look at that number clearer because it's, the graph shows one thing, but I know reality is a bit different. And we have had a change in the types of service that we offer, right? So thanks very much.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. I just want to thank you. A lot of work has gone into this. I truly appreciate it. I stepped out of the room for a minute, so I just wanted to follow up. We talked about how much is currently on the tax bill. Was that reiterated? I think Councillor Carr mentioned that in the past. $415,000 right now. Transit's ballpark $1,000. This is even before we go for impact assessment, which hasn't happened in a decade. So, is that correct, Cyril?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. I think that point was highlighted. Councillor Lowe and I were doing a quick interview about the impacts, daily versus monthly. We've put a whole new series of measures in. I like to remind people, fear of the past where you'd load up your card a little bit and hope for the best. Now it's capped. So we actually have a good monthly fare structure. And I think that is another big bonus for people, just education-wise, to get out there. And last but not least, the unknown. We were also in the same radio show talking about the fact they'd like to bring Toronto up, but it's apples to oranges. It's not even the same. And maybe one day we'll benefit just as much as the big smoke does and have the province take over a good component of it so we can have a very different conversation about this. But I just wanted to get those points on the record and say thank you very much for the great work you do.
Okay. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd also like to thank staff for the report and all the work that has gone into this budget. We know that more spending on transit should ideally result in enhanced service and performance improvements. And over the course of this debate, we've heard other councillors ask staff to elaborate how the proposed increase, $91 million investment, the increased investment in this budget in transit will produce measurable reliability gains for bus services. Responses focused on long-term investments, the responses we heard from staff, but I'd like to hear staff elaborate on how they'll reduce trip cancellations, improve headway adherence, and quicker recovery from delays in the near term. In particular, I'm concerned, and I'm sure I see my colleague Councillor Plante as well on the call. I know that I'm concerned about Route 7 and 12, and also the future implementation of weekend service on Route 25 serving Wateridge Village. So I was just wondering, for clarity, can staff identify which elements of this increased funding will improve the rider experience in 2026?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Chair. I'll start off with the transit priority measures, the funding that's in the transit committee budget. Those are meant to deal with short-term, not short-term issues, but issues that we can implement in a shorter turnaround. Though they don't require massive capital investment, massive infrastructure upgrades. So that's something that we'll be looking at in 2026. But as always, we do have our quarterly service changes, and I know Pat and his team, they look at the the performance that's coming out of our control center. They're looking at the customer feedback, the complaints, and they're always making adjustments and tweaks to the service levels, or the trip times, schedules, those types of things. So we've got the quarterly service changes. We've got the transit priority measures in the capital budget if approved, but then as well, what's coming in the short term is the launch of the East Extension and the ability to make changes to our route network, to reallocate resources, to reallocate some of the resources to better meet some of the challenges that we're facing. So, that's from my perspective, those are the big short-term issues that we'll be looking at to improve the performance of the bus network. As I mentioned, the expansion of the LRT really does unlock opportunities to make adjustments to the bus network to deal with the challenges that we're hearing from our customers and we're hearing from yourselves.
Well, I appreciate that because we know that residents expect greater reliability and bus availability, especially if we're going to, in the proposed budget, spend nearly $1 billion. I mean, it's going to be very important for us to make those reallocations as new LRT comes online and as we adjust to residents' concerns around a new way to bus. So I think it's very important to take those items under consideration. And because our residents do expect greater reliability and bus availability, I'm definitely supportive of Councillor Lowe's direction for provision of separate data sets of peak and off-peak service performance metrics so that we can really measure if there is impact. And I'm also pleased concerning the motion, Chair, that was introduced to provide children under 18 years of age with free transit on weekends and public holidays, especially after spending some time at the city's youth summit at Bayview Yards today and hearing the desire for more affordable transit from our youth. I do hope that that motion obtains support from committee today and ultimately from council at large during its deliberations. Thank you, Chair.
Conseillère Plante.
Yes, hi everyone. Thank you so much. It's been a day, so thank you for your patience. I do have some questions, and I have to do the same like Councillor Tierney and apologize if they've been asked before. I had a meeting and I had to step in and out, so if you've repeated yourself and I can just go back and watch the video, just indicate that. So I just wanted to talk about the levy. So how did you come up with this number for the levy? Like, why can't we go higher if money is what's needed?
So through the chair, so if we're referring to the 8%,
right?
So overall, the overall target from council was 3.75%. So within that 3.75%, there was a range for transit. There was also a range for OPS, and then there was a top end cap for citywide service, the other services. So as we work through the process in terms of, trying to work with, I'll say the three different buckets, we really had to come to that point where, okay, this is what we could be feasible, and this is the budget that you have before you. If you want to raise that, that's council's decision, council's direction. It would mean going above either the 3.75 approved direction or reducing somewhere else to fill the gap with any increase in this budget.
Okay, so then what would it be detrimental then if we applied it to the rural homeowners? Because it seems like that could be a good source of revenue as well.
Chair, that's a discussion for committee/council.
Okay.
Not to answer. Yeah.
Okay. And what are the timelines for the upload of the LRT? I did hear, I believe it was Councillor Lowe ask about it. What's on the horizon for that? What are we looking at?
So Chair, so there's no real definitive timeline. It was a commitment through the provincial campaign process. And then really where it really came a true commitment was through the provincial budget in May, June timeframe. So since that time, there's been discussions at the staff level. So myself and Isabel in the city manager's office have had some discussions. We're sharing information with the respective ministry at the province. So there's no definitive timeline. These things take time. It's very complex. But just in case you missed when I did respond to this a little bit earlier, in the same time and similar to the Ontario Ottawa deal and the 174 upload, there was some, I'll call it seed funding or funding provided up front when we got to a certain point for that process. So the goal would be the same types of scenario to align with the previous precedent set by the Ontario Ottawa deal.
Okay. All right. So stay tuned, I guess. Okay. And then the 81 FTEs, are these entirely just bus operators or other like regular staff? What is that for?
Sorry, Councilor, just to confirm the 81 FTEs?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it's primarily for the rail expansion. to the west. So it's 60 rail operators, plus some, we've also added some fare inspectors. Funding for those fare inspectors will be offset by the fines. A couple regulatory and safety assurance personnel, and control center staff. But 69 of the 81 is directly related to rail, and the other positions, as I said, are fare inspectors, and then some regulatory and engineering oversight positions.
Okay, thank you. And I heard, I listened to Councillor Brockington talk about how, what he's feeling from his residents in terms of the buses being late and them being very frustrated. And I was just wondering if there was any, when you showed all that data about how the buses are running on time or not running on time, is that any way connected to the new waste to bus, or you don't know yet? It's too soon to tell.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the data that we have is based upon the performance of the system. We really didn't get a chance to really see the effects of new ways to bus until we hit into September, when you see the return of the students and the university, high school, and everything like that. So we are starting to see those trends now. So some of that information in that we report on does include new ways to bus implementation. Yes.
Okay, cool. And my last question is, do you know what other cities are doing for their transit levy? I would be very curious to know how that's, we sort of talked earlier about a lot of cities are not doing well on transit. Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, New York, everybody's kind of in the same situation as we are. So I was just wondering if what their responses have been. And if you could just maybe highlight one or two, maybe three cities.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, when it comes to looking at comparing to other properties, that they all have got different policies and different funding structures, so it's really hard to make the comparison. But we do know that the vast majority of the properties are struggling with the same aspect we are in terms of ridership and on-time performance. But no, we don't have it's not an apples to apples comparison, and we haven't spent a lot of time focused on that. I don't know if Cyril, if you've got a little bit of information you can add.
Yeah, through the chair. So a little bit of context as well. We're one of the few municipalities that we do have like 3 different levies, and it kind of goes back to historical amalgamation on regional transit, regional police services for that matter. So it's hard to look at it that way, especially when you go into the Toronto area and you talk about what this paid for from a Metrolinx perspective, the regional systems in there, the GO train. So it's very hard to kind of get a true apple to apple comparison. The next two non-existent, if you will.
Okay. And then for a comment, I did want to just say that we are really loving, I don't know if that's the right word, our bus only lanes during peak times. I made the mistake the first week it got rolled out of actually parking in the bus lane during the bus only lane time, and I got a ticket and I never did it again. But I just want to say people are very happy. I'm hearing that things are rolling better in that area. So hopefully we can roll it out in the rest of the city, because it does seem to be making a difference. So thank you for staff for piloting it in Ward 12. We love our public transit system and we want to see it thrive. So thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to explain what is giving me pause today to support this budget. There is definitely a lot of good investment in this budget and continue improvements in the system. And I do, as I said earlier, I believe the ridership numbers are much more realistic, and I appreciate the city treasurer's response to the $46 million budget line. With respect to the on-time bus performance, I appreciate the commitment to provide a memo that outlines the investments, and maybe that will help me with my residents to see those investments, and perhaps that will change my vote when it comes on December 10th. When the previous GM was in place, one of her main priorities was to add operators, and she did that, to add buses to our fleet, and we've done that. We still struggle with mechanics, but that's been a top priority. And these were all ingredients to help us improve both the reliability of the system overall, but our on-time bus performance. The needle hasn't changed. And then we were told when the Trillium line would open in January and there'd be additional bus capacity to spread out through the system, and new places to bus initiative was in place. Mind you, it was still infancy period for statistical reasons, that would improve those two metrics. And we haven't seen that. They've been stagnant. So if we don't have additional investment in this budget for service, I need to go back to my residents and say, you've told me what the main priorities are. Here's how the budget reflects those priorities. And so maybe the memo will help in that regard, but we really have to see improvements. We have metrics every month. I think we all can agree the metrics are stagnant, they're flat. We have a responsibility to put investment and resources in the budget to address those top priorities, which even our city manager has confirmed are top priorities. So I want to get there. I strongly support public transit in the city. And we've been told by our residents, including delegates today, that the reliability of the system continues to be an issue. So that's where I'm coming from. And I appreciate the opportunity to articulate that today. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands up, so I think we're caught up on questions. So we're getting towards the end of the day. This is good. I have a question just about the motion from the vice chair on some of the fare changes. As of 9 a.m. this morning, Cyril, you were still working on finding a budget solution, but you had not found one within the transit budget. Is that still where we're at as of nearing 4:30 this afternoon?
Yes, Chair, that's correct. The team is still digging through some of the ideas that I've gave them to look into.
Okay. And so because of that, procedurally, we cannot approve that piece outright today, but we could refer it to council so that council can, well, we'll refine that, specify the funding source, and be able to do that at council under a procedure.
Chair, that will be correct.
Okay. Well, if we can move on to motions and directions then. Vice Chair DeRoche, let's start with the roadmap motion, just to put that out there. That'll give us our structure.
Be it resolved that the Transit Committee recommend that Council, sitting as a committee of the whole, approve the Transit Committee 2026 draft operating and capital budgets as follows. 1, transit service as follows. A, user fees, page 9 to 10. B, operating resource requirement, page 7 to 8. 2, Transit Committee capital budget, page 11 to 12. Individual projects listed on pages 21 to 48.
Okay, thank you. We had 3 directions introduced earlier. Will staff accept the car direction on, what was the car direction on? Para, thank you. On para. Thank you, car. Yes. Does staff accept that direction?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there was a Menard direction on continuing discussions with the school board consortiums. Is that direction accepted?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and the second Menard direction, which was looking for more costing information between now and council, does staff accept that direction?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and then we have Vice Chair DeRoche's motion. I just wanted to say this motion is the result of a lot of conversations and work from everyone around this table over the past few weeks and months, with a lot of assistance from staff and from OC Transpo and from finance, and with the mayor's office. They've been really helpful as well. And these are some small measures. I think everyone has taken a little bit of compromise to get us within a funding goal. So I really appreciate everyone's work on this to get to where we are. A little bit more work to do before council, and there may be some other things that we can bring forward based on the conversation today. So thank you, everyone, for your work on that. Is that motion from Vice Chair DeRoche carried? Carry. Sorry. Oh, we can't carry it. No. Thank you, Vice Chair. We have to refer that. So is the referral carried?
I don't think I've moved it yet.
Well, you could, if you want to read it.
Yeah. But before I move it, I will commend you, though, on the work you did, Chair, to talk to members of council. So I moved it from a technical point of view, but really it's a reflection of the work that you did in your leadership. So I thank you for that. And it's so good, that motion, that we're going to refer it to council, that the DeRoche motion OC Transpo customer improvements be referred to council.
Carried. Carried? Or was it carried?
No, you said it is.
No, okay. I meant it as a question. Is that referral carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you, Vice Chair, for keeping me in line procedurally. And then on the roadmap motion, did anyone want any of those items separated out? Councillor Carr? You're dissenting on 1A? There any other requests? Because we'll do yays and nays, but we can note any additional dissents on specific items if we have to. Let's do yays and nays, please.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yay.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
No.
Councillor Menard,
Yes.
Councillor Carr, Councillor Lowe.
Oh, sorry. I'll say yes, but with a dissent on 1A for now.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Vice Chair DeRoche,
Yay.
Chair Gower,
Yes,
8 yeas, 1 nay.
with the dissension noted from Councillor Carr. Thank you. Okay. Marcella, is there anything else we need to do on the budget, or are we caught up on the budget piece? We're caught up? Okay. Thank you to staff for that item. So we do have one more item today, and we do have delegations. And this is item number 9.1. Councillor Lowe on bus procurement. And the mover has revised the language of the motion. So the whereas have not changed, but the therefore be it resolved have. So if you could introduce the revised therefore be it resolved, and then we'll go to our delegations.
Thank you, Chair. The revised operative clauses are therefore be resolved that all future bus procurements consideration be given to diesel and diesel electric hybrid propulsion vehicles, depending on market availability, cost, and other operational considerations. And be it further resolved that all future bus procurements consideration be given to the purchase of high capacity vehicles. And be it further resolved that all future bus procurements, for all future bus procurements, staff explore joint procurement opportunities with other transit agencies and maximize purchasing options for future years.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to quickly explain what you've changed for the benefit of people who are seeing this for the first time?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So when I first moved the notice of motion, I want to say back in September, at that time, I was under the impression that we'd be procuring buses in 2026. However, it turns out that when we approved the 2023 zero emissions bus report, we had essentially procured buses for multiple years, and we're going to take delivery of more buses in 26, even though we're not buying any new buses. So that's why the change happened from it specifically saying 2026 to all future bus procurements. Do I go into the rest of the motion as well? Or? Yeah. So this motion looks to essentially give us some flexibility in future procurements. Right now, all of our proverbial eggs are in one proverbial basket. And so with uncertainties around the federal government's loans and grants for zero emissions transit buses, and just the fact that it's 900 something million for 350 buses is enough, at least for me to take pause and really look at what our transit service needs. And with a lot of recent resident feedback has been around capacity. Lots of people are being left behind at stops. Buses are uncomfortably full, and sometimes unsafe in an unsafe manner. And so this provides us and staff with more options with procuring buses in the future. So we are not just limited to electric buses. Electric buses right now, 40-foot options are available only in Canada. There's one transit property that's testing out articulated electric buses, and that's Winnipeg, and they only started testing them, I want to say, in August. So we don't have that. We've tested things and we've been guinea pigs in the past for buses, and that's usually not gone well. So this time, let's be careful, let's be cautious in ensuring that our transit system does run going forward. In terms of the opening the consideration back up to diesel or diesel electric hybrid, yes, this is a step back from 100% electric. However, ensuring that our transit system does function and can carry the people that it needs to carry achieves mostly the same environmental goals as selecting a certain type of propulsion, right? You have people relying on the system, people using the system, and they're getting out of their cars. So doesn't go as far as 100% electric fleet, of course, but this is something that we can do to ensure some flexibility and therefore some fleet stability in the long term. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to our delegations. Angela Keller-Herzog, you've been here the whole day, Angela. Thank you for sticking around.
I don't know how you do it with these long meetings. All right. So yes, thank you for the invisible hand that puts my PowerPoints up on screen. Next slide, please. So yes, I'm here for cafes. Next slide, please. So we wish to speak against the motion. Next slide, please. We did have the generous opportunity to meet with Councillor Lowe to try to understand better what the motion was about. Our position is that Ottawa should stay electric. There are very good reasons why Council made that decision earlier, including cleaner air, health reasons, zero tailpipe emissions, and also, if we're thinking about the finances, lower long-term operating and maintenance costs that are significant. There is existing federal funding to support electrification and also for private suppliers to have these tax credits. And this is obviously also key to meeting Ottawa's climate commitments. Next slide, please. Diesel procurement would lock in emissions for 12 to 18 years. It would create planning uncertainty, and it would also weaken our climate credibility. So we think that Ottawa does need some high-capacity electric buses, and they are available in Canada. They are being tested in Winnipeg. There's several manufacturers. So we don't think that that is a binding constraint. Next slide, please. We are very conscious that we have just moved out of a short-term crisis in terms of the number of buses that we have, but it's very different when we're needing buses, any old bus, anybody that will sell us a bus, to a more stable procurement situation where we can take the long-term responsible choice for Ottawa. So the bus supply, if we understand correctly, is expected to normalize in 2026. And after this crisis, we feel that we should return to electric-only procurement. And indeed, as I mentioned in my earlier delegation, we should ensure that we also have the electric charging capacity to make this transition functionally work and not encounter more hiccups that cause more short-term crisis. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, question from Councillor Hill.
Thanks again, Angela. In case you missed, I did talk about electric infrastructure, and the answer I got is that we're in a good place there, in case you missed that. Does the changes to the resolutions in this dampen your concern about the outcome of this motion? And I say that from the perspective that really what this is now doing is offering the city the option of saying, if we have a need, that we should go and fill that need regardless of the propulsion system, but focused on essentially the customer service, the transit accessibility. As an example, if we lock ourselves into one option going forward, then if we run into supply chain issues or tariff issues or other things, which we have been experiencing for the last 2 years, this precludes our ability to deliver the vehicles, and that in and of itself somewhat undermines the whole transit concept. Like, I guess the question I would ask you is, would you rather have, 35 people riding on a stinky diesel bus, or would you rather have 35 people driving in their cars?
Okay. I think that with any decision that this committee or any committee or council makes, like there's a certain loss in flexibility, right? This is the whole point of making a choice. Is like you're making a choice and then you don't have the flexibility of everything anymore, but you're saying we're going in this direction. And hopefully there's reasons for that, right? So what we're saying is that there was some very solid and multiple reasons, which I tried to present in my delegation, for going with the electric bus procurement switchover, to do a transition in technologies, to do a retooling of the training of our drivers, the electrification, the whole bit, right? Of course, if there is some disaster that strikes some new binding constraint, we're going to have to reconsider that to deal with that crisis of the day. But I think that the long-term decision and the whole idea that we make decisions, we take directions, like that still stands. And I haven't heard anything to say why a stinky diesel bus is better than an electric bus. You haven't actually made that point with respect.
No, that's fair. I will follow up with staff for sure, but it's my understanding that we are on a road to electrification. The question just becomes how locked in are we in the short term to immediate make the change on a dime, or if we're going to do it a bit spread out over time in order to ensure that we don't inadvertently adversely affect transit riders through a lack of available technology. So I'll follow it up, but thank you for the comments.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much for coming out today. And I think my colleague kind of echoed the problem. I think a lot of us supported when the feds say, here's some money. That's great, but we don't have the buses. And now our buses that were, 22, 21, 20 years old are now 25, 24, 23. They're held together with duct tape and bubble gum. We're supposed to be at a higher level of electric buses now. So obviously you want to keep buses on the road. I think you've had a good discussion on where your headspace. I didn't get a final answer if we should get alternative to electric on the road now to keep the fleet running.
So in terms of the short-term crisis that we had, the city was able to order some used diesel buses. And the city has also ordered, if I understand correctly, some 60-foot articulated diesel buses.
Correct.
However, going forward, it is like there are procurement delays both for diesel as well as for electric buses of about the same length of time. So from now, in terms of ordering for the medium run, there's no particular reason to be ordering diesel or other propulsion, including hydrogen buses.
Yeah, we're supposed to have over 100 electric buses on the road now. We just heard today we might get to 51 by the end of the year. So it's great we want to get there. I guess my question to you is, hydrogen is now really at the forefront. We've made a discovery that when it comes to heavy vehicles, for example, like snow removal vehicles, we're looking at other municipalities that have gone really heavy on that as well. Is this a technology that you guys would support as well if there was an opportunity to go into the hydrogen realm?
So if I'm not sure, but there was supposed to be another expert in the lineup for public delegation on this motion, Michael Barnard.
Yes.
And he's ready to speak to the hydrogen technology. From what I understand, other countries, including most countries in Europe, are pulling back from hydrogen and are discontinuing investment in hydrogen, with the exception, I think, of Spain, but everybody else pretty much. And I think the corporate investments on hydrogen are also pulling back, including GM, that at one point was quite strong on it. So from what I've read, and I do try to follow all this exciting nerdy stuff, hydrogen is not in ascendancy. And if the city wants to go with a robust technology that's proven, and I think that there was also a study that we did in terms of the greening of the fleet, where I think it was WSP, the engineering firm, did a big study, and they found that hydrogen also was by far not as preferred as the electric vehicle technologies that are currently available.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that are just tied to electric certainly are hearing this, but I also work with many partners across the country, and there's a indigenous operated hydrogen generation facility. It's only one of the largest in North America. So I think technology evolves, and as long as it's, I think a good stance would be if it helps save the planet, reduce GHGs, we should look at anything that's available. As much as we'd love electric, they're not showing up at our doors yet, so we're kind of trapped. But I do thank you. You're very passionate and you follow this and you always give a really good delegation. And that's what I appreciate about you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Angela. Appreciate it. Our next delegation is AJ Ramachandran. Welcome back.
Hello again. I'm delegating on behalf of Better Transit Ottawa, and we are very in support of this motion. A previous council requested OC Transpo solely buy battery electric buses from now on. While this sounded like a good choice at the time, it unfortunately has caused lots of problems due to delayed bus delivery and bus model selection issues. Because of this mandate, OC Transpo has now decided to only order low-capacity 40-foot buses. This is because buying electric higher-capacity 60-foot buses is not feasible in Canada at the moment. Today, Ottawa has about 340 higher-capacity 60-foot diesel buses. These buses were all purchased between 14 to 17 years ago, which means they have reached the standard lifetime of a bus of 15 years. Our bus order schedule is not going to be able to keep up if we continue buying only low-capacity buses once we have to retire them. OC Transpo currently has a plan to purchase just 50 more articulated buses as replacements. That is equivalent to only 15% of our current fleet. The rest of the order is low-capacity 40-foot buses. These carry around far less passengers, and OC Transpo is not ordering enough to be able to compensate for that. Replacements are currently being purchased at a 1-to-1 rate with buses with less capacity. That doesn't make sense. I, along with Better Transit Ottawa, are in support of this motion. Giving OC Transpo the flexibility and ability to order higher capacity buses again is critical to making sure our system is reliable, and it is the right thing to do for the environment. Every rider on a bus is one less in a car on the road, even if that bus is powered by diesel. No one is going to ride transit if there's no room on their low-capacity bus. Lastly, I want to reiterate answers to some of the misunderstandings to this issue that I've seen. No, this is not about handcuffing staff's flexibility. We need to give them back the flexibility that was removed in the past by requiring they only buy battery electric buses, which have supply chains which are still work in progress. No, buying smaller buses will not give a frequency benefit to the riders. The budget is not planning on increasing service hours for buses. Thinking that we will somehow run more buses to account for the smaller capacity once these buses are retired is a fantasy. Yes, we will need higher capacity buses even after O-Train Stage 2 is launched. We will still have the remaining transitways on the exteriors of the network, and the plan is to have far more transitways in the future, according to the TMP, such as on Carling, Baseline, Bank, Montreal, and more. And finally, yes, this is the best option for the environment and climate change. Getting people out of cars and into transit is how we reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We haven't banned gas cars yet. One high-capacity bus is able to replace over 100 fossil fuel vehicles. No one will use transit if there is no room on the buses. We can't wait to make this decision until battery electric bus supply chains somehow become better. Bus procurements will take years, so we need to make the decision now to make sure we don't have an even worse bus capacity problem in 5 years' time. Lastly, while battery electric buses are a nice thing for the environment, it's important to clarify that they are not actually zero emission. Not only does the production process produce many greenhouse gases, but each bus is equipped with a diesel generator to heat our buses on the coldest days. This is required since, if it's not installed, battery electric buses have lower than 1/4 of their capacity during the cold days of the winter. The only true zero-emission buses are trolley buses, which I do support. This is not about electric versus diesel. This is about making sure we get higher capacity buses for a bus network that needs higher capacity buses with proven technology that we know will actually be delivered when we need them. Thanks for your time, and I hope to see a movement towards higher capacity bus procurement in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? I'm seeing none around the table. Thanks for your delegation. Our next delegation is Michael Bernard, who is online, I believe.
Thank you, Chair and Councillors. I'm Michael Bernard, a Canadian Energy Systems and Transportation Analyst with Global Clients. I thought I'd be able to give you a few minutes back, but unfortunately hydrogen did rear its ugly head. I've assessed most of the hydrogen transit fleet pilots in North America and Europe and a few in Asia, and I focus on the economics and operational performance of real-world fleet transitions. While the current wording of Amendment 9.1 doesn't explicitly open the door to considering hydrogen fuel cell buses, Councillor Tierney's comments suggest that that is something the Council is considering. My aim today is to share the evidence from those global programs and highlight what's most relevant to Ottawa as we work to modernize the fleet and to restore reliable service. Next slide, please. Every part of the hydrogen supply chain is expensive. Producing hydrogen costs a lot, compressing it costs a lot, transporting and storing it costs a lot, and pumping it into buses costs a lot. Winnipeg saw this firsthand when it explored installing an electrolyzer in its own garage and abandoned the idea because the price was unworkable. The same pattern appears everywhere. If one part of the chain drops in cost, another part increases. Even with substantial subsidies in Europe and California, the final delivered fuel still ends up 2 to 3 times more expensive per kilometer than electricity for battery buses or diesel bus operations. With Ottawa's inexpensive grid power already available at depots for battery electric buses, the cost gap only widens. Next slide, please. Every region that has trialed hydrogen buses has run into the same maintenance trap. Fuel cell drivetrains add another completely different technology stream into the shop. High-pressure gas systems, hospital-grade air scrubbers, compressors, thermal management loops, and other balance of plant components that behave nothing like the electric and diesel drivetrains technicians already know. California's data, assessed while I was advising a European road transportation study, showed hydrogen buses required 50% more maintenance hours than diesel buses, and nearly twice as many maintenance hours as battery electric buses. In Europe's JIVE program, they stayed reliable only because technicians could focus heavily on them, something no real-world fleet can afford. A French fleet manager said he spent 3/4 of his day keeping a single hydrogen line running. I understand OC Transpo is already stretched thin on maintenance, so adding an entirely new technology stack would turn the maintenance shop into a bottleneck that undermines service reliability. Next slide, please. Hydrogen refueling stations. Lost the slides. I'll continue with my verbal comments. Hydrogen refueling stations look simple on a diagram, but in practice, they're one of the most failure-prone infrastructure types in modern transit. While advising the European Road Transportation Study, I assessed Californian data on refueling reliability. Hydrogen dispensers spent more hours offline for repairs than pumping fuels in the last reported 6-month period. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. When we look at previous slide, please. When we look at Canadian hydrogen projects, the outcomes have been consistently poor as they have been globally. Winnipeg concluded that retrofitting its transit garage for hydrogen safety systems and on-site electrolysis would be prohibitively expensive. Edmonton's 2 test buses had to drive roughly 80 kilometers round trip to refuel. Whistler's hydrogen buses froze by the side of the road, the water that comes from the fuel cell freezing inside, and the hydrogen was trucked in from Quebec. Next slide, please. Hydrogen is often promoted as a climate solution, but when you look at the full well-to-wheel picture, that falls apart. Electrolysis doesn't eliminate emissions. Whatever carbon intensity is in the electricity gets roughly tripled because you lose so much energy in electrolysis, compression, and dispensing. Fossil hydrogen is worse. Most Canadian and US hydrogen comes from steam reformed natural gas, which carries very high upstream methane and carbon dioxide emissions before it ever reaches a bus. Trucking hydrogen adds another emissions layer. And the supply chain leaks, which matters because leaked hydrogen prolongs methane's lifetime in the atmosphere, giving a strong indirect warming effect. In reviewing multiple hydrogen transit pilots and proposals around the world, I found that well-to-wheel emissions often would have been higher than just sticking with diesel drivetrains. OC Transpo is facing real challenges, and I appreciate the difficult decisions ahead. I urge you to avoid the hydrogen trap. It adds cost, risk, and complexity when the system needs simplicity and reliability. I wish you the best in restoring efficient, dependable, and frequent transit system for Ottawa.
Thanks very much, Michael, for the presentation. I think there's a question from Councillor Menard.
Yes, hi, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Thank you for the presentation. I'm interested in more information about, just given your expertise in this area, where are the operating costs trending for hydrogen? Are they, is it usually, better for fleet going to hydrogen? Are costs going up in projects you've looked at? I've heard different things from different people.
What we're seeing globally is that fleet costs for battery electric are declining. Fleet costs for hydrogen are remaining the same. Purported lower cost hydrogen has not been emerging in real world manufacturing, distribution, and selling. The costs of the refueling systems and the maintenance of refueling systems have persisted over time because we are dealing with pressures 3.5 kilometers under the surface of the ocean. This is non-trivial technology, and it is quite challenging to work with. We do it in an industrial scale, but for dispersed fleets, it's quite challenging to keep it running.
Okay, thanks for that. And what about things like technician time? Is there?
Can I just pause, Councillor, because hydrogen is not even in the motion. It's super interesting, but outside of the scope here at nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh yeah, I'm just responding to the delegation. Happy. It would have been something early on the delegation to talk about for sure. I'm happy to cede because I understand what you're saying.
Councillor Tierney, did you have a?
Yeah, I was just going to say I don't think hydrogen that was kind of odd, but nonetheless I don't have any questions except for why this is related to this conversation. The motion in front of us is electric, correct, Mr. Chair? I just want to make sure.
Well, it's just the motion does not mention hydrogen.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to shut up and not speak and give you 5 minutes back, but unfortunately, Councillor Tierney did reflect that you were going to be looking at hydrogen, so I felt it appropriate to continue.
Yeah, no, I think any alternatives, and I was wondering why you were here today myself, because I have many Reddit threads on myself, and yours was all anti-hydrogen, so I was wondering, why are you coming in to speak about electric today? So I guess that answers the question.
Hey, okay.
An earlier version of the motion, as I understood it, and opened up the door to other drivetrains.
Well, thank you for coming out to express your views.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Michael. And we'll move on to our final speaker, Raymond Lurie. Is Raymond online?
Yes, I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm Raymond Lurie from the Electric Vehicle Council of Ottawa. Next slide, please. So back in 2021, there was a report done by OC Transpo with third parties that concluded that all future bus procurement should be electric buses. The underlying reasoning really hasn't changed. It's about cost and about the planet. So next slide, please. So if we talk about costs a bit, yes, there is a higher capital requirement for the upfront purchase of the e-buses because at this point, they're still more expensive than diesel buses. And we also have to put in some charging infrastructure. However, over the lifetime of the bus, we could expect that OC Transpo will save on the order of $750,000 per bus overall, for our operational costs, which will essentially make the buses less expensive over the lifetime. Next slide, please. So this funding of capital costs is certainly an issue, but as the motion says, the funding is covered by the federal government, which means that OC Transpo pockets the savings over life of the bus, which means it starts in year one. So, we talked a lot about delegations, talked about spending more money on transit and improving service. If you want to have money to do that, this is certainly one way of doing it. Next slide, please. So talking about high capacity e-buses, I agree that it was kind of weird to remove those buses from the original procurement. But anyways, the reasons that were given was lack of options and untested abilities. So let's talk about lack of options. Next slide, please. So while this wait for the site, oops, there we go. So in terms of availability, New Flyer Industries, the picture on the right hand left, the top right hand is a picture I personally took in November 2023 that of an electric articulated bus, which was available at that time, and Winnipeg, like someone mentioned earlier, is testing. Next slide, please. If we are looking at other solutions, so Nova Bus right now does not offer a 60-foot option, but they're owned by Volvo, and Volvo has operations throughout the world, and they have articulated and bi-articulated buses. So if the issue is to get really high capacity buses, the bi-articulated bus you see there would allow you to transport up to 250 passengers. Next slide, please. So high capacity buses, testing of them is, to me, I don't understand why there would be a need to test them. Why do I say that? First of all, they're the same as the 40-foot e-buses, except there's an articulation, which OC Transpo is familiar with. There's also power of the middle wheels, which makes them easier to operate in slippery conditions like we have here in the winter in Ottawa. OC Transpo has tested e-buses, did not test the Nova Bus e-buses, only the Flyer ones, but still went ahead with procurement of Nova Bus e-buses. So what we are saying is that there's really no need for testing or piloting of these 60-foot e-buses. Next slide, please. So in terms of procurement delays, it's already been mentioned that the delays are the same whether you're buying any propulsion system. These buses are essentially built on the same assembly lines, so they are subject to the same delays. So the buses, the 50 buses, diesel buses that were bought last year are going to arrive 18 months to 24 months after their purchase. So any new bus you would order today won't be received until 2027 at the earliest, and 2028 more probably. Next slide, please. So the question that we have is, well, what's the plan? So I'm very happy to see that in the budget, there's $2 million set aside for phase 2 of the e-bus program. But if you look at the procurement process or the procurement numbers of buses OC Transpo has had over the last few years, there's been almost no buses procured between 2021 and 2025. That's why we have a shortage of buses now. So my point is, we need to avoid a shortage in the future. We need to get on with the program now, and we need to order more buses now, not next year or the year after. And we just saw the final version of the motion, as you saw it also. So the last point doesn't really apply. But the point there was that we wouldn't want to, I don't think it'd be appropriate to have OC Transpo restricted to either high capacity buses or a propulsion system other than electric. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. A question from Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, Raymond, for being here. I think the motion does speak to, specifically to point number 2 on higher capacity buses and limiting the procurement there. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chair, but I think it does still speak to that in that second point. And if that is the case, then obviously that last point, though it wouldn't strictly just be diesel, though the first point could be contested, the second point would be focusing only on high capacity. I just wonder, just given your own knowledge and experience here in this field, obviously we have a need for both. We have a need for high capacity, and we have a need for smaller 40 footers. But are there specific benefits on the electric side from the 40 footer or the 60 footer buses that you can go through with us?
Well, the biggest benefit on the 60-footer side is that they have drivetrain at the middle wheel, so they're better in the winter. Now, in terms of what should the mix be of high capacity versus lower capacity buses, that's certainly a valid question. I'm not saying that we don't need high capacity buses, but I think this is something OC Transpo should look at and determine what the appropriate mix should be for the plans that they have. Given that we are doing, we're getting close to the end of stage 2 for the LRT, the expectation should be that we will require less high capacity buses. Doesn't mean no high capacity buses, but we should require less because the buses will be used mostly to take people to and from the train. So that generally requires smaller buses.
Okay. Thank you very much for your delegation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it for questions. Thank you very much, Raymond, for joining us. We can go to questions for Sal. I just wanted to ask, because I'm getting texts from a number of colleagues. As the reworded motion, does it change your current procurement practices when it comes to new or used buses?
Mr. Chair, no, it doesn't change our current practices. When we go out and when we go do our bus procurement, we're looking for the bus that best meets our requirements in terms of ridership and capacity and those types of things. So we're still very much committed to, the electric bus program. But we're going to stay abreast of industry developments, and we're going to make we'll obviously have to come back to committee and council for approval when we move forward with that next procurement cycle.
Okay.
So no, this doesn't change our approach.
And so if committee were to pass this, electric would still be our program focus going forward, but you have now and you would continue to have flexibility to look at other technologies if they're a better fit for our needs.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. This motion gives us flexibility to expand the scope a little bit in terms of what's available to us. But our focus still would be on the electric bus procurement.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr?
I think you just asked my question. So you already can you can look at procurements for any kind of bus, whether it be diesel, hydrogen, electric. You put it together, make recommendations, and then council signs off on it?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, so that's what exists today. And with this motion, that's what will exist tomorrow.
Yeah, this motion won't change that approach, but as I said, it solidifies that we have flexibility to look at other options.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Leeper?
Thank you. Do we have any procurements planned right now?
No, we don't have any procurement planned at this time. We're focused on the delivery of the 350 ZEBs and then the 50 diesel articulated buses. The next procurement cycle would be making the decision as part of the 2027 budget.
Okay. And I want to unpack a little bit what you told Councillor Carr with respect to what that procurement is. Let's say this motion doesn't pass. You need to procure buses in the 2027 budget cycle. What are the decisions that staff are making, and then what kinds of recommendations do you put in front of council?
Mr. Chair, following direction from council, would be looking at the zero electric emission buses. But if we did see a challenge in terms of our experience with the buses that we have now, or changes in terms of our capacity requirements, those types of things, we would bring that information back to committee and council for discussion and ultimately for direction.
So if in the course of putting together recommendations for a future bus procurement, there's a challenge buying ZEBs in the marketplace, or a technical problem has come up that we hadn't anticipated, staff would come back to council and say, we are challenged to buy ZEBs. We would recommend an alternative approach.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the work that's gone into to water down the motion, I think. I guess for me, if we were to make this decision to have a different strategy for procurement, I would expect to see a lot more of a substantive report coming back from staff with all the analysis that's gone into it. That's what we can expect, right? I mean, we've just on a relatively short motion. We've seen, quite a few delegations. So there should be something, I think, substantive and meaty for people to look at when we do make that decision. And that would be sort of the undertaking, the process that we would do if we were to be in this situation for changing our procurement approach.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay. And generally is our approach, just generally speaking, that like a small airline, like a small air force, you don't want to have multiple lines of vehicles or aircraft or whatever, because you then have different certifications and different mechanical requirements and different parts streams. So is that part of your thinking as well, that you want to keep it simple, so to speak, because as much as we're big, we're not that big, and we can't really sustain multiple vehicles, right? Because of the back office stuff that needs to take place.
Mr. Chair, your points are bang on. Simplification of the fleet is something that is an important consideration because there's so many factors to it. It's, staff training on a limited number of vehicles, parts, supplies, all that type of thing. So simplification of the fleet is definitely a consideration.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry for the slight delay there. Just on the current approach that we've got, it's obviously heavily weighted towards electric, which I think a lot of the world is moving towards in any event. But we were able to, as a council, make a decision, and I think it was a good decision about previously around the 50 diesel articulated that are scheduled to take place to come in 2026. We made that decision under the existing procurement framework we have. I guess if staff could just explain, how we were able to make that decision without. I suppose the motion doesn't change that, right? It's the same approach as we've been taking, and the diesel articulators were purchased, even though we have a 350 expectation of vehicles to come in on the electric side.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm just looking to the team to see if they have some additional information on it. I don't have the details right at my fingertips. If it is possible for us to follow up after committee, that would be preferable. But or I look to see if anyone on the team has the detailed information on that. No. So if that's something that we could come back to you on, I'd appreciate that if we could.
Okay, I mean that's fine. I just I think council's made a choice with regard to electric vehicles, but then have supplemented that choice with the diesel articulated that are to be coming in next year, which made a lot of sense because we were having a lot of capacity issues, and there was an option to procure in that case. I guess one question I have around the motion is the second clause. I understand the first clause is that we're going to consider other types, not just electric, which I think we've been doing again as a council. But on the second clause, it puts a priority only on high capacity. Is that supported by staff? I mean, I got to say, there's a lot of short routes, depending on where you are, where you don't want an articulated bus, or there's tight turns where you do not want an articulated bus on it. The capacity to get to and from rail. There are smaller runs out there, and you don't always want an articulated bus on those runs. Can you just delve into that a little bit more on the preference for, say, high capacity, or should that clause, I guess, come out and let staff do their jobs and what we need for the system?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll ask Pat to elaborate. There's obviously a number of factors that go into looking at the appropriate bus. Right now our fleet is a mix of 40 and 60-foot buses, and I think that's something that we'd like to continue moving forward because it does provide that flexibility that you mentioned. And as you said, there's certain routes and roads that 60-foot buses you don't necessarily want to operate on, and 40-foot buses are much more appropriate. But I'll let Pat elaborate a little bit on the planning and scheduling aspect of things and how we assign buses.
Thanks, Troy. Mr. Chair, there'll always be trips that need to carry more than 50 or 60 people, that need to carry more like 80 or 90 people. And the choice then can be, do we run one larger bus or 2 smaller buses, 2 regular sized buses. We have a fleet plan right now which calls for the number of articulated buses we have. You know, we're going out of a time where we had more than half of our fleet be high capacity buses, but we're replacing a lot of those high capacity trunk lines with trains. And you know, we just, that's an evolution. Ridership is picking up a little on some of these routes. We've stabilized some of the routes that we're running to high capacity peak destinations like universities, schools, and large workplaces. And there will always be times when a high capacity bus is a better solution than running multiple smaller buses. And we continue to project where we think we're going to be for the next, let's say, 17 years at any time, so that we got a 2-year runway to order some buses, and then 15 years that they'll be here, and make sure that they've got a useful life through their full career. We do think there's going to need to be continued use of high capacity buses on routes like Route 88 going east and west along Baseline Road, whether it's in current conditions or in the future when the transitway is built. We'll always need buses that are going from Algonquin Station out to Barrhaven on the Southwest Transitway. We'll always need buses that are going from Herdman Station out to Greenboro on the Southeast Transitway. Back to Troy.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I can elaborate, I think I can answer the question a little bit, the earlier question. So as part of a report that was back in 2022, we've committed to whenever we are looking at new bus procurement, we'll look at the technology options that are available to us. So when the discussion came up with regards to purchasing more, more articulated buses, there was a recognition that it's very, very early days in terms of the procurement and what the experience that other properties having. So, we want to be at the forefront of the technology, but we don't want to be the leader in necessarily the technology adoption. Councillor Lowe, to your point, that's one of the things that's a consideration you need to have, right? So I believe that's the primary rationale as to why we were able to move forward with the 50 diesel articulated buses, is because we do have a commitment that whenever we do have a procurement of new vehicles, we will look at the technology that's available and make an informed decision at that time.
Well, that makes perfect sense, Chair, and I'm glad that's the case. It's what I'd want from our staff team, certainly. I do have concerns about the second be it resolved in the motion, because I think it's not just prioritizing the 60-footers or articulated larger capacity. It's other bus types as well, and that's really a staff recommendation that should come to council in a proper way. So I'll leave it there and appreciate the dialogue.
Thank you. And Councillor, the good news is Councillor Lowe's changed that from priority to consideration.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Buckington.
Just one question, the $950 million grant from the feds for e-buses. If we buy a non-e-bus, does that have to come out of a different funding source than the federal government pot?
Mr. Chair, the basic principles is that the federal government, through the CIB, which is called the Canada Infrastructure Bank, is funding the difference between a diesel bus and an electric bus, and we pay back that loan over the life of the bus by the reduced energy costs and reduced maintenance costs. If we are to buy more electric buses, presumably we would want another deal like that with an appropriate lender in place. That doesn't apply if we're buying non-zero emission buses. There was a separate grant from the federal government, from Infrastructure Canada, now called HIC, that funds or that contributes to the cost of building our electric infrastructure and all the bus storage and all the work that you're seeing happening right now out at the Saint Laurent complex. More of that would be needed if we were to buy another large batch of electric buses.
That's helpful. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Lowe on wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions. So in brief, this motion aims to put our service first. I've gotten lots of feedback from my residents about the transfer situation at Tunney's Pasture, about capacity getting on at Fallowfield in the morning, and I'm sure this type of feedback replicates itself right across the city. There's people who are left behind. There are buses that are undersized for the trips and routes that they service. And right now, with our general plan to sort of stick to 40-foot buses, while if we use 40-foot buses to provide the same level of service, it's great for frequency, but it's not realistic. We don't have the operators. We won't be able to find the operators to maintain that size of a fleet. Toronto Transit Commission for several years has had a fleet of exclusive 40-foot buses, and recently they had to go to 60-foot because they couldn't keep up. In terms of the manufacturing, there are two bus manufacturers from whom we can purchase in Canada, New Flyer and Nova Bus. And there's only one of them that makes the 60-foot electric bus, and that's New Flyer based in Winnipeg. Right now, as I mentioned earlier, Winnipeg is testing 60-foot electric buses. I disagree with one of the public delegations comments that we don't need to test it, because if that was the case, we would not have to test our Line 2 trains, our Stadler trains, because those are in operation everywhere as well. This motion takes some of our eggs out of the proverbial basket so that they're not all stuck in one. Gives staff the flexibility to procure whatever types of buses we might need in the future. I know the next procurement's in 2027. And I would also note that even CUDA, the Canadian Urban Transit Association, is advocating to the federal government for flexibility in procurement as part of future zero emissions, was part of future funding. It's called the Zero Emission Transition Fund at the moment. The LRT won't solve everything. We still need service to feed the LRT, and the same routes that are going to Tunney's Pasture today are the same routes that are going to go to Baseline in the future, in Barhaven's case. And so it's going to be the same amount of ridership. And so, considering that there are no guarantees of future loans or grants from the federal government, I think this is a wise move to secure the security of our fleet, to ensure that we're able to provide the service and not be handcuffed again when it comes to the types of vehicles that we can purchase to move our city. Thank you.
Okay. Can we split the difference and do 50-foot buses? Does that work? No? Okay. On this, the revised wording that Councillor Lowe provided, is that carried? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Are there any notices of motion for the next meeting? Are there any inquiries? And there's no other business. So with that, we are adjourned until February 12th. Thank you to the OC Transpo team. Thank you to the finance team. Thank you to the clerk's office. Thank you.